is a tangible excitement to the early light here in beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Early scenes in and around the Challenger Series stop. And of course, so much has already unfolded. Day 4 lies ahead. And everybody just pensive in decisions, from boards to paddle strategies to how to approach the solid overhead surf of Ballito in 2026. The village of Ballito, everything around it just focused in on another big day ahead as the dawn comes upon us on a beautiful day in South Africa. This is the East Coast. This is KwaZulu-Natal. And more lines marching into beautiful Ballito here. So many exciting feelings about an African dawn, and we hope that we share that vibe with you as we greet you with the Sawabona, the homeland greeting. Gigs is alongside Kai Linda. Kunjani.
Yes, Gigs, how's it? Got to say, I've been loving the North Coast, loving the waves, loving the surf. We've just been blessed. It's been such a run of waves, and it's not tapping off anytime soon. There are still some big rollers on that bank out there.
Yeah, well, it is the early part of day 4 of the window of the Ballito Pro, the World Surf League's first Challenger Series event. And certainly up to this point, it has been solid overhead surf. It's been that story of championship tour surfers starting to look to this Challenger Series. And certainly, again, it is so typical of this time of year. Conditions pristine with that light offshores. Of course, we are waiting to hear. Let's go down and touch in with Mike Frew down at the beach.
Thank you, Gigs. I'm down here with Dane Henry. It's his first time in Ballito. Dane, it's going to be on this morning. How are the conditions out there?
Yeah, conditions are great this morning. It was a bit tricky earlier, but right now you can just see it starting to turn on, and one of the boys just got 2 hell tubes in a row, and there's a lot of real good opportunity for a lot of manoeuvres and some sick tubes.
So it's your first time in Ballito. How's the waves stacked up based on your expectations and what you've seen of the event so far?
Yeah, I think the word on the street is it's about as good as this joint gets for the comp, and it's my expectations. I kind of like to keep them nice and low, and the last couple of years it's definitely looked tricky, and I know it's a real rhythmic wave and you got to get into a good rhythm, but it's absolutely firing. Like they exceeded my expectations, and yeah, it's been so fun to try a lot of different kind of surfing, and today is going to be another one of those days.
Well, thank you, Dane. Good luck for your heat this morning. We can't wait to see you out there on in these kind of conditions. Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And of course, we mentioned Championship Tour surfers here. Of course, so many qualifying series surfers from several different regions around the world. And then there's that young push, the reigning world junior champion Dane Henry here early for the Pro Juniors and the QS 2000 format in this big 2-week surf festival here in Ballito. And certainly he has really gained a lot of surf fans with his first visit to Ballito.
Yeah, it's been nice to see sort of the new generation this year coming through in both the men's and the ladies, actually. And I mean, one of the last heats of the day yesterday, Ryan Kainalo from Brazil, another guy surfed all the way through from the junior event earlier in the week, now getting through heats in the Challenger. But I think it pays dividends. You've got the opportunity to come, like 10 days earlier than the Challenger, get used to the bank, get some rotation through some heats in the water, work out your strategies. It's definitely going to give you an advantage.
Well, Tours and Competition, Travis Logie, having assessed the conditions, having a look at what lies ahead, he has held off the start of things by about 30 minutes. We've often get going at around 7 a.m. It is 7:30 in the morning. The sunlight already filling in the beaches of what you know is going to be another beautiful tropical feeling type of day here in Ballito as we just fly over our contest area. It is Willard Beach, and it is a warm welcome to surf fans around the world as we get to share the excitement of the east coast of South Africa. And here in Ballito, we'll get competition underway As we mentioned, day 4, the round of 32 in the men's draw continues. We did get 2 heats done yesterday, that final heat being won by Jarvis Earl and Vito Ferreira going with him. And we set off a new morning here as we greet you from these beautiful scenes. Introducing our 4 surfers, Miyamana Bray, the Tahitian, who is very adept not only over the ledge at Chopu, but out in the lineup with beach breaks like this, especially when it gets to overhead, which we do have. Watch for Miyamana Bray's backhand. Of course, Oscar Berry, a lot of surfers' favourites. The Gold Coast Australian is having, as well, let's say, a challenging start to his championship tour career. He looks now back to where it all started for him here at the Challenger. He is out there in the blue singlet. Geordie Lawler, Australian out of Narrabeen, who really has had his highlight results as well from time to time, will look for consistency in the Challenger Series jersey in 2026. He tries to get to the highest level of the sport. And then Ruanu Eito, the Japanese surfer. Looking forward to seeing what he brings. Of course, so much talent from that region, the land of the rising sun. And the sun has risen here, 7:30 in the morning as we get surfing underway. We spoke of the backhand approach of Miyamana Bray, and he'll go straight into the lip. 2-turn combination to get the heat rolling this morning. 35-minute heats being set out by the event. And a lovely approach from Geordie Lawler, the Australian, into screen for his opener. So 2 quick rides, 2 quick backhand approaches.
Yeah, and Geordie's had a good run through the years in South Africa. It's been a happy hunting ground for him. He's won a couple of smaller QSs. He seems to always get through a couple of rounds here at Ballito as well. And he's very comfortable on this wave. You can just see it in his surfing. Those 2 pretty much sticking to the playbook thus far, which has been do the big turns, get the scores. But I think, having watched the conditions this morning, you are going to see some barrel riding. I've saw a couple of guys. Look at that beautiful bottom turn, just a little whitewater climb to start off for the Tahitian, and then big crack to the lip. It's going to be a nice score. I don't think it'll be a keeper in the total heat, but he'll be happy to start. But I like this from Geordie. Just watch this bottom turn, just whips one tight in the pocket, and now coming straight around and throws it up into the lip, and then getting a nice third carve as well. So that's a really good start for the Australian gigs.
Love those replays there. Both goofy footers just touching that toe side rail on the way down the face, just opening up and really emphasizing the radius of those turns. And certainly we'll see how those scores land. Judges are going to, I don't know, that's a relatively lower score in the context of what we're expecting. Beautiful images on our screen, but judges maybe want to see bigger waves being approached in the same way. Either way, 367 to get it going. We'll see where Geordie Lawler's score goes. We do speculate it'll go just a touch more based on the fact that it was 3 maneuvers. So certainly love the freedom of the rails from both the goofy footers in that opening exchange.
Yeah, I think Miyamana, the first turn was just a small little sort of foam climb, so it wouldn't have counted for much. The 367 very much for that second turn. Looking at scores starting to come in now, 3-turn combo, nice committed surfing, 733 for Lawler, and that's what the judges are looking for. They're clearly putting out a statement to the surfers. We need to see some committed turns. We want to see a little bit of variety and, maybe more than one maneuver today. The wave is running down the bank. It's going to give you opportunity to do more than one maneuver. And they've got to allow for the fact that, like I said, in the free surf, Dane Henry also alluded to it in the opener there. We have seen some proper barrels this morning.
Well, 5 judges on duty. The lowest and the highest opinions always removed, and then the remaining 3 scores divided by 3 for an average. And let's just slow this all down. Let's have a look at the 733 because we get our first meaningful score of the morning already.
You can just see what I love about this guy's surfing is there's no exertion. He's really smooth, just connecting the dots, very clean surfing, but there was some nice power on tap on those backhand turns. And getting rewarded, 733.
Nice number to get Geordie Lawler's campaign here in the Challenger Series underway. Of course, now in his late 20s, Geordie Lawler, as we mentioned, hails out of the Narrabeen talent zone. So many great stories there. And of course, how do we forget his Challenger Series win from a few seasons back? Straight back into it he goes. He'll just get ditched off there. Little catapult will just bump him off for an incomplete second ride. But I was just mentioning, Kai, that win in Sydney Surf Pro, proudly presented by Bonzoy, that 2 seasons back. And he'll be wanting to bring consistency, as I said, to the Challenger Series in 2026. Here's somebody that's got to approach it as well, Oscar Berry. Of course, Oscar, seeing him in the championship tour. A little trip there. But how about the conditions? Look at another beautiful morning in Ballito. Certainly overhead waves here as we get the round of 32 moving forward again. We did run 2 heats of the round to sort of just bookend the round of 32 on the women's side yesterday. Fantastic performances from the women's all the way through. And what happened with Geordie here?
I got up into the lip and just got a little caught on the exit. He was a bit late to the turn, so wasn't ever going to be, I think, a counter for him. Here goes Oscar Berry on his first ride. Nice big power hack. This guy's got such a good rail on him, then just jabs another turn. You see him come around and just getting a little airdrop float over the section. Nice start. I think he'll be looking at a half-decent score. And here for Ito, just went up maybe a little too tight in the pocket. Quite an awkward fall too. And straight back into action. As you can see, Giggs, the swell, it's gone nowhere. There's still so much energy in the lineup.
Plenty in this Indian Ocean for us here. We are on the east coast of South Africa. Ballito playing host to many of the world's best surfers. A number of championship tour surfers in the draw. We have lost a few as well. And one of them out in the lineup, Oscar Berry, is trying to make his way to some big numbers again on the Challenger Series in 2026. This is looking better from a second wave of Ito. Japanese surfer just goes down in that end section there. And that would have been a great number because there was a lot of attitude and approach to that section. But for now, still being plagued by some lower scores is our Japanese surfer in the green.
Well, that's exactly what he wanted.
Yep.
I mean, we'll get the replay here. Comes around the corner, a little bit of a softer section, so gets the setup just flying into that oncoming section, and that's the turn the judges wanted to see. So he's got the game plan, just the initiation needs to be improved upon.
That sunrise this morning just putting a beautiful glow across the lineup. 7:45 in the morning, and just already beach temperatures will be on the rise. Clear skies, no cloud to speak of, which means that the beaches will be packed within an hour as the vacationers and holiday makers from in and around the area. Of course, a real favorite for everybody, the KwaZulu-Natal coastline. And that tropical feeling in the middle of winter. We are in the southern hemisphere. We line up with a lot of the good surf spots in Australia and New Zealand. And we are in those latitudes where we are in our winter. But this has that subtropical bubble. Of course, the Mozambique current. We're about a 4.5-hour drive from the Mozambican border. And the current that runs will just continue to feed this warm water down. And that really just contrasts with the cooler interior at night. And that's why we get these beautiful brushed conditions every morning. We talk about it often, but it really is just such a surefire formula. You know that no matter what the wind the previous day, you're going to wake up to brushed conditions again.
Yeah, the old lamb breeze, hey? Got to love it in winter time here in KZN. And also, you know, the waves. I mean, it's just been on tap. I haven't seen a run of swell like this in quite a long time. And also just with the lighter easterly winds in the afternoon. I mean, even yesterday afternoon, watching some of the free surfing, the bank is so good. Waves were just reeling off. I saw such good surfing, and normally no one would even paddle out in that wind. So the conditions are just epic this year. And I mean, let's talk about the swell, the energy in the ocean. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen so many bruised egos on the tour, especially at Challenger level. But yesterday there were a couple of people who were quite happy for the heat to end.
Well, certainly our athletes felt the consistency of well overhead waves in the lineup. No jet ski assist as well here at the 4-man Challenger Series framework. And so many stories from yesterday. I think some of those will continue through to today, Kai, as you see these waves still unloading on the bank. Slight delayed start for the 7:30 this morning to just allow the tide to fall out. And talking about falling out of the lip comes Miyamana Bray. Second effort will go down. His opener, the 367, a little less than what we anticipated, and loved the first turn, but either way, still leaving a lot ahead for him with 23:45 on the clock.
Yeah, it was looking great. First turn was an absolute cracker, and then you'll see here, just took the speed off that late takeoff straight around the section. That was a beautiful first turn. Came right around. Really heavy section. I mean, that thing just doubled up, and the lip was about a foot thick there, but he committed to the turn. Maybe got there just a second late and unable to ride out, but that would have been a big score if he had got the second turn.
Perhaps the best wave of the heat goes undone now for Miyamana Bray. Interesting to see. I think that he's going to go mid-range score just on the single maneuver. As you say, that could have been into the excellent for how much speed and power he approached it. Nonetheless, that first turn, just really a lot of amplitude, and judges recognize those details. A 517 for a single maneuver.
Yeah, and if you look at it, Oscar Berry, 3-turn combo, 583. So the judges really are like trying to give it to these surfers the knowledge that if you want the big scores, you're going to have to go up into the lip. It's a punishing wave. There's a high level of risk, but that risk will be rewarded.
And if you are going to do turns on the face, they've got to be absolutely on rail.
Yeah.
They've got to be blistering. They've got to be really with power, drive, and speed. So really cool to see how the panel are trying to, just bring scores to us. We spoke of the single maneuver.
We'll just watch this straight off the bottom and just wham, straight up into the lip. And I love the redirect there. I mean, if you look at that wave, there was no downtime. He literally took off straight on the rail, up into the lip, came free falling down, back onto the rail, and straight back up into the lip. And unfortunately, the wave just sort of broke a little bit early, but he was so close to getting an excellent score there.
Well, those critical free falls have seen big payouts from the judging panel. We saw it already in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior last week. A highly contested junior final with Ryan Carnalo getting a win over Dane Henry. It was also in solid conditions. We moved into the QS 2000, and that was the clear story. And certainly a lot of the world's best were here to use that qualifying series warm-up for this first Challenger Series of the year. And again, there were just so many stories of those free falls out of the lip. So one maneuver can switch a heat. For now, surfers, except for Japanese surfer Ito, pretty much in the game here, fetching some reasonable scores. As we mentioned, this is the first Challenger Series event of the new schedule. Over to Huntington Beach for the US Open, and in just a few weeks' time into the new location in Brazil in the end of September to October. Ericeira, Portugal, again, a steady, and as well as Newcastle. That's a nice fair reflection of 5 exciting stops on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and it was nice to hear Josh Kerr in the booth yesterday talking about São Sebastião. He said he actually had been there back in the day for events, and it's a really good beach break. So I didn't know too much about that location, but thanks to Kersey, we now know that they're headed off to one of Brazil's premium beach breaks.
Well, so much fun in 2026. Of course, it's already July. The year is half gone. Who would have thought, as we start drawing our attention to the Challenger Series ahead, and a lot of championship tour surfers like Oscar Berry out in the lineup have to look at now getting results again. Of course, Oscar last year getting a third here in Ballito, really stamped his position on the Challenger Series with 9th at the US Open. Ericeira, a 3rd in Brazil again, saw him easily move into the top 10 on the Challenger Series rankings. That is, of course, the goal for all of our surfers. And while we think about all the things ahead, we'll take a quick break here from beautiful Ballito this morning. Stay with us, a big day ahead.
Welcome to KwaDukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaDukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaDukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Back to the show. It is beautiful Ballito in South Africa. We've been yarning on about surf conditions, and this is our surf line forecast. As you see the animation of that swell that pulsed through, moved out into the Indian Ocean, and then started sending some east-southeast swell back towards us here in the higher part of the east coast of South Africa. Of course, also noticing more swell brewing down in the lower latitudes as well. Today, 6 to 10 foot faces. It is well overhead here in the lineup. It'll maintain through to the afternoon, and that wind is going to be kind to us today.
She's 7 to 9 knots onshore. That's pretty much almost no wind. And this wave has been showing with the strength of the sandbank that it can handle the light onshore. So we could be in for a full day. I know for now we're running the completion of the men's, but the ladies are on standby. The thing is, Gigs, is we've had so much swell. That first day we absolutely just cruised through so much surfing. We're pretty much well ahead of schedule. So that allows us to really choose and pick the best conditions. We know the higher tides now in the morning, low tide a bit later. So it pretty much gives you that window for almost a whole day of surfing if you want it. But I think what we're going to see is really the commissioner choosing to surf rounds when those primo conditions are on.
Well, Surfline still shows swell ahead for the remainder of the window here for the first Challenger Series of the season. And let's have a look at some replays.
Just a quick little turn there. That thing drain piped out ahead of him. I think he was kind of worried about the other surfer in the lineup as well. Ito looking for a score, comes flying around the corner. Goodness, that was a freewheeling floater right there. Would have been pretty radical if he had landed it.
Well, full zigzag rock and roll type exit off the lip there for our Japanese surfer Ryoru Ito, who remains down in fourth. A little look into the contest area here, Red Bull Athlete Zone. Everyone in heat preparation, everyone invested in following all the action in the lineup.
I'm glad to see we're not the only ones who eat on site, Gigs.
Lennox Smith in picture. He'll be gearing up for a big heat against Ian Gouveia, Xavier Huxtable and Cole Hauschman. Surf fans, don't go anywhere. It is a good morning as we are really just into the first part of the opening heat of the day. It's the round of 32. We'll cut the field in half, and after this we'll go to man-on-man formats. But for now, four-man heats see top surfers in 1 and 2 advancing to that round of 16. start asking the questions now as we are deep into the second half of this heat. Priority looks like it's about to be exercised by Geordie Lauder, who had a firm paddle, and Miyamana Bray will go down. It's not all smooth sailing in the lineup here this morning. It looks buttery and smooth on paper, but there is a little twist in the swell, and that's a decent strike to the lip 2 times now. On a medium-sized wave, we've noticed the judges perhaps sobering the scores down on the smaller waves. They want to see attacks to the lip line on the bigger sets. But for now, that is easily Ito's best roll of the dice here, Kai. Prior to that, a 2 and a 0.93, little throwaway numbers. And as that tide starts to fall out, we've still got around 2.5 hours to go until the low tide. We are in those new moon king tides, or we call them the spring tides here in this region. But right now, Rioria Ito down in 4th place. It's got some work ahead.
Yeah, it was looking good on that one, but it just shows you that little bit of extra water on the bank does make things a little tricky, especially in riding out those close-out maneuvers.
Let's have a look at live action. CT surfer Oscar Berry back in the Challenger Series jersey, just not able to gear up that second turn, trying to stitch a combination of maneuvers on that wave face, and just that particular wave just twisting and bowling out in front of him. He'll go down. Nonetheless, it is going to feature as a backup score for now, as we're already down to 13 minutes, and that prior to that, only the one ride in for Oscar Berry.
She said he just got absolutely guillotined by the wave on the paddle out as well. I think all 4 of these surfers are going to have a few bumps and bruises after this one. This was Ito's ride. Nice first turn, really releasing the tail there and then tight in the pocket. Gave a good crack on the third turn. You just see that bump get him though. And that's what I was talking about, just that extra water on the bank. It does have a little bit of a rebound and a bump. Oscar loved this first turn, just drifting the tail. You just see him skipping out there and then just getting eaten on that one. And then unfortunately for him, he also just got the next wave right on the head. But managed to get out in the lineup. It's a bit lighter than yesterday. It's not quite as heavy. So I don't think we're going to see as many runarounds today. But make no mistake, this wave packs a punch.
Absolutely. This man packs a punch too. Cole Hauschman finds himself back here where it all started for him a few seasons back. That win in Ballito in 2023 setting him up for the championship tour. Of course, 2 wins on that Challenger Series. We'll speak more about that, but he is in heat preparation. One of the championship tour surfers here to start backing himself on the Challenger Series. And then there's surfers like Geordie Lauder, who'd like to have a clean run. He's had the winning feeling before at the Challenger Series level. And Geordie Lauder will just fall out of the lip there and bring himself perhaps into some contention here. Really a very small requirement. The spread of scores for all 4 surfers is really, everybody can improve numbers without too much effort. A little bit over 11 minutes to go, and Geordie Lauder right now will climb up into the top 2 position, may even go all the way to the lead.
Well, he's packing the strongest score of the heat so far in a 7.33. Let's watch this wave. Comes around the corner, beautiful drive on the backhand, then comes up into the lip with the little airdrop, and we know the judges have been loving the airdrop out of the turns.
Yep, that is going to get a respectable number for Geordie Lauder. As you mentioned, Kai, that 7.33 already not only his highlight score, it's the heat's highlight score. And just that 0.9 requirement. So situation change. Have a look at heat leader Miyamana Bray's scores at this stage. It's about to drop to 2nd. So there we are. 6.23, 2 turns in the lip. Nice business from Geordie Lauder.
Yeah, he's just missed like we talk about his consistency in overall results, but he always seems to do well in events. Like he gets through heats. So he's a very polished surfer. I mean, a 6.23 and a 7.33. He's got 2 throwaways. So he's looking in good form at the moment. And in the free surfs as well, I've been noticing that his strike rate is really high. Looking ahead to that next heat as well, one of the guys that's just been an absolute standout in the free surfs for me is Cole Hauschman. But just watch his surfing, a beautiful power wrap, and then comes straight off and up into the lip, and just doing what he needs to do to get the scores in, Gigs.
He's done a good job of it. 7.33 and a 6.23 for the Australian out front. We mentioned his win at the Sydney Surf Pro 2 seasons back in the Challenger of 2024. look to his results last year. He finished that 2025 Challenger Series 16th, so outside of the top 10 picture. Did get a third in Brazil, and this time last year a 17th in Ballito here. So he'll want to look for consistency. I think that is the name of the game. You get a win at the Challenger Series, you just need maybe a quarterfinal, 2 quarterfinals after that, and you're on your way to the championship tour. That is, of course, the object. The object here is to everybody finish top 10 come the end of the year. You saw those 5 stops. First one here in Ballito. Second one, the US Open of surfing coming our way. Where's Miyamana Bray in this? He has the priority, and I'm surprised that he is still sitting on a lowly 367. You see the requirements, though, for him. Lawless setting a great pace for the heat now with the 13.56.
Yeah, and you know, we spoke about it before, Gig. This contest has always had an influence on who is qualifying for the championship tour. I mean, I'd go so far as to say about probably, if you look at the totality of the event, probably about a 98% record of the winners of this event, and even I would go so far as to say the finalists of this event end up going on to the championship.
And this year, this is the opening event of the calendar for the Challenger Series. So you'd think perhaps that would be even more emphasized. Everybody wanting to get an early start, get to the top of that Challenger Series rankings early. Everyone wants to get out of the gates, get the full points haul here from this first stop. And we're just looking over the overview of it. We mentioned Ballito, US Open, Brazil, Portugal, and then finishing it up early in 2027 at Newcastle, and that will help find the top 10 and the top 6 women.
Yeah, I mean, in years past, kind of 18,000 these days to 20,000, you're looking pretty good to qualify. So I would say if you could, for example, take a win here in Ballito, you're halfway there. Then you take a 6,000 win, and you're pretty much on that cusp. So it would be a really good result for you.
So you can count 4. So that's of 5 opportunities, they're counting 4. So that, and you can add the QS 6000 to it. So it's an interesting and very fair way of finding the top 10 on the Challenger Series for the year. It's a few stops less. We had 7 on the Challenger Series last year because we started and finished. We bookended it with Newcastle for the start and the finish. This year, Newcastle appears once on that Challenger Series schedule to wrap it all up. And it's always so exciting when we get to that part of the year where everyone is just pushing for that finish line. You're looking for those breakthrough results, maybe somebody that's sitting way outside of the top 10 coming through. A win certainly will flip the script and those rankings. But it's a strong start. That is the focus here in July 2026 as we start the Challenger Series. And young surfers like Ito on screen will want to get his numbers going in the right direction. That was a nice twisted turn out of the lip. His prior score, a 4.17, he's still holding a 2 in the lineup. And he doesn't need a whole lot right now to jump up to the advancing second place position of just a 4.58. This heat's whizzing along, Kai, down to 6 minutes to go. You kind of feel that everyone's in position and in the running here.
Yeah, and here we go. We've been waiting for this man to stand up. He's had some pretty good waves. This one, unfortunately, just kind of went a bit wonky on him. He's sticking with it, though. Try to get the score. He's trying to replace a 3.67. I think he might have got it done there, but was not the wave that Miyamana Bray wanted. Liked Ito's singular turn. Big, heavy, committed turn. I think there's a good chance he's going to replace the 2.
Well, we are in agreement that a 3.67 is going to leave the scorecard for Miyamana Bray. It's going to put slightly bigger requirements on the rest of our pack.
Well, that was spicy. Really nice turn. Almost got a little bit caught on the exit, but held on. So I think that's going to be a decent one maneuver wave. First turn was good. And this wave just sort of flattened out a bit on the bank and a bit too much sort of froth and white water on it. But he did well to get through for the second turn.
You know, you put the critical eye on the replay, and you might feel that Miyamana Bray perhaps let himself down a little bit there. We'll see if he does replace it. It'll probably go just a touch over the 3.67. This is nice quick reactions from Ruari Ito. And again, incomplete. He keeps getting ankle tapped, tackled on the inside there for falling. And that again will impair the score quite significantly. Judges are loving that end section completion. The heavier, the better. And just like that, we've slipped down into under 4.5 minutes. And Miyamana Bray's scorecard is open. Judges thinking of that. I can't help but think that maybe that first turn, although it was nice and we know how capable he is, it was a little bit of a slower type of turn. That's a nice spicy one.
Yeah, and then he came in for the big whip off the top. Lost the foot.
Little cockroach there as well.
Almost got it back. I'm also wondering, Ballito is one of those funny spots from here all the way up to the border with Mozambique. The water quality here, I don't know how to explain it, but it's almost got like a little bit of a gloss in it. It's the only way I can describe it. And your wax is so important. Sometimes I find people go just with a tad too soft a wax, and it can actually get very slippery. And you've almost got to clean. I mean, for heats here, I would even go so far as to say I would clean my wax off after every heat and put a fresh coat on, because I find often in the free surfs you can find yourself slipping a little bit.
Great topic, surf wax, and all the variables around it, of course, always determined by water temperature. I like what you say there, Kai. There's sometimes there's a bit of a texture. There's certain breaks around the world where I've often used, it's almost like some of the water maybe feels aerated as well.
Tactile.
Yeah, there's different textures. This, of course, is a very mineral-rich sea here. It is the Mozambique current that sweeps water down from the equator. So great fishing, great angling and tackling here. And, of course, judges are up to date. So that is the situation, top left of screen. Lawler remains the heat leader. Bray, we hung criticism on Miyamana Bray's last ride. It didn't better the 367.
Yeah, Ito in the meantime is slowly improving. 417, 42. If he hadn't fallen on that last one, would have been a decent score. So he's finding a bit of rhythm. He just needs the closer.
Well, 2 minutes 20 to go. Ito is into third, needing just a 465. Oscar Berry, Championship Tour Surfer of 2026, needs only a 301 and has the priority. So stay with us, folks. It's 2 minutes left, and let's see if we can twist the story. Let's see if we can change the shape of this heat here. Does Miyamana Bray, with now a third priority in the lineup, find something better than the 367 he needs to if he wants to make a bigger requirement for Ito and Berry respectively? And then the flip side of the coin is all credit to Geordie Lawler, who's found two really respectable scores in the lineup here for the opening heat.
Yeah, and Oscar Berry's put just a world of pressure on himself. Only 2 waves ridden in the entire heat. He's had priority for absolutely ages. And time's starting to tick away now, and he's going to have to find himself a wave. And great drone shot. You actually see him activate there. Some serious white. Oh, that's because there's a cleanup set.
Well, you see the offshores brushing the lineup here this morning, just after 8 a.m. local time here on the east coast of South Africa. Thundering waves all event long, and still Surfline indicating that there is swell for the next few days ahead as well. So really are starting to move towards one of the better Ballito Pro editions over the years. Of course, 57 years of history to talk about. But so much fun as we slip under the 1 minute mark. Geordie Lawler, the 733, the 623, really setting his pace and thinking about consistency at the Challenger Series level.
Wow, now Oscar's going to be feeling the pressure, sitting with priority, need a score. And I mean, it's not a big score, 301. I mean, he pretty much should just be streaming into the bank to go look for a big turn.
Well, there's clock watching here for Oscar Berry, who holds the priority. You see him moving in and over to the right of screen. Got a feeling that he is going to be in position for a medium-sized lump here. It looks like it's got a taper to it as well. And almost on cue with 10 seconds to go. Oscar Berry's going to get to his feet. Just a 301 requirement. He'll just go through the method and approach of kicking a few turns. Downside to the discussion already as the wave unfolds in front of us is that this is a smaller type of wave. We saw Miyamana Bray let himself down in the 3-point range a little earlier. And we'll start discussing, is Oscar Berry going to find the lowly score? Because the heat is done. And that was a strange heat in a number of ways.
Geez, needing a 301. I thought maybe that wave would at least give him a lip line, but it was pretty carvy. I don't know, Gigs. The score came in pretty quick. Just looking on there, and yeah, Oscar didn't get the score.
Wow, judges will just bring that to a quick close. We thought we were going to hang on our seats and have a long yarn about it. It is an official decision. Geordie Lawler and Miyamana Bray will survive that one. And we'll lose Ito and we'll lose the championship to surfer Oscar Berry. Official results in the hat here for the first heat of the morning. And, well, that man on screen there, Geordie Lawler, he'll make his way in and start thinking about the man-on-man format of the round of 16 because he is on his way there. Stay with us. First heat of the morning in the books. Lots to come from Ballito this morning.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from the wonderful KwaZulu-Natal region. What a place to be in the winter in South Africa as we frame up your second heat of the morning. Ian Gouveia, former winner here, takes on Lennox Smith, Xavier Huxtable in two Australians, and former championship tour surfer, well, still current championship tour surfer, Cole Hauschman, also a previous winner. This is a big one to break down. Kai Linder next to me, I'm Gig Saliers, and we're having a lot of fun. We trust that everybody from around the world is enjoying the sights and scenes of beautiful Ballito. And let's get it on.
Sure, Gigs. This is definitely one of the heats. This and the next one were two of the heats that I really on paper was like the most excited for. Ian Gouveia, past winner, absolute monster of a competitor, and these waves really suit that powerful approach of his. Lennox Smith, one of the most exciting young Australians, as well as Xavier Huxtable, and of course Cole Hauschman. I said earlier, in the free surfs, he's just been phenomenal.
Well, here we go. New South Wales South Coast surfer Lennox Smith into it. Just gone and hit the 21st birthday mark, so he is here in Ballito to focus on the Challenger Series. Really performing well in that qualifying series of the Australia-Oceania region over the last few seasons. Wins on the Gold Coast Open as well. Of course, already touted as a young talent from early on. Getting his Oki Grom Comp win a few seasons back. And working hard with Maddie Griggs, the trainer and coach of McFanning. We'll see where Lennox Smith goes here in his first Challenger Series stop of the year. Of course, two previous winners, two CT surfers in the shape of Ian Gouveia and Cole Hauschman. And then let's not forget that talent that we've seen showcased so many times down in Bells Beach. Xavier Huxtable, can he get his run? Let's have a look where the scores start going early on here, Kai.
Well, Gouveia, we know what he's going to do. He's going to go for those big backhand turns. Got a little shampoo on that one as well. But just a little warm-up run at 3.5. And then Lennox took off here. Really like the first turn. Comes around the corner, just lays into that turn. A little airdrop out. Got up into the lip, just not making it out of the 3 fall. And that's a 2.83. And it was quite interesting on the drone shot there earlier. You can see there's a right old mental battle going on between Huxtable and Cole Hauschman up top of the point. Almost like both of them going for the same wave and then both realizing the worst way to start a heat is to get an interference. So they both pulled off of it. So they've kind of, they're fighting up top of the point and these two are kind of sitting down on the second peak at the moment.
Well, we'll see how our 4 surfers respectively navigate. Clean conditions here as Ian Gouveia keeps his track down the line.
Lovely little blowtail there, just got caught up on the lip. So again, not going to be a huge score. He's going to look to improve, but you can see the intent from Gouveia. He knows what the judges are liking right now, and that's big backhand hacks.
And there's a tangible urgency to how hard Ian Gouveia is working in the lineup already. 2 scores in the first 6 minutes. So, well, 2 waves under the belt.
I think you would have maybe seen that previous heat, you know, Oscar Berry letting himself down. Here goes Huxtable.
Well, Xavier. Let's have a look how the Vico surfer approaches that. That's a big, heavy hit. That's the kind of stuff that if you're going to take off on a medium-sized wave, you really need to hammer into it. And typical Xavier Huxtable just shows that forehand power. And we'll see where his opening score lands. That'll hand an early priority to Cole Hauschman. And then, of course, on a day like today, you start thinking of the big backhand smashes that Cole Hauschman brought here in 2023 for the win. And almost on cue, here he goes. Big hammer there as he just gets that turn in, fits it in. You see the low tide conditions here. The water boiling on the inside of the impact zone. And meanwhile, Gouveia, wave number 3, coming at it. Just drops his center of gravity down. Just a little sideways drift through that turn as he tries to keep his scorecard moving. Opened with the 3.5. His previous one just a 1.5. So no one getting the big payouts just yet. Going to be interesting to see where the single maneuver of Cole Hauschman goes in the early scores. And of course, Xavier Huxtable, nice end section slam, but a smaller wave. Lots to talk about.
Yeah, this is a nice opener from Huxtable. Comes around the corner, little check turn, but this is where the money's going to come. He waited for the oncoming section and just lays into it. Beautiful turn, lots of power, got the fins out the back, so judges will like that one. And then we know what Cole's going to do. Comes off the bottom, just whips it up into the lip. Nice airdrop out. I mean, that section was barreling when he came down, so that was a good one. And another great single maneuver by Goofy Footer here, just throwing the board up into the lip. Really held the turn for a nice long time there as well. So this will give us a really good indication of where the judges are at in this heat.
Well, judges are comparing the backhand turns. We feel that Cole Hauschman's had a little bit more impetus and explosiveness to it as the judges work on those scores. Let's go down and chat with Mike Frew. He's there with the winner of the first heat of the morning.
Thank you, Gigs. Down here with Geordie Lawler. Geordie, we were watching the free surfs prior to your heat. There were so many waves, guys getting barreled, and it looked like it was all about to happen out there, but then it actually turned out to be quite slow during your heat.
Yeah, I was seeing the same thing. I came down here on dark and saw a crew getting tubed and all sorts of stuff. And yeah, even when I paddled out for my free surf, it kind of just stopped and changed a little bit. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. And then kind of made me know like that I got to pick good waves in my heat and stuff like that. So yeah.
You had the heats pretty much on lock after getting the 7, and you only got 2 waves in the heat. Talk us through that 7.
Yeah, I was just made sure I was in the perfect spot for like when a good one comes. It was, yeah, I noticed like again through going for free surf, it kind of like I knew what waves I was after, and it was like kind of like a peaky one because they're pretty quick out there. So yeah, that thing just came in, nice little peak, and yeah, it was an epic wave. I loved it.
Your board looking super sharp off the bottom, projecting a lot of speed up into those bigger waves. What are you riding, the same board as previous heats, or have you made a board change at all?
Yeah, no, this is a Timmy Patterson gas pedal. I had a bunch before I came over, and this one, I actually reckon I could ride this in anything. It just holds in really well, and I can push as hard as I can and still have a bit of release as well. The other day I went for a free surf and I actually snapped it. Like the day before I had my first heat, and I was like just rattled. I was like so rattled. But anyway, I almost wasn't going to get it fixed, but then yeah, lucky up in the comp site who's doing the repairs here fixed it for me, and it goes better. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, great stuff. It's certainly doing the job, and you're now through to the man-on-man. So we look forward to seeing you in that next round of competition, getting the job done in the first heat of the day. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Kai and I just sort of both sitting here. There's like several talking points out of that interview, but I love the story of repairing the board, and it maybe added a just touch of weight, and that's going to suit the heavier, more energy-loaded Ballito lineup.
Crazy how often that happens, actually. And interesting to see him on the Timmy Pattersons as well. I know Sarah Baums just hopped on them, and she's been ripping on the backhand too. Huxtable, we heard that mention of barrels, not much in the first heat, but he found a bit of cover there, just running away from him. And of course, also Lucky, absolute local legend, working up there with John Hutchinson at Groundswell and Hutch Surfboards, and every year just rescues these pros with board repairs.
Well, just prior to going down and hearing all Geordie Lawler's thoughts, we're waiting for the judges to compare the two backhand turns of Ian Gouveia and Cole Hauschman respectively. Slight advantage to Hauschman. We felt that here in the booth that one was the more explosive turn as well. It's a little bit better by around half a point, a 4.67 for Hauschman, and Ian Gouveia's comparative 4.1. So interesting to see there, a little separation. But certainly in the lip line, Cole Hauschman just throwing a little bit more spray. And well, for now, everybody really still needs a lot of work in the lineup. 35-minute heats. This one is about 12 minutes in now. And where's Lennox Smith in all of this? Because he still has a single wave in the scorecard. So does Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, I think also what we're seeing is there's a lot of water movement, and with the spring tides, on the big pool now, it's about an hour and a half to go, I think. You're going to see a little bit, well, not a little bit, a lot of movement. So it's going to affect the lineup.
Well, here comes Lennox Smith. Lovely in and around the bowl here, snaps it. Little free fall out. That one just, so you mentioned the water movement on the inside, sort of almost twisting up the last little parts of the rides. We haven't seen a lot of successful ride-outs in the mid-break area. And certainly Lennox Smith, though, first hit to the lips. Either way, it's a second counting ride. We're going to see how that lands. Right now, he is down in fourth. And until all four surfers are on two rides or more, it really is difficult to make the heat comparisons. But nice rail work.
Yeah, very nice first carve there. Also a very late takeoff. Comes around the section, gets a nice little crack to the lip. I think he would have been really hoping for the third turn. That would have pushed that score up quite considerably. But good work. I think two-turn combo, he's not going to be too bad off.
And live action, Xavier Huxtable, who found a 5 in the lineup earlier, free falls out the lip for a replacement score. He's going to ditch a 1.07 here. And that is nice, strong, fundamental surfing from Xavier Huxtable, as you would expect. And a 5, as we mentioned already, in his scorecard. Going to be interesting to see if he gets close to that. Meanwhile, Ian Gouveia, who is in the early heat lead, will snap away at a more decent turn. Big section ahead. That is going to be just what he was looking for in the lineup here. He's going to wave goodbye to his low score of the 3.5. Beautiful speed, execution, and that is a step in the right direction.
Jeez, and just looking at how much time he spent underwater after that wave, crazy. So these guys continue to get punished on the bank. Let's look at the replays here. This is Xavier. Nice first turn. It's crazy how these guys can just transition and get up into the lip so quickly after the first turn. Then we like this one. Slightly bigger wave. First turn was great. Comes around the corner, waits for that section and just whips the tail. Definitely going to be Ian Gouvea's best score of the heat so far.
Well, judges are loving that moment of weightlessness out of the lip. That is going to garner a good score. Prior to that, Ian Gouvea's best wave was a 4.1. The best individual wave of the heat thus far, just a 5 from Xavier Huxtable, who is also waiting for a new score to land. So kind of a heat that can go any direction at this stage. Really hard to pick a winner. We saw Oscar Berry in the previous heat championship tour surfer get stuck in a bit of a priority sort of pause, P for pause, and he really found himself at the end of the heat just chasing a lowly 3, and he didn't manufacture it on that last wave. So we'll see. I'm sure Carl Houshman will really come to our screen shortly, as he won't want to get stuck in that same situation.
You talk about getting stuck. Ian Gouvea is stuck in the laundromat right now. That was a great drone shot. You can just see how difficult it is to build up momentum on that inside of the sandbar. There's so much white water pushing, and you've got to work so hard to make any kind of ground. And then eventually you get to that point where you kind of break free.
Well, let's have a look how the second counting ride will get to the scorecard now. Cole Houshman, big approach, lovely complete. That is his pedigree. We know he's capable of massive stuff. 2 wins on the championship tour already. Here's Lennox Smith back into it. Lovely approach to the section, and that too is going to ring the bell for what the judges want to see in the lineup this morning in Ballito. That will fit right into a number of elements that the judging panel are wanting to reward. Critical section, really strong approach, and now the heat's starting to heat up.
Yeah, that was ticking all the boxes, that last ride from Lennox. Wow, that closing maneuver was so heavy. But also the way for Cole. Watch this one. Nice size on it. Bit of a bump and a warble, drives the carve. Now he knows that section's coming and just wham, throws the tail up, air drops out. Great surfing from Cole, but right behind him, watch this wave. Bam, throws the tail out. And now he sees that section coming and just absolutely goes for it. Big, difficult ride out that was high degree of commitment and risk. And I think Lennox is going to see a really good score.
Well, advantage young Lennox Smith in that exchange with Cole Houshman. It's a matter of officiating it. Judges' scorecard open. They'll be watching the reviews. Forehand versus backhand. I love the timing of Cole Houshman's drop into that last turn. He just kind of, his first turn was nice, but it was more setting up, and he just went down into, as the wave drew off the bank and set itself up to explode. Cole Houshman banged out a big turn. Of course, we all think of his backhand surfing. We saw it in Ballito in 2023. We saw it in Sydney prior to that at the Challenger Series, easily winning the Challenger Series of 2023, setting himself up for the 2024 Championship Tour. And as a Grom, as a rookie on tour, got that win with that backhand at Bells. So we know that big numbers are on tap for Cole Houshman. See where that number lands. And of course, Lennox Smith is about to become our new heat leader. He's going to find the best individual wave. A 7.5 plays over a 6.77 in that exchange. But right now, third and fourth go up to first and second.
Yeah, and Ian also, we said he was going to improve a 6.17. That was a good score. Xavier with a 6. So everyone's got that like higher than average score, but Lennox tapping out on the 7.5. Ian's only just making it back to the lineup. So you think about how much work he's had to put in since we saw that 6.17 from him. He was working the whole time. I mean, Lennox and Cole getting waves, and they're already ahead of him in the priority. So it can be still a bit of an issue today. If you get caught on that inside bank, you're going to have to put in the work and get the arms activated.
Well, we're at the halfway mark in this heat. 35-minute heats means we've slipped into the second half here. And a new heat leader in Lennox Smith with that 7.5. plenty of room for him to further extend that. Care of his lower 4.57 in his scoreline. It's the same for Cole Hauschman, who found the big backhand hit for the 6.77. So just mid-range 4 still in the counting scores. And you look at the mid-range 5s, the requirements right now, got a feeling that there's still lots of surfing to come at us here in this second half of the heat. Almost windless conditions here. Local time 8:30 a.m. in the morning. Still 2 hours until the very low. And as we say, we never want to jinx it, but Surfline just showing us almost windless conditions, light variables through most of the day today. So we are poised for a big day of competition again here for day 4.
Yeah, there's plenty of swell on tap. And just thinking, Lennox Smith, 4th priority, playing it quite clever, went quite wide up to the top peak. But I think the guys have realized now that he's actually in the right position and almost having a look at that one. So, you know, we spoke about it yesterday, Gigs. This lineup often is more like a point break and the takeoff zone's quite tight. But right now with that east and the swell, kind of breaks it up a little bit and you do get 2 to 3 peaks down the sandbar. Sometimes we've seen some of the biggest scores of the day on that wide one right down the bottom. There you're rolling the dice on getting back into the lineup. It is the heavier zone. And then this morning we've seen quite a few good waves running off the top by the rocks there.
Well, I love this northern camera angle, just looking back down towards the south of the break. So definitely repositioning a camera here so that we've got a wider scope of coverage. You mentioned the wide opportunities. And of course, just so many moving parts here in the Challenger Series. We're going to sit back and take a quick break. We trust that you are enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito. Stay with us. An exciting second half of this heat to come.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We are in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It's a place to be for the surfers watching the heats, preparing for their heats. They got food and hydration. They have access to chiropractors and physiotherapists in here. There's a chill area where they can prepare. We have video replays of the heats. They got a picture of the live feed just like you guys are seeing online. We've got all their board racks, changing lockers. This is just a breakdown of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Ryan, let's go and see who we can see if we can find somebody to chat to. Everybody very focused on the water and intensely supporting their fellow surfers in the heats. Let's hear some of the American crew. I see Jet Schilling and Cade Matson. I'm going to see if I can get a chat to them. Jet, Cade, how you guys doing?
Good, doing good. Cole just went gnarly, huge turn, so sick.
Yeah, Cole's ripping. That turn was nyet.
Conditions today, it looks like the swell directions changed a little bit, and in that first heat there weren't as many waves as what we saw in the free surfs. I thought we were going to get barrels all morning, but it looks a little tricky out there.
Yeah, it looks more closed out today for sure, but there's still a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, I think the lower tide might hopefully start making it barrel, so should be fun to watch.
And how's Cole situated in the heat? I was at the back of the deck there. I didn't see that wave. What did he do?
Yeah, he got a nice big left and did a huge turn, so I think it should go 7 range. It's pretty big. Yeah.
Guys, thanks for your time, and back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Of course, the Cali crew in support there. And did the boys say that he got a left in the lineup?
Well, here we go. Jeez, and that was just a ridiculous turn, and it gone as a 7.83, so amazing. We have seen a few lefts since yesterday with the east and the swell, so finding that peak and just unleashing that turn, that was pretty ridiculous, was Kate says, niche.
Well, Cole Hauschman, the 25-year-old, 6'3" frame. We know how potent his backhand is. Of course, so he got that win in Rio de Janeiro on the championship tour level last year in left-hand beach break type of conditions. And he'll approach Ballito the same year for a 7.83. He'll be the new heat leader here as we slip under the 10-minute mark. In fact, just a little bit over 9 to go. How about the heaviness of this?
Wow. I mean, that is just absolutely ridiculous, let's be honest. Just comes off the bottom, big old lip line, and just puts the rail all the way around, drifting the fins as he goes into a bit of a layback, and then just pops it back under his feet and rides out of it.
Well, the power and the drive of Cole Hauschman really getting excellent scores and very near excellent scores now. Of course, on that driver 3.0 model that he really brought into focus around 3 years ago when he got the Challenger Series year-end win there, of course, winning back-to-back in Sydney and here in Ballito. And we've mentioned his 2 championship tour wins already. And went really well this year at his best result over in New Zealand. So Cole Hauschman, just his forehand is easily as usable as his backhand. We don't often see it framed up, though. There are more right-handers to talk about. Matthias Hurdy on screen, of course, as well. Championship Tour surfer here with his focus on the Challenger Series. Another heavy-weighted heat coming our way.
Wow, look at this next heat. Jake Marshall, Winter Vincent, Edward Grogia, and Matthias Hurdy. Absolute banger of a heat. And all 4 of the surfers have been on serious form as well. Winter, of course, geez, he's already dropped 9s in the event, so it's going to be good to see. But one of the standouts across the free surfs is definitely Matthias Hurdy.
Well, heat leader in and out is Cole Hauschman, who is here and means business in 2026. He's had a relatively soft year, ranked 25th on the championship tour at this stage, as we see Xavier Huxtable into picture, just working his way out of that heavy section. Of course, from Victoria in Australia, Xavier Huxtable, again, all that experience, so many wildcard opportunities at Bells. And maybe this is the year that he gets to bring it to the Challenger Series with performances and consistency. And what about this man, Ian Gouveia, who's now down in 4th in the heat. He's going to just backdoor this one, beautifully done, in and out the tube. We haven't had a lot of tubes this morning on the scorecard, so it's going to be an interesting discussion. Meanwhile, Lennox Smith attacks the lip line. Great exchange. 2 scores are going to come at us, built in completely different ways. And, well, just like that, we've got some good talking stuff to pick apart, Kai.
Yeah, that was a crazy exchange. Also, one of the biggest sets we've seen in a while, Gigs. It was a solid two-wave set there. Really liked the barrel. Ian just lining up so beautifully on the backhand, and a little bit of a doggy door, but he came out clean, so I really liked it. And then, of course, we started off just before that with Huxtable. Nice workable first turn, and then attacks the lip for the second. He's looking to drop a 5. That's going to be pretty tight. Let's look at this one. This thing just started lining up down the bank. Really just perfectly positioned and got himself nice and deep, and then coming out, he loved it. But we all love getting barreled. And then, of course, we saw this one from Lennox, just one big hit, but air dropping out. And we know that the judges have been loving those big set waves with the airdrop maneuver.
Yep, that free fall for the discussion behind. And it was a legitimately clean tube ride. If anything, just at the end, it crumpled a little bit. But certainly going to be a great comparative between Lennox Smith and Ian Gouveia. Xavier Huxtable, you see his nuts and bolts surfing. He's so reliable, but perhaps that wave, just a slightly smaller wave in the context of the heat. The pace of the heat being set by Cole Houshman at 14.6 and a massive 7.83 in the scoreline for a single rasping turn. And Lennox Smith already has a top-end score of his own. Let's have a look at this one again.
Just really good positioning there. Came from behind, put himself in the perfect spot to get the barrel and coming out as well. And he was pretty deep in there. He got properly behind the curtain. So it wasn't like a beaming barrel, but he sat nice and deep in there. So I think he's definitely going to get somewhat of a decent score. But I think Lennox Smith there, out of that exchange, that big attack to the lip with the free fall, big wave, I think he's definitely going to look to drop the 4.57.
Well, we'll see how the criteria gets interpreted by the panel. Loved the look of that tube ride from Ian Gouveia. To say, must have felt great as well. Everybody loves a good tube, don't they? That was a legitimate meaty barrel as well. You know, you get sometimes these paper-thin type of tubes and people are sort of just hiding behind it. That one was legit. He was involved, burrowed his way into that barrel. And Gouveia is going to fetch a 6.37 for that tube ride. We like that from the panel. Big, heavy conditions here in Ballito. See that tube ride getting a very respectable score. And we're waiting for this number.
I mean, that was a big old hack to the lip. And he had the free fall out, but never looked like he was out of control. Like really clean, no wobbles.
I say it's a dead draw.
You reckon a dead draw?
A dead draw. 6.37 for the tube. Maybe we get a low range 6 for Lennox Smith's last ride. And where are we with it? Waiting for it to land.
Well, I think he's going to be pretty close to Cole. He's already got the 7.5. And I think he's going to get a mid to high 6 on the turn. So it's turning into a real ding-dong battle here. You've got Ian with 2 6s. And then don't forget that Ian's also, Xavier Huxtable, also sitting with a 6.0 in the scoreline. I mean, the requirement right now just below is 7. So we've got a proper heat on our hands here, but only 3 minutes left.
Yeah, only 3 minutes left. And a 4.93 for last of Xavier Huxtable doesn't feature in the discussion. As surf fans, we felt that perhaps that wave was just slightly smaller, so he'll remain down in 4th. And meanwhile, I'm so bad at being a judge. So bad. 4.67 for Lennox Smith. Nowhere near the 6 of the tube. So the tube gets the advantage there. And it's the 2 goofy footers in the 1 and 2 positions there at the 2.5 minute remaining mark. All credit to Houshman, though. He's built that set of scores going the one direction, then the other. And we'll see if anybody can get close. Have a look at requirements, though, for Lennox Smith. Down in 3rd, just a 5.04. And Huxtable just a 6.54, well within everybody's wheelhouse. Little over 2 minutes to go. Bring it on.
Well, don't feel too bad, Giggs. I did say he was going to replace the 4.57. I thought it was going to be a bit more than like a 0.1. But yeah, I think looking at it...
Well, you were right. He did replace the 4.57.
But looking at it, I think the turn itself, maybe the judges just deeming it a little on the soft side. Nothing sort of radical there. But you know, obviously he did airdrop out the lip to make it. So got somewhat of a score, but the judges deeming it not enough risk.
Relatively high wave count in the lineup as well. 5 waves for Gouveia, 5 waves for Huxtable as well. Let's see if there's anything more coming at us. This is your heat leader. We'll clobber that lip there. Massive backhand hit, as you'd expect. Cole Houshman just double checks. Does he improve on a 6.77? Was his intentions there? As we get into the final 90 seconds, in fact, under 90 seconds now. And does Cole Houshman better the 6.77? Was a relatively big wave. We saw a tall wave from Lennox Smith, but with a very thin lip line, perhaps, is where the judges didn't give the payout for the young Australian and blue score. And right now, We're going into the last minute, so still a couple of questions. Have a look at the requirements, folks. Smith needs a 5.04. Huxtable needs a 6.54. And 45 seconds to go.
Well, that was another nice, big, powerful turn. I mean, Cole's such a big boy. He's got so much power. You know, if he'd grown up in South Africa, I think he'd be in a different type of green jersey.
Well, that's a great discussion. Not everybody understands rugby, Kai. We'd have to contextualize all of that. But for now, just the 4.93. Huxtable needs the 6.54. He's down in fourth and he has the priority. 20 seconds. The clock's going to force him into a decision here. There are multiple waves approaching. Smith a little bit further over will perhaps start looking to something like the air as he goes for the alley-oop. That'll be incomplete. So Smith will wrap this Ballito Pro up. And meanwhile, Huxtable, with a nice cushiony landing, will stand there and claim it. We didn't see the full ride there because Smith, further down the line, had an attempt of his own, but everybody just scratching for last scores here. And we'll want to see what Huxtable achieved there. There is Cole Houshman already making his way back to the beaches here in Ballito. And did Huxtable knock on the door of a 6.54? He has a good feeling about it. Perhaps he's trying to sell it. Let's have a look.
Well, started pumping straight away. Did really well to sort of bounce off that little rebound of Whitewater on the landing. Explosive maneuver, high risk.
Well, the firm claim became a bit of a question. The hands went from clenched to upside down, asking. So we'll see what the panel brings for that number. Xavier Huxtable, 6.54 requirement. But as we see Cole Houshman, just all credit to him. He has shown his championship tour caliber here. He smashed it for a 7.83 and a 6.77. Huxtable asks the question, and the judges will give the answer. It's a 5.43. It's not enough. Perhaps just the size of that wave, just scrubbing that score down just a touch.
Yeah, I think the size of the wave gigs also just didn't get the clean landing. You know, it wasn't a full rotation. So all credit to him. He put it on the line and went for it, but not quite enough.
Cole Houshman fans will be happy with those numbers, 7.83 and 6.77. Ian Gouveia with the tube ride in the lineup for the 6.37 goes along with him into the round of 16 here in Ballito. Stay with us. A special guest will be in the studio as we continue coverage from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
A very good morning from Willard Beach. It is yet another beautiful day of competition down here for the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Day number 4, and yet again we have really fun waves on offer. That men's round of 32 has been proving to be tricky for some of our competitors this morning. We've seen a lot of upsets, a couple of dark horses starting to roll through. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Wade Carmichael and Paul Evans. Wade, what a pleasure to have you in the booth this morning.
Thank you for having me.
This is epic. You've stepped into a coaching role and now you're going to commentate as well. So you're ticking multiple boxes over here in South Africa.
Yeah, I'm enjoying my time. It's always a good time to be here and it's good to chat with you guys and watch some heats in the booth. It's been a rough start, like you said. The Aussies are getting smashed. Tricky conditions, I guess. It's probably a little slower, a little less energy, but yeah, it's been a tough one.
Paul, your morning so far?
I'm a little bit nervous.
Yep.
Not going to lie. Big football game tonight, semi-final of the World Cup.
Yes,
England,
of course.
Argentina. I'm trying to concentrate on the surfing.
Yes.
Bear
yes.
with me.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I'm doing my best.
We'll do that. That's no worries. So coming up in this heat, Jake Marshall from that championship tour coming down here to defend his spot on that CT. Winter Vincent, he's going to be in the blue. Edgard Grogia in the white. And Matthias Hurdy, so 2 CT surfers coming up in heat number 5. Winter with a crazy 9-point ride on his first heat. Wade, it must be pretty cool to watch someone like Winter just start to really develop his competitive strategy over the last couple of years.
Yeah, he's in form. He's looking really good. That's the 2000 event just before this one. He was sharp and surfing amazing. It's just carried through. A lot of the surfers are saying they might get a little tired, a little too much surfing in that 2000, but he's just carried it well and looking really sharp. And he started off with a 6.33 in his first wave.
So talk to us about this coaching journey that you've stepped into. You're here working with a bunch of the Australians. You got a big crew of athletes here, actually.
Yeah, Surfing Australia are doing some amazing things over there, and they've sent me over here to take care of a crew of Aussies and just doing my thing, sharing my knowledge, and just trying to enjoy the process too. It's a short tour this year. There's only 5 events, and this is a main one to start off the year. And I'm just trying to be there for them and get them going, I guess.
We've got a couple waves during the break. So this is Matthias kicking us off here, Paul.
Yeah, gets tubed, makes it look cool. And we're going to expect plenty from him. I thought he was one of the outstanding performers that we've seen over the event so far. No real surprise to see Winter. Kind of textbook really with this stuff. That 2-turn combo and just picking the exact right sort of wave. Maybe don't go for one of the bombs, get a closeout section, does really well to finish. And you know we're going to see intensity from Grogia. And again, I mean, that's a turn for him. That's normally quite a high percentage one. He kind of makes it look dramatic, but just going down there. And then Jake Marshall getting lickings from takeoff.
It's been a really interesting one, like you mentioned, for the Aussies, Wade, because so many of them had really big performances in that previous round, that main seeded round, but a lot of them struggling to continue that momentum through into the round of 32. But Winter starting off with that sort of just seriousness about his surfing, it tends to make you believe it's good signs for Winter this heat.
Yeah, he was looking really good. This end section is just so tricky to surf, and his timing has been on. Matthias is ripping on that one too. That's going to be a good score.
Paul, Matthias gave us his complete bag of tricks in his previous heat, and he ended up falling short to Jackson Bunch. So you wanted to see him pull it back a little bit for that next one. Is that more like it for your books?
Do you know what? I just admire everything he's doing in this event. I like the way where his scores are going, his surfing. I just think he's an absolute entertainer. I think he's thinking about going really, really deep.
Let's see Wint on his second wave. Bit late to that second section there, but tricky looking section to attack there. So Winter having 2 completed rides. These are 35-minute heats, so slightly longer than what we saw in that previous round. Matthias with a score to lock in. Like we saw Edgard, he did go down on that 2-turner. It's just a 1.77, and Jake Marshall with a 0.2. Jake is such a incredible competitor. Obviously, a lot of championship tour surfers down here. One of them in particular, Cole Hauschman, and he is with Emma on the glass.
Thank you, Jessie. Cole, what a great heat. It's so good to see you back on the glass. Of course, also as a goofy foot, I feel like one of the few people to manage to find a lift.
Yeah, it was kind of unexpected. I mean, like me and Myers talked about it. It was like, probably don't go left unless you have 4th prio or you absolutely need to score. But I had third prio, and I was like, might as well try it. The left looks so good, so I just went. Didn't really know what I was going to do on it, but just tried a different turn, and yeah, stoked. I didn't know where the score was going to go, but yeah, happy with it.
Nice. It was a good score indeed. I know that every day we've got down here, the waves feel like they look pretty similar, but also we were chatting before this, everyone is getting pretty smashed on that sandbank. Are you riding the same board you rode the other day, or have you changed it up?
Yeah, I changed it up from my first tee. I'm just riding like a newer version of my old board, but yeah, pretty much just a stock standard shortboard, and yeah, the waves are firing. It's like every day you wake up, it's like as good as it gets. So stoked on the forecast, and the waves been good, but yeah, it's freaking a beatdown out there. You're like paddling out for your heat, or just like in the lineup, you like can't get past the sandbar. Sometimes you're like, I'm gonna run out of time before I get out the back. But no, it's fun. It's the waves are firing. Can't complain.
Nice. Well, it's good to have our previous Ballito winner back in Ballito. Good luck for the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you. Cole has been in that conversation of one of the most, if not the most powerful surfer on tour for quite some time. Someone else who's in that conversation once upon a time was sitting next to me, Wade Carmichael. Wade, to see someone like Cole use his power completely to his advantage, it must be kind of music to your ears, because that was your style of surfing too.
Yeah, I love that style of surfing. It's so good to see. He's doing it at a whole nother level too. And it's just good to see these tour guys being free in this event, like to bring that like explosive surfing and just not to have that pressure. There's like the tour right now is so loaded with talent, and so is this competition too. But just to have that little bit of pressure free, bringing that flair, that left he got was really good, and he pushed as hard as he could, and just he got rewarded for it. And that's what they're doing in this event. It's really good to see.
What about your coaching style, mate? How would you describe yourself? Do you crack the whip? Are you a disciplinarian? How does that go down?
Nah, I'm pretty chill. I just like to reinforce that they're doing a good job, and just this process is meant to be fun. So like, I just think if you're having fun and you're enjoying the process, that's when your best surfing is going to shine, and just level up.
What do you make of the Challenger Series? Because obviously, like you mentioned, it is so hard. It's such a stacked field, and it's a really different way to how you qualified for the Championship Tour. You were in that Prime Event Series. But to see it now in a reduced field, you've got 5 events, a couple of QS International 6000s to count towards as well. Do you like the look of this year's tour?
Yeah, great waves. It's just intense. 5 events, you have to perform. You only got to drop one. So you're counting 4 events right now, like they all count. You have to perform in all events. You have to bring your best surfing. You've got to show up. There's no room for error. One mistake in a heat, it's costing you an event, and you just don't get the points. And it's cutthroat right now, and you have to perform. And that was a beautiful turn by Jake.
Yeah, one really big hack from Jake Marshall. He did go over the falls on that first one, so regrouping really well. Jake has that style of surfing that is so smooth. It's similar to Liam O'Brien. You could say that they're pretty well matched when it just comes to those gorgeous carves. But Jake, it feels weird that he's here on the Challenger Series, Paul, because he's such a talented surfer.
Yeah, he's had a couple of really good seasons on the CT, hasn't he? It's a little bit, just one eyebrow to see him here. This is one of those waves we saw a few yesterday. It's just the one section. If there was another, you're thinking 7s, 8s is such a nice opening turn. But it is just the one turn. It'll give him a little flavour of what he needs to do to connect, but he needs to go hunting for some waves and just get busy in this one. It's going to be tough to get out of this with modest numbers.
Yeah, Mateus Hurdy locking in a pretty good one. So 7.5 is the benchmark right now. So 3 to back it up for Mateus. Edgard, he's going to sit and wait, but when you look at these surfers, 3 out of the 4 having serious CT experience, but then you put Winter in that, and for me, I said last year I thought he was going to be in that top 10 by the end of the season. He came really close, but I feel the exact same way about Winter this season. I do believe that this could be the year we see him go to the Championship Tour, Wade.
Yeah, he's adapting, and he looks like he's really comfortable and really comfortable with his surfing too. And it's just keeping that momentum rolling. There's 2 events back to back, little break, 2 events again. So it's just keeping that level head and just turning up. He actually surfs really similar to Jake Marshall in this heat. They got that kind of smooth, slinky style, and it's good to see that like level of surfing on the tour, and Winter matching it with some good scores on the board already.
Do you love the fact that a lot of the stops that these guys are going to and you're coaching, you've competed at before, so you really can kind of lean on, okay, I did this here and it didn't tend to work, especially when you go to a place like Huntington, which is renowned to be tricky as that tide gets a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's just certain little things that I've learned along the way, and hopefully I can share to these crew that are coming here for the first, second time. And this is a really good wave, and they've been presented with great surf for this event. Like, to actually have solid waves in a Challenger Series event is rare. Like, it's kind of grindy most of the time. So it's really good to see that power, the size, and it's just the good surfers are getting through, the committed surfers are getting big scores. And if I can just be there for them not to convince, but just to like confirm in their head that they're ripping and they can attack this section, it's kind of that's what my job is to do here.
Yeah, we can't often get a day, don't we? It's not that unusual to have one really good day, maybe early on the week, but to just have every day where it's super consistent, waves overhead, and you look at the forecast, you can see that's going to continue. I think a lot of surfers, like, in their mind, it almost gives them a bit of an out. They go, oh, well, the waves weren't that good. Or, I surf better when it's good, and it's almost not an excuse as such, but just gives them that avenue to underperform maybe. And they don't have that here, and it's like a real level playing field for everyone. I think the consistency as well has been something like everyone can get 2 good waves and show what they can do, bring it on.
Yeah, especially when the waves have been cooking. So that's what's made it really hard for the Championship Tour surfers, because all of these guys surf really good when the waves are exceptionally good as well. And it seems that they have been struggling with just the level of how talented this next kind of crop that is really trying to break into that CT is. It's pretty interesting though, Paul. We haven't really had a chance to pick your brain on it. Obviously, we take 10 spots for the men to go to the Championship Tour. Do you see that really being dominated by CT surfers defending?
It's definitely what's been over the last few years has definitely been the case, and you can kind of see that advantage. A bit more battle hardened as well, particularly with the way the tour works, and they come from just being cut and they come in with like an extra point to prove as well. I'm not so sure we're going to see that this year. I mean, it's very early on, a few days into this event, but I think there's a whole new crop, a load of new names. I think, Australia in particular, there's a bunch of new names there, and I think that's kind of what we want to see, isn't it? Rather than people kind of ping between the tours, I'd love to see some new faces.
Yeah, we're looking at the Challenger Series overview. So we have 5 events. We go Ballito, US Open, São Sebastião, Ericeira, and then home to Newcastle. Top 10 men and top 6 women will qualify for the Championship Tour. Best 4 results count, like you mentioned, Wade. But we do have this slight wild card adding to this Challenger Series season. You can go to compete in QS 6000 international events. And if you win one or you get a really solid result, you can keep that to count towards your Challenger Series campaign. I've mentioned it before. Winning a QS 6000 is essentially getting a semi-final in a Challenger Series. So as a coach, do you see it being pretty important to go and stop in at those QS 6000s?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like you can pick and choose those 6000s, which wave's going to suit you better, and just go all in. It's 6000s is a lot of points, so a semi-final in a Challenger event is a great result. So if you can get a win under your belt and put that into your scoreline, it's going to help a lot.
Yeah, it kind of has the shades of the Prime series that you used to do as well. Obviously, you had such a long and successful career. Is there a part of you that when we consistently rock up to pumping waves at Ballito, I was like, oh, I wish I still had the jersey on?
It just brings the froth levels. I'm a surf fan. I love surfing. So when I can rock up to the beach before the sun, see it coming up and just seeing pumping clean waves, I just get excited. I love it. Yeah,
it's pretty cool to see just how hard these guys are also pushing the level of surfing. We've got just over 18 and a half here. 6.33 for Winter Vincent and a 5.67. It is going to hold him in the lead, but Matthias Hurdy really close on that. You could tell, Paul, from his heat the other day, he actually wasn't satisfied with second place at all.
No, I mean, I'm a bit of a fan of Matthias Hurdy. A couple of reasons for that. Obviously, what he's able to do on waves with his surfing, he's really good, but I think he's got a lot of resilience as well and loads of character that really comes up. You kind of need to have a reason, sort of tell a bit of a story why you're on tour. You think about his season this year, he lost out to Yago at Bells. It's no disgrace losing to the world champ. Then over in WA, he lost to the wild card, got last, and you're thinking, you could easily kind of have a bit of a crisis of confidence. Came back with quarters at Snapper. Brilliant resilience from Matthias.
Yeah, Matthias, that's definitely been his best result so far, and it was against Jake Marshall, actually, that I felt that we finally saw this Matthias Hurdy that we've been waiting to see rise to the occasion. Wade, I'd love to pick your brain on it. Obviously, some of the rookies struggling pretty hard this season. Not some, mostly all. I'd say Cowley's the only one that's had a little bit of consistency. What do you see being that little extra 10% that they need to start taking it to those top seeds?
It's just that level of lifting, and they have eliminated that 3-mana or the second chance, I guess. So it's just cutthroat from day one now on tour. You could always get a second chance sometimes, and you might make a mistake and then bounce back. But right now, if you make a mistake, it's all over. And that first round is brutal. It feels like a trials event, and then they get through that heat, and then it feels like they just like got all this pressure on them to be against these top guys. And it's hard. Like, being on tour after the Challenger Series, it's a big step up, and you have to lift and you have to bring your A game. And if you don't, you just get left behind. And it's a few guys are struggling, but I do think they can bounce back. It just takes one moment, and it can shift their whole year.
Paul, your thoughts on the rookies?
Yeah, well, the format change, I think, is probably as significant or perhaps more significant than the personnel themselves. It's just, as Wado says, absolutely brutal. So hard, like fighting on arrival. You're on tour, you're coming up against the best surfers, and you don't get that, that free hit of the non-elimination heat. I think, maybe not so popular with the surfers, understandably. Like they prefer that, but I think everyone else kind of likes it. It's a bit easy to understand. Otherwise, sometimes, you're there for a day and a half, haven't really eliminated anyone yet.
Yeah.
You're like, why are we here? So, yeah, it is brutal. It's entertaining for the neutrals, but yeah, tough for the surfers. I guess, sounds real obvious. Just don't lose, basically. It's easy said than done.
Yeah, easier said than done for sure. And it's really interesting to see, I'm really good mates with Oscar, and he's obviously had a struggle this year on the championship tour. And obviously, Wade, you've been in parts where the CT can really knock your confidence down. So if you're coaching someone like Oscar and the position he's in, what would be your words of wisdom?
I think he's just had a rough trot. He's made a couple of mistakes where he might have got away with them in the Challenger Series last year, or he was just feeling a bit different. But his surfing's right there, and like I said, that one moment could change his whole year and just boost his confidence, and the level can change. It's like, once you get to the tour, the level jumps, and you have to match it. And I feel like everyone is. It's just ironing out those kinks.
We look at personality as well. And is he too nice? He just seems like such a nice guy. He doesn't have that kind of dark energy that maybe sometimes you do need a little bit of that at this level. I don't know.
He is an extremely lovely person. I don't think I've ever seen him angry other than maybe losing a couple of heats in the row, but then that kind of just turns into a bit more of a confidence factor.
Once that Rashi goes on, I would guarantee you he's not a nice fella.
Yeah, true. I've never competed against him before. I can count for that. So it is interesting, and obviously a lot of those rookies are here. There's only a few that aren't, Cowley being one of them. He's had a couple of results now that are keeping him in that conversation. So interested to see that his next event is his home event. So you assume he's going to get a big result there. Potentially a wave coming through here for Winter Vincent. He's going to roll the dice and use first priority. This one splits a little bit and starts to get frustrated for Winter. So that is use of priority. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board to start to better his situation here. Couple of small scores rolling through, but seems to be a bit of a pause on the action, so it feels like a good time for us to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We're going to round out this heat and keep chatting to Wade Carmichael right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, and it is another amazing day. We feel like a stuck record here because the sun is shining, it's the middle of winter, there's people everywhere. This morning we started the contest with sunrise Pilates, free sunrise Pilates. We have O'Neill team riders signing posters for all the frothing groms, and it's incredible. I mean, yesterday I sat on the beach watching heat and had dolphins jumping out the back of the wave. It just is too good to be true. It's so good to be here, and we've got another full day ahead of us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Emma. It's such an incredible part of the world. It is crazy to think that it is peak winter. We're in the middle of winter and you can walk outside and be in jeans and a t-shirt happily, and then as it starts to warm up, it gets around that midday mark, it actually feels like a really nice summer's day. So definitely love coming back to this part of the world. 11 minutes to go. This heat, it's starting to get interesting here. This last one for Mateus, Paul.
Yeah, here he goes. He's got his eye in, absolutely. He knows how hard he wants to push, and he just dials it back there. He knew it was a quick wave, just go up and down a couple of times. He loved it. A little bit unlucky for Grudgy at the end here. Really heavy section. He's trying that turn again. That's a couple of times he's done that, and that's really nasty. You can blow your knee out, hurt an ankle. He's taking risks. He needs to do that, though, to get a score. So win to kick one away as well. And you can just see how heavy that section is. If you're really waiting to that last turn to try and get your points, it's always going to be tough because no matter how good you are at this level, trying to smash and get the better of that closeout is going to be tough, and, well, that can happen.
Yeah, winter. Broken board. So you can see there's Pete Duncan running down his backup equipment. Winter, obviously, with one of the craziest single floaters that we've seen of the entire event so far. And so it feels weird when because he set the standard so high for himself for that big meaty section he hit. So when he's throwing a moment away like that, it really does show that even though it's half the size of what he hit, there is so much power at this wave, Wade.
Oh yeah, you could even just tell yesterday that was carnage. So many people were struggling to get back out. So many people were breaking boards. It was proper carnage. And it's just, this wave packs a punch. It's going off. Shout out to my guy Pete. That's my roommate for this event. He's on the beach running. Go Winter. Put him in, mate.
Yeah, you guys are the coaches over here for Surfing Australia, helping out a lot of the crew, but you are specifically working with a couple of athletes. Tell us about your crop that you're working with.
Yeah, I got a few girls. Had a rough start in the first round with Lucy and Charlie, and then Ellie Harrison had an absolute blinder yesterday. She tore the bag, so I'm excited she's coming up in round of 16 after the men. And Zayd was in the last heat, was my last guy, and he just sadly came fourth, and that was a close heat. All the scores were tight, but we'll get Ellie through a couple more heats. She's surfing really good and looking really good on the waves, so I think she's going to get some big scores today.
Wow, Jake Marshall just absolutely clutch on that second section. Mateus finding another quick cover up there, but it's finally time that we see Jake really push hard in this heat here, Paul.
Yeah, brilliant surfing from him. Just showing his class there. We talked about, didn't we, that extra that the CT surfers have, and I just love the way he finessed that end section. It's a great score for him too.
Edgard has a lot of work to do. Needs to be 2 waves. He is comboed to try and get into second place right now. Winter Vincent has been pushed down to third, so that equipment change, he gave him enough time. This is still enough time for him to try and get back up into that second place. He needs a 6.11. Jake Marshall's last wave did go excellent, an 8.17 for Jake. And you could see he was getting frustrated, Wade, and he does strike you as the type of competitor who maybe a little frustration actually works in his favour.
Yeah, he knows his job. He's composed. He's been on the tour for a few years now and knows his job. So that wave just put him in a good position now to close the heat out. Here he goes right now. Nice cutty. Oh, that end section is just being the decider of this event. If you can pull that off with power, commitment, it just really gets that score right up in that excellent range.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how everyone else is approaching it too. There's a lot of different styles. There's a guy that I've been absolutely loving to watch, Fiera. He's just been such a standout from the start. He's actually moved on through to that next round, and he kind of set the tone for us, Paul, where if you can do big exclamation mark turns once but twice on a wave, the judges are going to eat it up.
Yeah, he's found a winning formula early on. He hasn't need to change it at all, has he? He's just stuck with that. It's working for him. Bit of work to do for Winter Vincent here. Nightmare of a board break because he's in a decent position when that happened. He's back on the beach and he's thinking, all right, checking the time, a quick word with his team, and then all of a sudden, someone's dropping an excellent score. We got Hurdy getting a number to move up as well. So by the time he gets back to the lineup, and he's not there yet, time ticking away, he's going to have a little bit to do.
And Greg mentioning yesterday, so where Winter is paddling out, that part of the beach is called Bathers. And there is a current that can quite quickly suck you out the back. But if you time it of when there are sets, they will crush you. That is such a shallow part of this beach and that sandbank. So Winter, he's fighting hard to find his way out. 6 minutes 21. Wade, when you think about where he is on the paddle out here, the time it's going to take for him to get out and around, is it doable with 6 minutes on the clock?
Yeah, 100%. This is character building. You need this. This is what the Challenger Series is for. It's a challenging part of the life, and you got to get through these heats. This is where it really counts. And 6 minutes, he needs a 6. He can get out there and get that done easy.
Yeah, pushing through in moments like this, that also does really carry through to the championship tour.
Yeah, once you get through these events and you do qualify, it sets a little fire in you that you know that you can do this, and then you need to have that when you're on tour because the level steps up. You need to rise. So it's just that learning, enjoying the process and just being there.
He's having a nightmare here, isn't he? I mean, we saw when that set broke, we actually saw him kind of turn right and almost paddle back in. I mean, that's not really what you want to just, dip under as quick as you can and pop out, but he hasn't moved out to sea since we've been watching him a minute or two.
No, then there's nothing worse as well because he would be able to see that free surfer just out to the right of him and think he is so close to where I am and I just can't punch through. And there is probably a point on the clock, Paul, that maybe it does start to become slightly undoable. What time do you really see that coming in as?
Well, I guess you know what, if you get into the lineup with say 2 minutes to go, it actually makes your decision making a bit easier because you can't afford to be selective. So don't overthink what the score is and maybe what the wave's on offer, and just go see a wave and just surf it. But what are we, 4.5 now? He's going to be in the lineup in about 60 seconds, I reckon, to grab 4th priority. So uphill struggle for him. Yeah. He can do it, though. We know he can do it.
And we've seen a lot of those mid-size waves surfed up as well. It doesn't have to be one of those sets, Wade.
Yeah, no, he's going to come around that rock. He's going to have the inside. He could sneak a wave really easily. He has to create the moment right now. He is going to come into 4th priority. He's had a tough run with that broken board, but he's still in it. You got to go all the way to that buzzer.
Is there any times in your career where you can kind of put yourself in Winter's shoes and felt like you had moments just like this that you had to punch through?
Yeah, so many. There's Hawaii, you're punching through big surf. I remember Burley, you're just constantly paddling it with current. That's just surfing. You're battling the elements and it happens and you just don't have to worry about it. Just reset and just put yourself in a good position to rip the bag on the next wave you get.
So 3 minutes 45. That clock is still starting to really tick down here. Jake Marshall is looking pretty comfortable. 8.17 and a 5.67. Mateus Hurdy has a 4 in his backup here, Paul. So dropping that would make a big difference here.
Yeah, he'll try and do that for sure. Expect to see more surfing come from him. 3.5 on the clock. An opportunity here for Jake.
Yeah, let's see what Jake can do. Trying to drop a 5.67. Beautiful looking wave. That one's spitting as he was coming out of that turn. Silky smooth carb lines like we expect from Jake, then belts it for a 3rd section. So Jake Marshall now really finding his strides. You can see his fellow Americans loving it as well. Just such a clean and classy competitor, Paul.
Yeah, he is. I reckon there's a bit of edge to him as well, in the fact that he's not like the hype guy for the Americans. He sort of never has been. He's never been like the most famous or sort of bigged up of that pack. So he's always kind of, I don't want to say second fiddle, but he's a little bit in the shadow. And I think that gives him a competitive edge. It gives him a little extra fire, and we've seen that why he's gone so well on the CT the last couple of years. I mean, not so much this year, but, you know, he's had an okay season so far. He's here to back himself, but I just think he's got a great style. He's understated, clean surfing, good on a rail. I mean, there's not many weaknesses at all. Sort of underrated charger as well. So he's got a lot of attributes.
Yeah, there was a moment where he was 4th in the world, and he kind of just snuck there under the radar, and everyone's like, oh my goodness, Jake Marshall is 4th in the world. So has the potential to be in that top 5 even further conversation, and we're hoping that he can catch fire on that championship tour for the back half of the season. 2 minutes to go. Good news is Winter Vincent is out the back. Bad news is he does have 3rd priority, and Matthias Hurdy is sitting on him like glue right now. This is one of those interesting moments in competitive surfing, Wade, where Matthias is doing the right thing. He's not going to give Winter an inch. So Winter has to play a pretty finite game right now.
He's got to get sneaky. He's got to create the moment. The pressure in these moments is massive, and he's trying to sell him, and he's done his job there. So he's in 2nd priority. He might get a chance. There's still a minute and a half left, but he is better in a 4. So I think he's going to do that and just make Winter's job a little harder.
Yeah, Matthias, do you see that bettering?
Yeah, really good chance. I think that section's super technical. He did really well. We were thinking, it's a big claim here. We saw quite a big claim on the 4.93, and on that one, I think he just kind of internalised that. I think he knew. I think he's got a really good chance of getting an improvement at making it really, really tough. And we knew he was going to get another wave. That's kind of part of the story. So that's, you know, it shouldn't have changed anything for Winter in terms of what he needs to do mentally. Might make the numerical job a little tougher. But 2nd prio, 50-odd seconds. Let's see it.
Here we go. Winter has to get the job done right now. Unfortunately, we are going to lose Edgard out of the draw. He is comboed with 40 seconds to go, so we're going to see him over in the US Open. So all eyes on Winter Vincent. Can he find now a 6.75, because that requirement does go up? Matthias Hurdy locks in a 5.57 on that last wave. Winter, could see him starting to look up and down the lineup here, but nothing coming through at this moment. 20 seconds to go. When you think about a 6.57, it does have to be at least a good first turn and a really solid second turn. So that wave does have to look a particular way. There's 5 seconds to go. Is this wave going to get there in time? It doesn't feel like it. So Winter Vincent, one of the standouts on day 2 of competition, having one of the highest scores we've seen of the event so far, has now bowed out of the draw, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreaking for him. He's done nothing wrong, really. You know, you break a board, that's from no fault of your own, and from being in great form, all of a sudden you're at competition. I don't know how you guys do it. That'd be like a wreck, because it just seems like the universe is sort of against you sometimes. It's harsh.
Yeah, I feel as a coach, Wade, it's got to be an emotional roller coaster.
It sure is. It's hard competing, but I'm getting the juices flowing again, and it's hard watching now. Like watching these guys push so hard and then come short. But there's a year ahead, and there's still a job to be done.
And so for you today, it's all eyes on, all focus on Ellie Harrison now.
Yep, coming up in the next round, and the condition is going to suit her well. She was ripping yesterday, so hopefully we can get the job done.
Well, thank you so much for coming in the booth. Best of luck for Ellie and the rest of the event, and let's do this again maybe somewhere else in the world. This would be really fun.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Awesome. We are going to go to a break and welcome in yet another special guest and Greg Emsley back into the booth. Don't go anywhere.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Ballito Bonito, looking beautiful from above. We'll fly over the coast, the green and verdant interior, golden sands, blue ocean, blue skies today, and of course corduroy lines in the Indian Ocean. The surf is cooking on the Dolphin Coast. It's stop one on the Challenger Series for 2026, and we have been treated once again to an absolute show. First of all, from the ocean, also from some of the best surfers in the world. I've got a couple of shredders from this part of the world in the studio with me. Welcome, Beric de Vries. How are you, my brew?
I'm really good, thanks. And you, my brew?
Yeah, love it. Greg Elmsey, good morning. How are we?
All good. Good morning, gents. Nice to be back with Beric. Nice of you to join us. Morning, Tank. Hope you're well.
Beric, mate, conditions out here, you know this place really, really well. Ballito this year, we've had some great editions in the past, but to come back every day and have it like this is a bit of a treat for us.
100%. It just seems like we had some east swell and some south swell. It seems to be different, but every day has got its little gems.
And like the crew in this area, they love hosting this event, right? I mean, this time it's the first event on the Challenger Series this year, but just the energy down the beach, the surf fans here, they love it.
Bro, yeah, last year I came to this event and I wasn't in it, I was coming back from a downtime, bit of a wildlife incident, if you will. But when I was down here and I just kind of saw it from the bigger picture, I saw it from Bidpool Deck, it was just incredible to see the energy and the connection.
All right, let's go. Checking out Charlie Quivron of France, Luc Guinaldo from the USA, Connor Schleipen of South Africa, Jackson Bunch from Hawaii. So another great looking matchup here. Really impressed with Connor. Greg, we talked a little bit about him in the last heat. What's he got to do out here today?
Well, he's got to get good wave selection. That's been the standard for competition. A bit of size. You want that size and you've got to attack. There's pretty much everything on offer out there. There's tube rides, there's big sections, and that's made for Connor. He's very quick through maneuvers. He's got trigger reactions, and I think that's going to suit him. I can't wait to see what Connor brings to the table. And he's such a dynamic surfer and person, actually. He's one of those guys, picks up a tennis racket and he'll smash you at a game of tennis, a game of pool, he's going to beat you. He's just very competitive.
He's going to have to be out here coming up against some major talent in the form of Jackson Bunch. He's already got a modest number on the board of mid-ranger for the Goofy out of Maui. Had a taste of CT action. I thought he looked great in the early rounds as well. That board that he was talking about, bit of a special one, bit of an older one that he's been looking after and saving for his heats. Also Luke Guinaldo, the Goofy. He's been looking really good himself. He's had a couple of really clutch moments and he's shown us he can draw deep in competitive situations and find a performance. Charlie Quivron came here by way of a wild card. Thought he'd missed out. He even said he was thinking about just kind of packing it in. He wasn't even going to bother. He thought maybe his days in the Rashi were over, and he was on a surf trip in Mexico. All of a sudden, he gets the call up. You're back. All right, let's get caught up here with Jackson. What do you make of this, Beric?
Well, nice first crack. We're going to see if he gets the end section here. Seems like these tapering ones. I found them in my heat, and they didn't work. So I think he'll be looking for a bigger closeout section on his next one.
And here we go. Luke Guinaldo, he's been doing that all week. He's really got a fearless approach with those big sections. And here goes the local boy, Beric. What do you think?
This is the honey badger. Oh, I had to do it. So I apologize to the Slapping family. Yeah, Connor's, he's an absolute scrapper, Justin Gaethje, if you will. The way that he seems to find a way and he can manufacture it. I don't know if you've seen a honey badger in nature, but it seems like their opponents kind of underestimate them and they always find a way to do it.
I like that, the honey badger. That's small, but don't get
don't
get in its way.
Yeah, formidable, aren't they?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Luke Guinaldo, we just saw that one bomb from him. That's been a bit of a theme, hasn't it, Greg, for his heats? We've seen him go down hard and heavy early on, and he repeats the same process, and then he sticks it. Is a left from him?
Yeah, so very rare left-hander. Love how he drifts the tail on that maneuver. So actually does well on these lefts. I try and avoid the lefts along this coast at all costs because they come in perfect, and by the time you get to your feet, they're doing something completely different to what you expect. So they can be tricky. Especially in a heat. So generally you stick to the right-handers. But Luke finding a good left and really clicking it well. So he gets the 4-5 for that left-hander.
Yeah, the best of the early running for the American. In the meantime, let's go down and hear from another American. Winner of the last heat. He smashed it. He went excellent. Jake Marshall is with Emma.
Thank you, Paul. Jake, what a heat. Before any of you had even stood up, I literally heard everyone on the beach being like, yo, that's the hardest heat of the round. Yo, that's the hardest heat of the round.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be a stacker for sure. But, I mean, the Challenger is hard. Like, everyone's so good and, like, the level's so high. Like, even these first couple heats in the morning, like, everyone was surfing really well. And knew I was going to have to, like, bring my A game for sure. And then I started the heat, like, so bad. Like, everyone was getting scores, and I was, like, going over the falls and, like, catching bad waves and stuff. So I was just stoked I could, like, reset and was able to, like, get a couple good ones at the end for sure.
Nice. All the emotion and anger definitely helped on that 8-point ride. You probably got the rest of the day off. What is the plan for leading up to your next round?
Yeah, I got to decompress a little. Like, I was honestly, like, after I got that 8, I was, like, pretty emotional out there, like, just thinking, like, this year's just been, like, really hard. And, like, for me to be able to, like, turn that heat around, even though I started, like, really bad, just, like, I don't know, I was just, like, thinking, like, man, like, I just love this so much and just, like, means so much to me. So even though it's just, like, round of 32, like, I felt like it just, like, could be, like, a turning point for me to just be able to, like just reset and get those waves and make it through that heat, like, even when stuff wasn't really going my way. And yeah, I don't know, just, like, I don't know, I love what I do so much. So super happy to make it through and probably just cruise, watch the boys, and hopefully everyone can get through.
Nice. And obviously hard year means you've got a lot of family and friends that are, like, supporting you through that. Do you want to just give them a bit of love quickly before we end?
For sure, anyone who's up right now, you guys obviously love me, so shout out to you guys. I know it's late at home, but yeah, shout out to my wife and my friends at home and my family, but love you guys.
Ooh, nice, Jake, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Picking up with the Frenchman, Charlie Kivron. Doing some neat and tidy work here on a pocket with some speed, and then into the closeout. Just fangs that final turn. When you come in with that much speed, it just stood up for him quite sweetly, didn't it? Good enough to give it the treatment. Started his heat. He's gone nearly 10 minutes there without anything. That'll feel nice, Beric. Or will it?
Sorry, bro. That Jake Marshall interview, I felt, watching him, the way that I saw his year. He's always been someone that has been able to control second, third, and fourth gear, as well as the overall heat so well. And I just watched him struggle to find that second, third, and fourth this year. And I spoke to him on the beach 2 days ago, and it was just, it's incredible to see him get out in front of the wedge of competition surfing, if you will, and just to see him open up like that. I felt that one.
He's too good a surfer to be left out, right? And a style master. But looking at this replay, Charlie took a bit of time to get going. Yeah, sets up that first carve on the open face, eyes the closeout section, and whacks a lovely closeout finish, nice and strong. Charlie, of course, we were talking about him, got the last call up, 30 years old, so he's starting to get on there. Of course, from Royan. Have you spent much time? I know it's sort of on the in the estuary mouth. Is it the Gironde?
The Gironde, exactly. Yeah, it's the place you get the boat when you go across.
Yeah, it's only what, like 70 k's from Lacanau as the crow flies, but I've never been there. Do you go there, Paul? I know you live in Cabreton. Is there much surf around there?
They get good waves there, particularly in the winter as well. You got a few options, but he's been based in Hossegor for over 10 years. I would say he's been down there a long, long time. Yeah.
Okay, because when you look at it on the maps, you do see lots of little bays and stuff. So I'd imagine those big overruly sort of swells get in there nicely in winter.
There's some amazing spots up and down, but anyone that wants to compete and do well, even people from the islands, from overseas in France, they all end up in the Hossegor area just for their careers, basically, for when they're really, really young. But he's definitely part of that scene in Hossegor. Really good mates with Leo Fioravanti as well. I saw Charlie. Leo had a little soiree to celebrate being world #1 just before I left to come over here. And Charlie was down there. They're really tight, those two, and a pretty good guy to have in your corner as well, I reckon,
absolutely,
Leo.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Couple of good replays there. We saw Jackson Bunch looking really sharp as always. He's really been connecting with the lip well, just timing, placement, looking so good. And as we know, his speed's always there. So looking forward to where this number goes. And Charlie gets a 6.33 for those 2 turns. So he'll be happy with that. He'll think to himself, I'm glad I've come back to competition, took that spot, And first wave 633, solid.
Quite an easy 633 as well. I didn't need to do a lot. Did a little setup turn, and then that last section just begging for the treatment. The 7 from Jackson Bunch, the best of it so far. A little quieter though, huh? That last heat in particular, there was a bit of a gap in the second half of it, and then this one. So maybe this swirl, just having a little pause for the moment. It has been breathless and sort of furious action throughout. The judges have been, essentially, there's been very few points where there's not a score about to drop in throughout the last 3 days. So there's the spread from Jackson Bunch. He wields a sharp blade, doesn't he, Beric? Jackson Bunch?
It doesn't seem like he can put a foot wrong. If I haven't watched the contest, here he goes. Beautiful whip, he gets the fin release there, straight into the next one, almost catching, but just dives towards the barrel there.
And Beric, I mean, obviously you're doing a lot of coaching now. You've also found yourself back on the Challenger Series. How's that sort of mixed itself up, going from that coaching role and now competing yourself? Are you finding the crossover working in your favor when you find yourself competing?
Yeah, in the beginning I felt it was pretty stressful. When the kids were watching me, I'd been on their case about doing certain things, and I find myself doing it in a heat. But I guess that's what it is. There's one realm is the land and one realm is the ocean. But
you want to lead by example, right?
I really do. You really do. But then I start thinking about what would I tell them to do, and then I'm thinking of myself in the third person. But it's been amazing. I think a lot of people finish their careers and then start coaching. I've kind of done the crossover, and finding a way to put into words and break down how I approach surfing. It's not, Greg, it's so much more about surfing as a whole than how to surf. And finding a way to actually put that into words has really helped me simplify things going into a heat.
Is it hard to coach yourself though? I mean, how does that actually work?
No, I am open-minded and willing to work with someone else. I see the importance of it, just to be with just that bigger picture, someone who's got a step backwards, and I look to others for help.
So they must get hold of you to get coached.
What's that?
They must get hold of you to get coached, is what you're saying. Don't coach yourself.
No.
Beric, on that note, I mean, you literally had to get slapped to get to where you are now, and you were given a broken leg to sort of get yourself back on track. I mean, you had to step backwards to move forwards, right?
Yeah, Greg, the lessons that I had to learn in life, firstly, God gave to me via a snapped femur in 5 places.
Oh, wow.
I said no to the renewal of my oxy script because I didn't want to become an addict. However, I lent into the whiskey and, to be honest, the other substances, and I didn't handle it very well. That process then brought me to my knees. I surrendered and checked myself into a rehab. Through that, learned how to become a manageable man, and I feel I've done that, and now I'm helping others to become manageable in their own ways. And through the lessons of just simply doing the next right thing on land, that's my goal and what I'm trying to do in my heats. What's the next right thing to do right now? Just keep it simple. I feel I've been doing that, and I find myself back on the challenges. God's got a sense of humor, I'll tell you what, Greg.
So Connor Slipen sitting with a 283 and a 233. Can you just run out of studio, call him in and tell him what to do on his next wave quickly, and then come back in? Because obviously we want to see the South Africans doing well. He is the last South African in the men's side left in the draw. So of course the South African contingent really getting behind Connor here. Of course, on the ladies' side, we've got Sarah Baum as well, who's looking solid. So, yeah, I'm hoping the two of them can really have a great contest.
Just a little dial down in the energy in this one as we'll put a simmer on it. Jackson Bunch with that 7 is back up. Was his first wave for 6-7. Reasonable numbers from him, but definitely expect him to connect and improve on that 4 over the rest of this seat. Charlie Kivron, just a 6-3-3, 1 wave from him. Luke Guinaldo, he's got a 4-5 locked in. Expect that powerful goofy foot to take on some of these sections when they present themselves. Meanwhile, having a look, here we go. It's a South African, Connor. Heavy old section for him. And that thing just completely bottomed out. You saw that brown, sandy stuff going up the face. South African squad, a little bit concerned at the moment with the way this heat's going for Connor.
Yeah, but I think we got to remember he's the honey badger. We got to believe in the badger. And my call is that he finds a stray tube out there, and he settles everyone's nerves.
That'll be good. I'd like to see a bit of tube time.
If he's the honey badger, who's the lion? Luke Ronaldo? Got that mane of blonde hair.
Luke's interesting, right? You know, the opposite I feel to Andy Irons. Watching him come up and seeing how he is online and stuff, I never expected to see him do such powerful, strong and courageous, surfing. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to him, but the way that he is surfing now and the way that he's been surfing over the last year, he has gained my utmost respect. And I think he's put a lot of people that might have little things to say about him to bed. And I think he's earned that. He's earned that respect, and he has mine for sure.
Yeah, he's been absolutely ripping in this event so far. He's going to have to do a little bit more of that at the moment, sitting there in third in what's been overall a low-scoring heat. Still waiting for this one to catch fire. 16.5 on the clock. Time for a quick break. More live action from beautiful Ballito right after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The KwaZulu-Natal region hosting some of the best surfers in the world to kick off Challenger Series, a beautiful stretch of coast. We like it not just because of the waves, that's a big part of the appeal, but so many attractions and things to do and just enjoy nature midwinter here in the Southern Hemisphere. Doesn't look and feel like it in KwaZulu-Natal. And Ballito once again putting on an absolute show for the Challenger Series to kick things off in 2026. It's been non-stop really throughout the last 3 days. We've had amazing waves and conditions throughout. No let up today either. Still some solid waves out there. We saw some good tubes go down on the free surfing this morning. Some intense competition as well. This heat has just dialed back a little bit on the energy. Still good numbers coming through. The best of it is still Jackson Bunch, our goofy foot out of Maui with that 7. The Frenchman Charlie Kivron's got a 6.33 as well. But everyone being a little bit watchful, I would say, as a word here. Trying to pick good waves. Let's have a look at Connor here.
Yeah, so Connor sets up and just shutting down on him, just gets that first slice. He was hoping for a bit more. Kind of looked like he was looking for a bit of tube time, as Beric mentioned. And, you know, we're heading towards that low tide, which is in about half an hour from now. And with that low tide, nice and shallow out there, I think Beric's call's right. There's definitely going to be a couple of tube rides opening up.
It's a bit like he was setting one up there, didn't he? But just didn't quite cooperate for him. Meanwhile, from wide and on the inside, is exactly what happens as he'll pull in from takeoff. And he will go down. That one will just pinch around him. But right on cue, Beric. Well done, mate.
Oh, no, jeez. That was not the prediction, but he did get inside a barrel, yes. But when I was just outside there, I just looked down the beach, and it just looked like there was those Hail Mary kind of tubes where you could race drive through that one section and sneak out the doggy door. And if anyone's going to do it, it's the honey badger. This guy.
Dane Henry getting ready. Can't wait to see what he can do. Look at that heat. An absolute banger of a matchup. Heat 7 of the round of 32. And he's just an unbelievable performer, a real showman, just sort of feeds off that energy. A lot of noise around him and expectation. He seems to thrive on that. Always brings amazing performances. Can't wait to see what he can do out here. I wonder what he'll make of what we've seen over the last 20 minutes or so. Just a slightly quieter ocean. I mean, Connor Slipen's been the busier with 5 waves, but none of them have been above a 2, essentially. So things have dialed down a bit. There's been probably kind of 4 decent waves gone down out here. They've all been snaffled up, so maybe not quite the richness of opportunity, Greg, and I guess that's where your wave selection comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you've seen Charlie's got the 633, but he's only ridden 1 wave, where Connor Slipen's had 5 waves onto his 6th one. Is this the one that's going to get him a start?
Paddles in onto the inside. Hit off the top, just using his speed, and he's seen something down the line he likes the look of. We know about the air game, and he'll get a pretty nifty rotation. It's a quick one, a little head flick as well, and I look back at the beach. Not a crazy air at all by his own standards, but it was neat and tidy.
100%. Oh, Jackson Bunch on the back one.
Boom.
Nice.
Jackson working things over as well with that lethal vertical backhand approach that he brings. 4-6-7 is the number he's trying to wash off. Let's see where the judges go. Well, that surfing from Jackson Bunch, your heat leader at the moment. Another set, bit of a straight one. You can see there, pretty much closing out the whole lineup, and a touch of wobble in it too. So just asking a question. Interesting to see Connor Schleipen come to the inside. Wasn't that 4th priority situation. He's deciding to get busy and try and force something. Maybe feeling some of these sets are going to be a little bit straight. That corner on the inside, trying to identify. So using a strategy here to try and keep the South Africans happy, of course. All the way for the win 12 months ago with Luke Thompson. What do you make of how Connor's going here, Grego?
Yeah, he is battling, but I think that will be some sort. It's going to be his best number. Hopefully it can get him back in the heat. Sadly, the size of that wave will keep the score down, but he doesn't need too much to actually move into second. But that being said, Charlie is only on 1 ride. But, yeah, let's hope Connor's wave does go somewhere in the 4s or better, maybe 4-5. Let's check this replay out. Lovely snap, eyes it up, sees the air section, and then whack, does the sort of blows the tail nice and forward, gets the completion. So I'm sure that's going to be a nice score for him to kick off. And here's the replay from Jackson, just absolutely hammering those verts. And incomplete there, but I think we're going to ignore that. The work out the back's going to improve his situation for sure.
The wind up from him and the acceleration on this backhand turns. He doesn't necessarily need a huge section or a thick lip as well. He's able to sort of generate his own energy. Judges enjoyed it. 6-4 for Jackson, and you have to say, in a heat, the opportunities, there haven't been as many of them. He's done really well to get to 13.4 points. Way out in front at the moment, but a great moment for Connor. Hang on. Looks like Luke Guinaldo on the inside. Looks like a broken leash, doesn't it? Because I think he's got the cuff of the leash in his hand as he swims in. But that number for Connor Schleipen, 517, that'll be useful, Beric.
Absolutely. You know, I see this guy compete, and we compete against each other on the local region. Oh, here's Luke's one. Off the bottom. Well, down the line, snap here.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, so it's just a snapped leash.
Looks like he's trying to not... To keep the cuff of his leash in his mouth so he doesn't litter. I don't know if that's the case, but if it is, then big ups to him.
Yeah, because that would have been a slow swim in with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty good. And I'm stoked on that score for Connor, though, the 517. What Connor needs to do now is try and get another wave like that and get another 517 just to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure on Surfer and Red.
Don't do this under pressure, do you? You're trying to thread that thing through there. That can get awkward. He's done well there. Not rushing, but he needs to get his skates on, doesn't he? He needs to get a wriggle on. He's in 4th place at the moment. He's got a bit to do. 8 minutes on the clock now. He'll have that run arounds and the paddle out. And he needs to get back out there and get surfing. The good news from his point of view at the moment is second place, which is now occupied by Connor Schleipen. Not big numbers there at the moment, so very gettable. But he does need to get back in the lineup. That's the number at the moment, but expect to see that change. So he'll opt to go on the inside of these rocks here.
It's so nice to see Connor get frisky like that, Greg. You know, we see him all the time in the local region. Here we go again. Here's Charlie, the measured Frenchman.
Kifron off the top, smooth as you like, and the rhythm of that surf. And he has been waiting so long for a certain type of wave, and he absolutely found it there. Well played.
Yeah, that was solid too. Big maneuvers, a lot of power. From the start of that wave, you could see it was quite stretched out, and that's all that was going to offer. He didn't try and oversurf the wave. He really set up here. He eyed this well and very well read. Clicks that first one, and then into the closeout, and just basic strong surfing. So that's going to put him back into second place. But the good news is...
Ooh, Jackson Bunch grabbing the rail, driving through sections. He'll go down. Nowhere else really. That was the only line through that wave, was to go to the tube, which is always entertaining, cool to see.
Charlie, you can see him through good wave selection. You can afford to take things slowly and measured, stay in third gear, and still get the best scores of the heat.
Well, from a coaching perspective, I always say winning's easy, losing's hard. Because when it is, of course, winning...
I feel like that could go with like one of those gong sounds.
Yeah, and let's just watch this quick replay. Yeah, so sets up for the barrel. But, you look at Luke Gonaldo. He's had a swim in. He's had 3 waves. He's now running around. He's losing. It's very difficult. And there goes Connor. But Charlie, he's had 2 waves. His last one comes in at a 5.17. He's used very little energy. And he's back in the lineup already in priority rotation again. It's pretty easy, using almost no energy.
Very easily said, so hard done, as you know, Greg. Jeepers creepers.
Well, that's why we're sitting here, so we can say it.
Yeah, no, it's I have to just remind myself before I paddle into heats these days, it can go well. You can get the best of the first exchange. Yeah, check Connor needing a 7.03. What I liked was him going for 1 air in this heat and landing that air. He's 1 for 1 in this heat. When he gets his mojo, when he gets his momentum, he's a dangerous person and very hard to sit on, because all he needs is a closeout, which there are a lot of today.
Flip side, that's a risky strategy though, isn't it? If that's what you're relying on. Let's see how we go. Jackson Bunch here. Good looking wave again from our heat leader. He's already got 2 good numbers. This one a little soft actually, and he quickly identifies. Nah, don't fancy that. Leaves Charlie Kivron in that second place position with a bit of a number from his last wave, which would be really useful. Schleipen having a look at a wave, which was always going to be pushing wide. It was going to be tough.
But Connor is trying to do this the hard way. He's trying to do crazy things on average waves, and that is difficult. Even the 5.17 was a small wave. He had to surf that wave up, where, as you mentioned, Barry, Charlie's just got the right waves, and he's kept it super easy and just hit them in the right place. And I think that's one thing where I can say in this event the South Africans have maybe slipped up is on wave selection.
Greg, do you think that is it's coming from a place of maybe a lack of self-belief in his 2-turn combo, in his power? Do you think that's where he thinks that's what he needs to do, and meanwhile he doesn't actually need to do it?
Yeah, I think it can. When you can turn you can make something happen, that can almost be a disadvantage. I've seen really good small wave surfers lose to bigger guys in small waves just because they're trying to make it happen on a whole lot of waves, where the big guy will just sit and wait for the big wave and get 2 good turns. And it can be a hindrance. I think that the most important thing at this level, any SL level of competition, is wave selection. In smaller competitions, you can be a great surfer and catch rubbish waves and still get through, but everyone's just too good to not be on the best waves.
Getting down to just over 3 minutes to go in this one. It's still Jackson Bunch and Charlie Kivron in advancing positions. The numbers, well, they've got tougher for the chase and surfers. Connor Schleipen 7.03, Luke Guinaldo 7.7. So Luke's back in the lineup. He's in third priority, but he's chasing down a big number here. He's had scores of that magnitude already in this event. We know he's got the surfing to do it as well, but he's going to need to use that powerful, aggressive, explosive, goofy technique. He's going to have to find a good wave to do that. He's going to need a decent section. He's been pretty patient since he's been back in the lineup. He's not been too scattered looking around for options. There's the spread on the scoreboard. You can just see how busy the Honey Badger's been. Connor Schleipen, he's doing all right for his third place at the moment. He actually just needs to find something of quality at the moment. And from fourth prio, is he gonna be selective? Is he gonna keep rolling the dice?
It's hard to see him sitting where he's sitting with fourth prio right now. Greg, would you like to see him either go deep or just get some space from the people?
Yeah, I think you got to get space in this situation. Go down the beach. When I say down the beach, on the screen towards the left, he's sort of starting to head that way now. And you know, the most consistent good waves are where they are right, where they're sitting right now. But there are those big wide ones that come every now and then, and I think that's his only chance.
All right, here we go. He's going to have to try something huge here. He's loading up with tons of speed, big tail high rotation. He'll kick that one away. Maybe just enough time now to pop. And he might even try and paddle a little bit to the left of the screen, as Greg was suggesting, just get away, a bit of breathing room. Otherwise, if he just slips underneath everyone, they'll probably turn down some of these smaller waves that he'll see ramps on. This is going to be the approach from him. If you do something really big, you need a 7. We could see that happening from him. He's definitely got the weaponry.
100%. You know, Greg spoke about how easy it is to actually win. There is the easy way and the hard way. Connor unfortunately finds himself going into the last minute trying to do it the hard way. See Luke Thompson looking a bit stressed too.
Yeah, he's whistling. He's almost seeing something though, isn't he, Luke? He's almost seeing a wide set possibly coming through from the beach. So maybe there is going to be a way for him there.
Testament to the comfort of that O'Neill rubber as well. He's just chilling in his weddy. He doesn't mind it. Meanwhile, here we go. Charlie Kivron, second place in this heat. Buries the rail into a gouge and a really similar pattern to it. Just kind of prods it up into the lip line. Lets the wave do the rest. Just kind of managing that turn into a completion. Just third wave for him. Big crack, vertical from Jackson
insane.
Bunch. You had no right to pull that down. An absolute nooner beyond vert there from him. What time is it?
Now watch me whip.
Wow.
Now watch me nene.
How does he pull that down?
Oh, I thought the lip was on his back.
It's
there was
just elastic.
Yeah, that was insane. But how quick is he into the vert? How quick is he out of the vertical section? How good is he through that free fall landing? And just sort of nimble, and that wave absolutely exploded on him, and the strength to just ride out of it super clean.
Right, this will count for Luke Ronaldo. Big first hit for him, but it's just a case of too little, too late for the American, and unfortunately he'll go down. He gave it a go. He found himself a wave. There just weren't loads of opportunities. It's always going to be one of those heats where the ocean dictated the pace. Charlie Kivron stoking out the fans with his autograph. And he'll wash off that French defeat in the World Cup to Spain last night with an advancement out of the round of 32 for the French at Ballito this morning. But you have to say, the cat-like reflexes of Jackson Bunch, he is looking such good value in this event. No real surprise to see the quality from him. Another look at Charlie's last wave.
Yeah, he had this on tap, 2-turn combos all heat long. And then this is that maneuver that we spoke about. Watch vertical, watch this lip land on him, and he just goes, powers straight through it. So that was so strong. I mean, he's just, for me, he's the standout goofy footer right now in competition.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant, isn't he? Good totals from him as well. To be able to, not only what he does on the wave, but just in the lineup, to have that read, to find those quality moments. Got the 2 best scores of that whole heat. Both went to him. A really entertaining one. Unfortunately, the South African males, well, they're all bowed out now as Connor Schleipen goes down. He was entertainment, couldn't quite get it there. Speaking of entertainment, Beric, mate, it's been great having you in the studio. Thanks for coming in. What are you looking forward to for the rest of this event as a spectator now?
Just the level, and also just that we've got a good bank with some good waves and the best surfers I've ever seen in one competition at Ballito.
And the rest of your season, mate? Represent Netherlands on the Challenger Series. What are your goals?
It's definitely to keep growing my company, Surf Talent Ocean Centre stock, and learn more by competing on the Challenger Series. and take what I learned there, take it to the company and take it to the grounds.
Greg, what are your goals, mate?
To be a better person.
Oh my gosh.
That sounds tricky, mate. Don't set your sights too high. We're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, we'll bring in Giggs and Kai for the call. More live action from Ballito right after this.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Beautiful Ballito in South Africa. The World Surf League's Challenger Series at the first stop, and it is low tide in the morning, 10 a.m. as we greet you from the coverage and the lofty amplitude of Dane Henry in our picture there as we just cover the beautiful zone here of Ballito, contest site, athlete zone, and of course all the surf fans plugged in and enjoying a beautiful winter down in the southern hemisphere with that tropical feel. That is the theme, that is the story of the KwaZulu-Natal region as we welcome you to the show. Of course, day 4 of competition and a loaded heat out in the lineup. Lots to talk about here. Dane Henry, David Silva, Cade Matson and Crosby Colapinto to do battle. It is the round of 32. We're starting to draw further into it with heat number 7. Here we go with Cade Matson into action. It is a very good morning as we greet you from the eastern coast of South Africa. And, well, not a breath of wind to talk about right now. It's a beautiful low tide conditions. Giggs Cilliers alongside Kai Linda. As we have fun breaking it down, we trust that everybody is enjoying and sharing the love with us. And another exciting heat on paper here, Kai.
Jeez, yeah, this is a loaded one, and it's entertainment in the water, it's entertainment in the booth, and definitely some entertainment on the replays. Crosby starting off strong. Whoa, that was a heaving section. Did so well to ride out of that. And then straight into action for this kid, Dane. It's been on fire. Big grab rail Rio, but just getting a little caught in the flats. And then Cade straight into the action as well. Big, powerful surf out of California. That's a beautiful wrap. Wade went a little flat on him, but just kept the momentum going down the line, get a bit of a score on the board. Came in at a 3-5 Crosby with the 4-5, and then a 5-5 for the first wave of Dane Henry, which I'm pretty sure I haven't seen yet, but quick start, Giggs, quick start.
Yep, it is premium conditions here in Ballito in 2026. The sandbars are beautifully lined up here in the bays, especially here in Willard Beach, the main competition area. People from in and around the region making their way down here to just get involved with the high energy. Of course, loved what Beric de Vries said in that previous slot of his here in the booth, is he hasn't seen more better surfers all compressed into one contest format before. Dane Henry on our screens.
Wow, big aggressive turn, got the airdrop out and somehow managed to get up into the lip for the second turn. So that was the 5-5, and love the shot. You can see up the beach, there's the main break. Next door is Bathers. Bathers, the sand this year is so shallow, it's a bit of a mutant, and I don't think I've seen too many takers on the free surfs there. But if you look up to the next bay, there's Bog Bay. That's been on the cook and allowing everyone to enjoy some free surfs. And even beyond that, there's some of those little rock cove bays above Bog that have been on the fire. So the sand is here.
Look at these waves on our screens as the first priority gets used by David Silva, former championship tour surfer, back in 2026 to challenge it all at the Challenger Series. This is the access zone, the access route back to the championship tour for 2027. And David Silva will take a big breath as he gets mauled on the inside here. Strong waves have been on offer all week long. Of course, day 4 already of the competition. It's been solid pumping overhead surf for the entire window of the Ballito Pro of 2026. And into frame comes Crosby Colapinto, just quick in and out for him. We'll see how he goes here in the Challenger Series jersey. Finds himself down in the lower part of the current championship tour rankings, down at 19th, and just starting to cross ensure himself here for 2027. And it's good to have him back here in Ballito.
Yeah, not a bad call for Crosby. I mean, you look towards some of the next few events, Chopu, Cloudbreak, like really good waves, but they're the kind of spots that things can go either way and can go wrong really quickly. So suddenly you get 2 bad results there and you're in trouble. So I think it's a good move. He's come out with all his pals. He's got one of his best friends in this heat, and Gabe Matson, the Cali crew, will be having to decide who they're shouting more for in this one. But wow, there's another left.
Well, left-hander in our screen. Saw Cole Hauschman a few heats back get a big ripping turn on the forehand on a big meaty left-hander. David Silva will explore the opportunities, and of course a very sound score coming in for David Silva, already reaching into the 7s. That's what Jackson Bunch was doing in that previous heat win. Let's go down and hear from him.
Jackson, great heat win there, but very, very tricky conditions.
Yeah, I mean, the waves are pretty perfect out there for Ballito. I mean, it's so glassy. Really, really happy that they called it off yesterday so we could surf some clean waves. It's a bit slow and a bit tricky. There's feels like there's a bit more swell coming, makes more lefts, and a lot of closeouts, but stoked to get a couple backside turns and, yeah, make it through that heat.
It was a heat of real contrast. You and Charlie had a good sort of rhythm through the heat. You picked your waves well. Luke and Connor, by contrast, had to really work hard, and they just didn't really click into gear at all. I saw you paddled out at the same time as Winter Vincent when he was getting smashed in the previous heat.
Yeah, I mean, frick, such a bummer for Winter. I mean, it's the Bathers paddle out is actually pretty nuts right now. I think I paddled out with like 9 minutes to go in the heat before, and I like kind of just made it out. But yeah, I mean, seeing that, I was just like, oh, I really want to make sure I'm on the right waves and not falling so that I don't break my board or my leash. So yeah, I'm just stoked. I got to wait for those good waves and was in a good rhythm and good priority rotation.
You've always had a good result here in Ballito. The waves suit you. Your best result is a 5th place, I think.
Yeah, I had a 5th place a couple years ago, the year that I qualified for the tour, and had a couple good results in the QS as a warm-up. And yeah, I mean, I love it down here. It's the weather's really nice right now, and waves are super fun always, even when it's super small. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what we got these next few days.
Well, good luck for the rest of the event. Well done on your heat win. Congratulations on that. Back to you, Giggs.
Well, Jackson Bunch with a lot of fans in and around Ballito here. And of course, a lot of us getting to see him in the championship tour jersey a season past. And certainly a step in the right direction for requalification back to the highest level of the sport. And Jackson Bunch into the round of 16. Of course, we're starting to draw to the end of this round of 32 four-man heat format. Let's have a look at some replays. This is David Silva back at it.
Well, David Silva doing David Silva things, just cranking big, strong turns on the backhand. Didn't quite ride out the last one, but the damage was done on that one for the 7-4. Crosby here looking for something, gets a nice first carve, but just seeing there's no potential there, and probably a wise move getting out of there. And then we saw Dane take off on this thing and just go bang, straight to the air. A little bit of a bump on the way down, kind of threw him off, but it's only a matter of time before he lands one of those. And then Cade, I mean, such a nice, powerful forehand carve, goes for the big float, and that was a solid section. He liked it, got a 5.93.
Yep, some building block scores for all of our surfers. If perhaps a criticism, Crosby Colapinto right now with the least of the building blocks. As you mentioned, David Silva already a 7.4. Cade Matson found that 5.93. Dane Henry's already visited the 6.5 category. You see the scores top left of screen. We're all waiting for scores now from Dane Henry and David Silva just to bring the numbers up to speed. But beautiful conditions here in the low tide. We're just after 10 a.m. local time on the east coast of South Africa, the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region. Just a short 10-minute drive from the King Shaka Airport. Plenty of flights will service you out of at hubs like Atlanta. Will put you to Johannesburg. Then it's a 45-minute flight here to this region of South Africa. Of course, so much more than just the surf on offer. Of course, the big game viewing as well. Angling, rock fishing, and everything else. And where's the score going to go for David Silva, Kai?
Well, 4.37, and just mostly on that second turn. Dane's just going to keep hucking airs, lands that one nice and clean. There was a big tail high right as well. David, it's like watching a backhand metronome. Just pivots off the bottom, gets that big tail out through the back, and just goes on repeat.
Yep. The rhythm of the African drum as it just bangs relentlessly in the hills behind us here. David Silva with his own momentum, finding himself right now in that second place position. We want that score from Dane Henry in. We probably could agree here in the booth that maybe the 5.5 is going to go away. You mentioned the height of that, the loftiness of the tail in that last Dane Henry air. And moving along quickly here. This one's coming down a little over 21 minutes to go as maybe Henry just solidifies his lead a little more over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and we've had a decent wave count for the start. Let's watch the air now. You see, he gets the tail up, you know, in the replay. Outside of the moment, maybe not quite as big as I thought, but it was a clean air over a chunky section. I'm watching scores come in. Judges are going as high as 7.5. As low as a 6.8, so probably going to come in the high 6 mark. Gigs, I think you called it. It's definitely going to drop the 5.5 and solidify the lead.
5 judges on duty, one more opinion to come in as we start bringing that score to reality. Meanwhile, back at it, Cade Matson just working his way through the lineup here, just smashing again into the low tide conditions here in Ballito. Wave number 3 for Matson just being completed. See how that fares in the big picture. It looks like it's not going to feature in his top 2. And there's one more judge to lock in, and it is in. Dane Henry, 7 points. So nice, fair interpretation from the panel. One judge as low as a 6.8, one as high as a 7.5. But we end up with the flat 7. And that's the scores are up to date now, Kai. Henry with a firm lead, starting to stretch some reasonable requirements on the rest of the field. Of course, everybody wants to take out a heat win. Here is the reigning world junior champion, the young Australian from the Gold Coast, sets it up here on the inside. An even higher one this time, just falls apart at the bottom. Meanwhile, behind the curtain, traveling beautifully and finds the doggy doors, Crosby Colapinto. You'd have loved the feeling of that. sort of brought the completion and then just went out over his heels and goes down. Both surfers just being kept honest here in the low tide lineup in Ballito.
Just getting thrashed there, but heartbreaking for Crosby. Did all the hard work. He was so deep in that barrel. Probably the deepest barrel we've seen this morning. Really throaty one, and just got out the doggy door, and we thought he had made it, and then just got clipped. And I know how harsh the judges can be on these sort of things. I don't think that's going to be awarded. We had Dane. Lovely carve to start things off, and then building for that air, just pops it so cleanly out onto the open face, but just landing a little bit too hard and didn't make that. Just look how well he did there, Giggs. So deep in that barrel and just getting clipped at the death. So a little bit unlucky. And it's interesting, you know, we talk about Dane Henry being the world junior champion. Sometimes that title I found in years past has actually almost put too much pressure on the surfer. Like, oh, he's the world junior champion. You're expecting such big things from him. But Dane seems to be really one of the guys to come along, and he's like, yeah, I am the world junior champion. I'm going to show you why.
Well, of course, a great talking point. But the fact of the matter is he is in the lead in this heat. Cade Matson just sitting in that third position, 5.85 requirement. Felt that a lot of work had been done by Colapinto for, which is in the end a throwaway score, but getting that time behind the curtain as we approach the halfway mark in the heat. We'll sit back and allow it just to breathe. Our surfers are in position waiting for more. Stay with us. It is beautiful Ballito from South Africa.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Get you guys excited, we do have the free music concert starting tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. I'm in an area called the Red Bull Best Seats in the House. Have a look at this. How's that for a view? There's a competition where you can actually win seats on this deck through the event, and Red Bull bring them in best seats in the house. We're in the KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN, and this week has been exceptional. We've had the best waves we've had this whole winter. The surf season here in KZN is sort of April through to the end of July, early August, when we get those nice winter offshores, and this week in particular has been exceptional. Lovely waves, 4 to 6 foot today. It's been up to 8 foot yesterday, and the tourism and the economic impact that this event has is huge in the region. As you can see behind me, the beach is pretty packed. It's school holidays, and everybody in the KwaZulu region wins when this event is going off. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So you've got some seats available there in the best seats in the house, so we'll get those filled over the next hour or two. Of course, Mike's saying the surf season, you know, pretty much from April through to August. Remember the Ballito Pro we ran in the off-season in December, and with amazing waves on offer with the Aidan Mason Camp win over Geordie Smith that year. That goes back about 5 or 6 years now, back to 2021. But surf season, there are moments all the way through the year.
Yeah, the place is pretty consistent gigs, and you can always get waves through the year here. There's also some options up and down the coast. You know, come up to close to where I'm, Richards Bay. That place turns on in the summer, loves the east swells. And then, of course, when you look towards sort of the early part of the year when the cyclones are coming down from Mozambique, a lot of spots light up that time of year too. So it's a great place to be. It's tropical, it's warm. There's also lots of other things to do, from golf to fishing to diving. The list goes on. I know Ballito right now is in the heart of an absolute paddle craze as well. So lots to do, especially if you like the outdoor lifestyle, you like getting up early with the sunrise. This is the place to be.
Yeah, what a place for ocean lovers. Of course, a lot of angling, both off the jet ski and the ski boat forms. Of course, rock angling as well. And it all is just a place for ocean lovers to be. And, of course, beach lovers as well, as the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region just boasts this tropical feeling, while the rest of the country certainly is huddled around with blankets and fireplaces. We're in that bubble here in beautiful Ballito, and we celebrate it as always this time of year. The other thing is that back in the water, and it's beautiful warm water, by the way, 22, 23 degrees centigrade. That's in the mid-80s Fahrenheit. It is a case of no scores and no movement from before the break. It is Henry leading with David Silva in second. Silva chasing a respectable 6.1 if he wants to steal the lead from, you mentioned, that pressure of a World Junior title, certainly fitting very well in Dane Henry in 2026 right now. And meanwhile, Cade Matson down in the third position, 5.85 requirement. Crosby Colapinto, where is he in all of this as we hit the 12-minute mark?
Yeah, a little bit slow from the two Cali crew. It's, 5.93 for Cade. He's looking all right, but a 4.5 is the highest score for Crosby. He's going to need to get moving now with 12 minutes on the clock. On the flip side of the heat leader with a 6.5 and a 7, and look at that wave count, 9 waves ridden. So he hasn't been sitting still. He's been catching waves. Obviously, he's got those aerials that he can pull out on the closeouts, but just choosing to rather keep busy in the lineup.
Still the best individual wave belongs to David Silva, just stinging those backhand turns. There is your activity chart of all waves ridden in the heat. You mentioned there already 9 waves for Dane Henry, and the rest of our 3 surfers in second, third and fourth, all just with 3 rides apiece. And but just back to that talking point, series of backhand turns for David Silva for the 7.4, the 7 for a big huck over the lip. You might think now that Cade Matson and Crosby Colapinto will want to take a little bit of Dane Henry approach here to the lineup. It's in their wheelhouse. We are in fairly windless conditions here with 11 minutes to go. And let's see where and how this heat shapes out. Just looking at all of that marine life out the back there. Of course, this is the Dolphin Coast. And just such a treat for holiday makers and people on vacation to see the bottlenose dolphins just cruising through the lineup here. It is, of course, all up and down the coast, but certainly we call this region the Dolphin Coast for a very good reason.
Yeah, and at the moment, the whales are back in the lineup as well. Sat yesterday afternoon just watching Southern Rights and Humpbacks going crazy out on the back line. So the ocean is truly alive, not just with swell, but with wildlife, big mammals, and lots of good fishing too. Wow, the game fish have been going crazy.
Talking about big mammals, it's a good morning from myself, Giggs and Kai. Been waiting for that one for a while.
Yeah, I wanted to drop it on us, eh?
Of course. 10 minutes to go out in the lineup. What a show we're having in 2026. Ballito has been in fine form. Cade Matson has been in fine form, but not on that particular wave. His wave number 4 now of the encounter. Still trying to find the 5.85, and let's also make allude to the man holding priority, David Silva, a lower 4.37, currently still in his scoreline. He'll be just taking his time, waiting to pick out a runner in the lineup and maybe bring us another series of backhand hits there. A little bit more water, feels like it's moving through the lineup as well here, Kai, as we go through the low tide mark. We pretty much are through the tide turn a few minutes back, and we'll see how that influences and affects. It looks like right now quite a lot of venting of rip currents running through the lineup.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. The guys are having to paddle pretty furiously up against that rip there. You can see that brown water just going through the bundle of the lineup. So it's going to happen on the low tide. You're going to get some movement and get some movement through the air. This guy just keeps lofting those areas.
Well, ankles of steel is Dane Henry as he goes into the double digits for amount of waves caught in the lineup. This has taken a while to put together. This is David Silva currently in that second position, trying to ditch the 4.37. Just trying to stretch out bigger requirements now over Cade Matson and Crosby Colapinto as we're down to 8.5 on the clock. Crosby's requirements prior to that score that will come for David Silva already sitting at a 7.28. So it's going to be some magic moments required now from both our Americans. And where is Crosby in the lineup? Trying to identify his exact position. Love the shot with the Dolphins out the back by the Red Bull Triangle. And where did it go wrong for Cade here?
Just kind of got like a little bit of a bump out there and just lost the back foot. This was another crazy aerial attempt. Just dipped the nose a bit on the landing, so wasn't able to pull it back. And I mean, he's just been going to the air one after the other here. Those ankles definitely felt that one. And then David needed a backup score. Comes off the bottom, nice attack to the lip. This section, most mere mortals would have been running from. He just calmly belts it. So definitely going to look at a slight improvement maybe on the 437.
Can't help but think that Cade Matson sold him that wave as well. Once that wave got underway for David Silva, it ran into a lot of broken water. So Cade Matson was just trying to nudge David Silva into that wave selection. Waiting for a number to come. Silva already now back in the lineup with the fourth priority. So priorities are with Colapinto and Matson here as the clock continues to tick. See where that requirement goes to. Are we thinking that a 437 is being replaced here by David Silva, perhaps by just a fraction?
Yeah, I think even if he got sold into it, he did what he needed to do on that wave. It was good surfing. Goes up to a 4.6, so slight improvement, but he's still turning the screws.
Game of decimals, as the requirements for Matson just nudges a little higher to the 608. Colapinto goes from requirements of around a 7.2 up to a 7.5. So here we go. It's game on, 6:40 on the clock. Let's see what Championship Tour surfer Crosby Colapinto can bring to this. Of course, the 25-year-old celebrates his birthday today as well and finds himself 19th on the Championship Tour. You mentioned the next stops that are coming. It's always hard to, it's a little bit of a roulette wheel. You never know how Chopu can play out in a result. And little talking points there. Let's go down while there's a little slight lull in the lineup. Mark Frew, what have you got for us?
I've actually got Cole Hauschman down on the athlete deck. Cole, of course, previous winner of the Ballito Pro and has also won 2 Championship Tour events, Bells Beach and in Brazil. Cole, you were saying earlier to me that the difference between those CT heats and a 4-man heat is quite striking.
Yeah, it's definitely an adjustment, like coming off the CT for a few years and having to do the 4-man heats. You know, you're not used to so many like scores going down or people in the water, and there's a lot more going on. But I mean, we grew up surfing these heats and doing events 4-man pretty much our whole life, so it just takes some getting used to, but nothing that we haven't done before.
You're into the 2-man now, so you'll be able to bring that extensive CT experience into those 2-man heats.
Yeah, I feel like the 2-man's when the real comp starts. You know, start getting points, start making heats, and yeah, the 2-man's kind of like a more simple CT kind of format. And yeah, it's kind of like now the fun begins, you know, man on man. So we're just hoping the boys pull a little last minute hero move off and make it through this heat.
So in the water right now, Cade Matson and Crosby Colapinto, Cole supporting his fellow countrymen. How's the heat gone for them? What do you reckon they got to do in these last 5 minutes? They're a little bit up against the ropes.
Yeah, the other guys kind of got a quick start, and the boys kind of just haven't had much on the board. They really haven't got any opportunity. So it's kind of down to one wave right now, and they're going to need a score. So hopefully either one or both of them can pull something off.
Thank you for your time, Cole. Back to you, Gigs.
Well, Mark in the lineup, David Silva just doing everything he can in that fourth priority to try and keep his own personal scores, trying to better the 4.6, trying to add more onto the requirements for Matson and Colapinto, respectively. Clock's moving along on this one, Kai.
Yeah, and if you want to gamble on surfing, it's a tough old sport, because if you look at sort of the surfers that were really impressing us through the first few rounds, guys like Luke, Ronaldo, Crosby, Kane, they were really form surfers, and right now we're seeing them struggle.
Well, Colapinto's opportunity to knock on the door of one wave to make the difference, and he is just skimming his way across the lip at that last maneuver. Throws a nice chunky section. It's been a good run down the line, and he likes the feeling of that. Requirements are in the mid-range 7s for Crosby Colapinto. You know what? He might just sneak out for perhaps another knock on the door. But right now, putting a lot of emphasis on a series of maneuvers is Crosby. As we mentioned, it is his birthday today as well, 25 years of age. Of course, Griffin will be glued to the screen supporting his brother and, of course, friend Cade Matson, who now has the priority. So is David Silva going to come under some pressure here?
I don't think judges give spare points for birthdays, but that was a good wave, and he went to town on it. I don't know if it's going to get to 7.5, but it's certainly going to narrow the gap for him. He has got some time left. He just needs to get back out into the lineup. Saw Dane Henry absolutely belting a turn in the background there. David, in the meantime, is just doing what he does, and that is building scores. Throws it up over the top. That section went away from him, but kind of feel like David doesn't even need the pick of the litter when it comes to waves. He just works out scores. This was a nice one, a little over the top, then threw the fins up, got up into the lip again. Nice little float, whipped the tail out the back. If anything, just a really small wave, so can't really, he surfed it really well, but it's nowhere near a 7.5. And then just watch this turn. Wham! Just straight up into the lip. Just look at the intensity difference on that single maneuver for Dane Henry.
2 minutes to go. Judges' scorecard remains open at this stage for both Dane Henry and Crosby Colapinto, waiting for numbers to land. Colapinto on screen has squeaked back out into the lineup, and perhaps he'll be wanting to just find another wave, because here comes a few more of them. Some lines marching into Ballito here as the clock continues to tick. It is exciting moments here in the back part of the round of 32 this morning. Are we going to get a knock at the door? This is a chance for David Silva, a former winner here in Ballito. He likes the feeling of that. It was a big wave. Slightly ruffled lip line, though. He did go up into it. He'll sting that turn. And he's just trying to, again, just keep that scorecard far away from Matson and Colapinto as far as requirements go.
Well, how brutal is that situation? Cade needing a 6.08, biggest set wave of the day, and he was too deep. He had priority as well. David was like, thanks, bud, I'll take this one and go smash a big turn.
Well, all the moving parts of competition, so many heats that have so many different stories. Right now, Dane Henry is waiting for a number of his own. Crosby Colapinto, the requirement at that stage was a 7.5, a 7.27 in. So just fractions short. He's back in the lineup, now needing a 6.14. David Silva's last ride in at a flat 6 puts the requirements of 6.14 on Colapinto. Matson looking for a 7.47, and it's 30 seconds to go. It's not impossible just yet.
Not impossible, but the odds are stretching, and they're stretching fast. Crosby, 7.27. Well, the judges appreciating all the hard work he put in on that ride. Almost getting to the requirement, but now needing a 6.14. He's got to hope for a closeout that he could just go and spin something out into the flats.
Well, beach announcers, as we hover over the site here, are going to start the countdown. And the horn is going to go, and it's going to be just outside of the window of competition for Cade Matson on screen. This is going to be a throwaway. He'll finish in 4th. And we're going to lose Crosby Colapinto as well. So a bunch of credit due in the discussion for Dane Henry and David Silva, both doing a sound job of keeping their scorecards moving. And certainly Dane Henry got the job done early and was continually, hey, go Gigs.
You must be a fan, Giggsy.
Official results there for you folks. Round of 32, heat 7. Dane Henry, 7 and a 6.5. And he built those scores early on, Kai.
Yeah, he built the scores early and just kept going. He had a crazy wave count at the end, like 14 waves as well. But just showing the quality. David, just like I said, doing David things. He really just knows how to surf a heat.
Best individual wave of that was with David Silva, who backed himself up for the 6. And we'll say goodbye to Crosby Colapinto and Cade Matson on screen. Stay with us. It is the round of 32 coming to you from Ballito in South Africa, the World Surf League's Challenger Series.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
It's the beautiful scenes of Ballito. This is the KwaZulu-Natal region on the east coast of South Africa.
The last of
beautiful, lovely sights and sounds here of the popular seaside destination. And what about a packed beach here for day 4 of the Ballito Pro? The beautiful warm region here, the warm Indian Ocean and the Mozambique current just lapping onto the shores. What a place to be. Waves all around us, up and down. Contest surfers just getting their full fix of it as far as surf and all the cultures and cuisines of it. It is a good morning from myself, Gig Saliers and Kai Linda, as we just thoroughly enjoy every part of beautiful Ballito.
Yeah, Gigs, as the cap says, I love the North Coast, and for good reason. One of the fastest growing metropoles in Africa. Loads of investment coming in, loads of development, but also just a lot of people choosing to move down here now and call it home. And for good reason. So much on offer. Warm weather, warm water, golf, world-class golf courses, world-class fishing, and of course, world-class surfing.
Absolutely. The facilities, the infrastructure is unmatched and unparalleled anywhere on the continent as we get our focus in on the lineup here for what is now the final heat of the round of 32. It is the last 4-man heat on the men's schedule. We'll see as we get into all the moving parts here. Taj Lindblad on screen into a quick start. We'll take on Jorgen Cousinet, the Frenchman. Of course, Levi Slauson, who knows the feeling of winning in the Challenger Series jersey. And we see the replay there. And of course, Wesley Dantes in the lineup as well. But certainly a spicy start for Taj Lindblad.
Yeah, really a powerful surfer. He's not the tallest guy on the block, but he really compacts that power and energy into his turns. Loved the blowtail to finish there, getting the 5.17. Jorgen Kuzene has had very good results in Ballito. He always enjoys this break. I've been lucky enough to share a couple of morning surfs with him over the last week, and he really is looking on good form gigs. I've seen him doing some good free surfing. And then, of course, Levi Slauson, one of the top up-and-coming US surfers. And then Wesley Dantas, the big boy from Brazil. I mean, he just is a competitive beast.
Well, on screen, Taj Lindblad. Of course, the Lindblad name on the women's side of surfing. A championship tour win in the bag for the family. Of course, young Sawyer, the sister, getting a great run at the highest level of the sport. A win in Rio de Janeiro just a week or two back. A runner-up finish, making the finals at Raglan in New Zealand. And, of course, all the way to a third place, a very respectable result over in Western Australia. That'll be an infectious feeling running around the family table.
Yeah, it's always good when the family are doing well. You know, you look past to dynasties like the Wrights. You know, when one sibling is doing well, it tends to pick the others up. That positive energy, so I'm sure we'll see some good results. Been waiting for this guy though, Levi Slauson.
Let's have a look what the American can bring as he tracks his way through a bit of a buckled section here in Ballito. The tide has started to turn, and then just big, massive turns out the back for the big frame of Wesley Dantas, of course, brother to Wiggly Dantas, and he's back in the contest jersey in 2026. Now an older, wiser surfer from Ubatuba in Brazil. And let's see, I mean, the round of 64 heat for Wesley Dantas, he was just attacking those lip lines.
Yeah, there's a Big Daddy turns out there for Wesley Dantas. Like, settle down, Grobs. Big Daddy's here to show you how it's done. But, I mean, we're going to see the replay of that last wave. I mean, just the two waves we saw, Gigs, he really was attacking the lip. Let's first look at Levi taking off on his first wave, waited for the section. Very nice turn over the section. Got a bit messy here, but he did well to ride out of that. That was not an easy section. Now watch this. The big guy takes off, bottom turns, wham, just throwing spray right back into another one and doing well here to get around for the third turn. That was a tricky section.
A lot of volume on that board, and it's needed, but he's putting it in the right place. 3 big clobbers on the backhand. Judges are having a good think about that exchange. Of course, now 23 years of age, Levi Slauson out of Encinitas, Southern California. Mentioned his US Open of surfing win last year. Also finished the Challenger Series at the Bookend Newcastle event. And we'll see where Levi Slauson's score goes. His campaign here in Ballito in 2026. Someone that is right on track in 2026 is the World Junior Champion. He's down there for the beach interview.
We're just seeing some lefts spitting down the beach there as we came to the interview. Incredible. Dane, that was a really solid win. It was a heavy loaded heat, and you put your body on the line to get that.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scrappy one for me, but I saw kind of our plan for the first 10 minutes was just go out and get swinging, and yeah, got that 6.5 and the 7, and then yeah, they kind of just ripped out. I think on the low tide there was just a lot of water moving, and the lads are kind of waiting with prio, and I just thought I might as well keep swinging and try and land one. Unfortunately I didn't, but yeah, I'm glad my knees held up and glad my board held up too.
Talking about boards, give us a rundown of what you're riding out there and the dimensions and what makes up this board. It's a pretty sick spray too.
Yeah, it's actually a different one that I've been riding for the last couple of days. I creased my Magic 77 round tail this morning, so I just went back to my normal Synergy rounded round square, 511, 18.5, 2.5, 27 litres, super standard dims. Got me large JS glass fins in from FCS. They're my favourite fins. They're absolutely epic, and yeah, it held up really well. It's my signature spray. See all the Groms at home riding them, and it's always sick to go back and see that, and they've all got the super colourful ones, and I kept this batch nice and dark. So yeah, no, it's epic. The boards are going incredible, and yeah, really keen to keep it on going.
Well, through to the next round. We can't wait to see you surf again and entertain us here at KwaZulu-Natal. All the best, rest up. Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Dane Henry on a trajectory perhaps all the way to the top of the sport. We'll find out. He is the reigning World Junior Champion, and he certainly is steering it towards the right direction. Dane Henry getting that heat win. David Silva, Championship Tour surfer from the past, back in 2026. Of course, all of that was at the expense of Crosby Colapinto and Cade Matson. And, well, more in the lineup to talk about as the Lions continue to march here. The tide has turned, a little bit of a variable sea breeze wafting around the lineup as we get into picture. Taj Lindblad again, who opened with the 517, and now he'll attack that lip line, just hunches over for completion. So a backup score coming in quickly now for our surfer Taj Lindblad. And as I say, what are we seeing with the lineup itself, Kai? Dane Henry mentioning that it's got a little bit rippy as we've gone through the low tide here. And certainly Jorgen Kuzenay as well is always a fun character.
Well, that was a pretty spicy turn, and then just lays back into turn number 2, loving it. And then Wesley having a look at the left here. I wasn't surprised to see him after his last wave just move down the beach a little bit. As the guys said, those lefts are kind of lining up now with the easterly and the swell. And then Taj, nice first turn, comes around the pocket, gets the closer. A little bit messy section, but he did well. And the score we're really going to be keeping an eye on is Jorgen Kuzenay. This morning he said to me he was considering going 6-1 just because it's a bit thicker and chunkier. But my feeling is he said his 6-0 is the most spicy board he's ever had. And looking at that wave, I'm assuming he's on the 6-0.
Well, in the all-white wetsuit as well. See how that fares as he gives his best Kelly impersonation from the past. Just lets that turn rip. Kuzenay, however, Kai is into a good step into the right direction for the round of 16. Finds a 7-point ride in the lineup. Love those big, heavy, back-footed turns. And judges loving that power as well.
Yeah, and like I said, he's really comfortable in Ballito. I mean, he's been here for a few years now. He's told us that it's one of his favorite destinations. And the wave suits his surfing. Big, powerful rights. And he can just lay into those big hammers.
Well, plenty of time and plenty of stories to unpack here in the final heat of the round of 32. Of course, the format will change to man-on-man. And what are we making of a left hand in the lineup?
Well, I know he's going to the end. Wow, that was so projected. It's almost in slow motion. He just chucked it and held his toes in the wax. But if he lands one of those, it'll be crazy. This is that way from Jorgen. Almost thought he was going for a roast beef or something there, but just got a bit stuck on the second turn. But already with a 7-0 in the line, so he's looking good. He's got the highest wave score of the heat, and Jorgen's kind of knows what the judges are looking for. Big 2-turn combos, that's the game plan.
Well, roast beef. It is the bigger weights of Wesley Dantes and Jorgen Kuzenay in the lineup here. The big boys are at it. Of course, young surfer Taj Lindblad, for now, with the pair of 5s, is in the lead. The other American down in 4th, trying to puzzle his way to a set of scores. Right now, it's a fair, narrow spread. Heat leader just on 10.2, so still lots to unpack here. Priority back with Taj Lindblad in the lineup. We'll see if he starts to improve those numbers. I'm certain that he will. And meanwhile, Jorgen Kuzenay with the single best score to boast about right now.
And Wesley Dantes and that orange bomber have firmly gone down the beach to the left now. He's decided that's where he's going to look for his next score. We did hear Dane saying that saw some drain pipes down there, and it does happen when the easterly swells around. But also just looking at that air he threw, I mean, like I said, if he lands a big old chucked out air like that, he's going to get a big score.
Well, that will be a lot of meat traveling through the air if he goes into the progressive air rotation. And as we say that, almost on cue, we're almost sort of semi-directing the show here from our commentator's booth.
Pull out the console.
Yeah, well, incomplete either way for Wesley Dantes. Already a 5.83 in the lineup for him for his opening score. But right now, just trying to back it all up. No real clear stories just yet as we hit the 20-minute mark. Of course, 35 minutes set out for the competition window. Look at the strong lines approaching us here. Down the line here we go. Is this a little bit of a southerly that's wafting through the air? It is, because it's allowing Levi Slauson to do just that. And with that variable wind right now, it is a puff coming right to left across the screens. And Levi Slauson identifying that, picks out a left-hander and is going to easily replace, for now, a counting ride and going to the air.
Almost aired straight over the bricks into bathers there. It was crazy. Did really well too. When we watch the replay, keep an eye on his nose. It almost buried, and he somehow managed to shift the weight back and get it up. So maybe got his pilot's license, learned how to take a tricky landing there, because that was very impressive.
Variable options in the lineup now as the tide turns over. Starting to see a lot of water movement. Look in the foreground of your pick. You'll just see water flushing in and out of the bay here. It is deceptive from your sofas or from wherever you are watching around the world. The amount of power and the amount of raw ocean energy here. There's also inshore movement there from the northeast wind last night, still wrapping around. Kind of close here, just a little slip at the end there. Back foot going unstuck. No, actually, perhaps the front foot went unstuck on that. But this one had some amplitude.
Well, he waited for the section, just threw the full rotation, did really well on the landing. It was not an easy landing. Almost blew his own mind there. And Jorgen was also looking one, but hops off. But I've got to say, Wesley's there. My ankles were hurting for him there. That was a really bad landing. Could have gone wrong.
Well, twisted out for the landing from Levi Slauson. We're still waiting for that score to land. Meanwhile, that was a rasping turn from Taj Lindblad. And a second section, and that is going to be a hammer score right there. He is going to add another number to his scorecard. It is going to be easily replace the 5.03. Prior to that, just a pair of fives. That was a meaty wave. And that one, how blitzing was that first turn?
Yeah, Giggs, I was about to say, sitting on 2 5s, he had to do something. He had to get a bit of a higher score in. I mean, I know he's currently in the lead, but with 2 5s, you're not going to stay there, especially when we see guys like Levi Slauson landing full rotation airs. Let's watch the replay. A nice bigger wave, so a lot of power. Wham! Just absolutely laid into that first turn, and then did enough to get around and up and over on that big closeout section. So no wonder you were so happy with that one.
Well, we think of Jorgen Kuzene's 7 in the lineup as we see Levi Slauson back to it. Switches his focus now to the right-hander. And I think we're about to see the best single score of the heat with Levi Slauson. And it is. It's going to go to the best number, an 8-point ride. And that will now fit into So big twisted left-hand air for the 8. We're still waiting for Taj Lindblad. So the two Americans starting to put their hands up here, Kai.
Yeah, and you know, doing a full side rotation like a front side is a lot easier. To do it on your backhand is just a much higher level of difficulty, especially to carry all the way around to landing straight in front of the wave like he did. So I think the judges looked at that. They looked at, it was quite a nasty, mean section as well, so high level of difficulty.
Here's a discussion. Does Taj Lindblad equal or better that 8-pointer of Levi Slauson? If so, they're both top-end scores being built in two very different approaches.
Oh, there you go. 8.5. Bettered it.
Just by half a point. So great top-end exchange here as we move towards the 16-minute mark. We're just into the second half of the heat. Let's have a look at that. An 8 versus an 8.5. Both Americans on fire.
Well, this is technical difficulty. Full rotation on the backhand. You see how much he had to really rotate off his hips there on the backhand. So just the judges rewarding that big turn though. That first turn for me was just money, and then doing so well to get up and over on the second section. Very difficult wave to surf that as well. So 2-turn combo, very heavy waves. Impressed.
2 sound numbers in the lineup here as we get down to 15.5 to go. We'll take a quick break from the action. Let's see how it continues after the break.
summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. It's the middle of the school holidays here in South Africa in the KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN. And as you can see behind me, the beach is packed. The weather's fantastic. The bathing area is full. And if you have a look just behind me there, those are some of the free surfing spots. Ballito's got so many little surf spots, not just the main contest area where we're having the event today. It's renowned for the little bays and coves, and that's why the Ballito Pro is held here every year. The KwaZulu-Natal region provides some of the best waves on the KZN coastline in the middle of July here. And the beach is absolutely packed. It's so great to see so many people taking advantage of the weather, coming down here. The Ballito Pro, a major economic driver for this region, and of course it brings in surfers and tourists from all over the world. Back to you, Gigs.
Well, how good are these sights and sounds? It is school vacation time. Yes, it is a Southern Hemisphere winter, but it is tropical and it is buzzing in and around the event site here as we bring you coverage of the World Surf League's first Challenger Series of the season. Look at this beautiful region here as we draw our attention back to the lineup while you were away. A couple of numbers came at us, including this man, Jorgen Kuzenay.
Well, just look at the intent off the bottom there. Lovely little wrap comes off the top and just hacks into that section. Wow. We've been speaking about the airdrop out, giving the scores. That's definitely going to raise some eyebrows on the judging stand. And then back to the rights. Wesley, oh, that was painful. Hope his board's okay. That was a really bad nosedive. And then another big heavy turn, losing the board almost on the landing, but pulling it back in. 697 for Jorgen, though, takes him top of the pops.
Well, waiting for numbers for both Taj Lindblad and Levi Slauson to find their way to the scorecard. 11.5 to go, and exciting stuff in the lineup here as we're drawing to the end of the round of 32. Of course, the four-man format with no jet ski assist has just been made for some great stories. Of course, that cross-training, the cardio, the fitness, the flexibility, all have been put to the test here by our surfers, and of course the lineup in Ballito just keeping everybody well sobered. Just a reminder that the ocean is always in charge, and it's made for some great storytelling over the Ballito Pro of 2026. Already our fourth day of competition here, and let's have a look at Levi Slauson.
Oh, very good turn. Jeez, how heavy was that? Absolutely bottomed out on him. Can't actually believe he went for that turn. It was such a deadly looking section, but doing super good work there to ride out and going to get a score. I think he's definitely going to look to replace the 4.6, back up the 8. Liking what I'm seeing from Jorgen, a 7 and a 6.97. He's put in two very solid scores, but of course Taj Lindblad still sitting with the 8.5, and Wesley Dantas 5.83. He's starting to need a bigger score, a 5.47 at the moment. But Levi gets a 6.27.
Yep, 6.27 sees him now go into the lead. So everybody getting a turn at the top of the chart here. Levi Slauson's 14.27 now sets the pace for the heat lead. How close is it, though? It's a decimal behind Jorgen Kuzenay, who has the priority with a 13.97. We look to the requirements discussion. Taj Lindblad only needs a 5.47, and he's just knocked on the door of that with his last ride, a 5.3 in. So exciting stuff here as we slip into the final 10 minutes of the heat. Taj Lindblad in third, chasing the 5.47. Wesley Dantes an 8.14, kind of being left a little bit behind here in the race right now, but got a feeling that he might get one of those big magic moments. He might very well do it on a big chunky left-hander. We saw Cole Hauschman go into the excellent category for a big single turn. Wesley Dantes might want to be approaching the lineup in a similar form.
Yeah, for sure, and he's quite capable. We've seen him do big airs before. Impressed so far with Lindblad, though. You look at that, 4 waves. He's pretty much got 3 5s and an 8.5, so super consistent from the Californian. And then that big 8.5, that's a big money score. Excellent score, and it takes the pressure off him just a little bit. If you look at those requirements, I mean, Jorgen would need a 7. Wow, on cue, just threading through the barrel, just got caught. He maybe got a little greedy there looking for the second section.
It was almost a doggy door there for Jorgen Kuzene as we get big Wesley Dantes down the line, tries to extend for completion. He'll go incomplete with 8:20 on the clock. And meanwhile, the priority still with Taj Lindblad and a very sober requirement of a 5.47. Of course, Taj Lindblad out of San Clemente area as well. Sister Sawyer at the championship tour level, getting some great bragging rights around the family table. But Lindblad working with Jim Hogan as far as coaching and approach here. We'll see if that coaching and methodology of keeping things quite simple, not overthinking, staying to a heat structure. But how about this for some time behind the curtain?
Just really well done. He got a little clip there, and when he drove up, then just put him a little bit off, but some nice travel time. And the big guy, I would have loved to have seen him ride out of this turn, just absolutely attacking the lip there. Just got caught on the landing, but it would have been an incredible turn if he had made it. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, but I'm sure he was on the orange board when he started the heat.
Well, we'll drill into that a little bit. Meanwhile, scores are up to date, top left of screen, little over 7 minutes to go. And that priority still with Taj, so the door wide open for him. Of course, an opportunity to shout out to SMG Yamaha, their official support, not only for our watercraft, of course, for vehicles for the staff as well. So both automotive and aquatic support from SMG just down the road here. Of course, so many brands. They very involved with Lexus as well. I see you keep very quiet, Kai, while I talk of automotive involvement. But 6.5 minutes to go. Lots of fun stuff here, but a huge shout out to SMG again in 2026 as they continue their partnership and support with the Ballito Pro. Of course, so many different aspects, and no one more to thank than the KwaZulu-Natal municipality for their global vision, not only making Ballito a highlight in the context of the South African economy, but putting it on a global stage.
Yeah, and it's wonderful to see so many big brands getting behind the event, getting behind the whole festival, and of course KwaZulu-Natal getting behind it, and really as a municipality in South Africa, it's so good to see.
Everybody bunched into a takeoff zone, but Taj Lindblad had the priority, and he'll rip into this as he just tries to squeeze a score out of the judging panel. 5.47 requirement, got away from the rest of them using the prior, as we said, but for a moment there, everybody squeezed into that one single peak, Kai, and now we sort of hang the question mark. 5.47 requirement. He is down in third, trying to chase Jorgen Kuzene's 13.97. And big Wesley Dantes is just going to keep banging away, just smashing into anything he can find, trying to unlock his own requirement. But just like that, we've buzzed it down to a little over 5 minutes to go. Taj Lindblad, is he at the requirement, or does he need to go back to the drawing board?
Yeah, I think might have to go back to the drawing board. Let's have a look at it, though. Bottom turn, nice first turn. Then comes around the corner, really laid into it. Got a little caught on the back foot there by the looks of things, and that just sort of threw him off coming into it. So I think it's going to be quite close to the 5.3, if I'm honest. And then Wesley going for a big old hack off the top. think Taj Lindblad saw his life flash before his eyes there.
Yeah, exactly. And as I say, we've been speaking of the heaviness of the impact zone. You see that white water just rumbling and punching its way over the sandbar. There is your activity chart already. 10 waves in the lineup for Wesley Dantes. Not going to help the cause, though. It is always the best 2 rides that count, and those are the highlighted blocks for you. Slauson out front with the 8 and the 627. Kuzane holding on to that. Have a look at the tight it is between second and third here. 13.97 over 13.8. Ever so close. And we asked the question, does Taj Lindblad find the requirement? He does, and a little bit of loose change on top of that. He'll make the payment, and he'll go into the lead now. As, well, the whole heat with the 2 Americans in the top.
Yeah, it's getting tight now. The last heat, we saw the 2 Californians go out. This one, they're holding on for the first and the second place, both sitting on 14.27. So pretty crazy that they're on the same score. Jorgan now needing a 7.28. I mean, he's got already a 7, but he's going to have to get his best wave, and you know what Wesley's looking for.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
he does it too. Beautiful into that wind. That southerly puff. The rest of the Brazilians are lapping that up. David Silva, Ian Gouveia and friends all just going, what? Big Wesley just into that wind. And wow, critical sections. I could have even all had a bit of barrel time before that. That was an exceptionally looking left-hander in the lineup here in Ballito. Clock's under 3 minutes. Judges owe us the score. This is some fun to break down.
It was like watching a Mack truck go through the air, and it was all in slow motion. It was crazy. Really lofts his frontside airs. It's mad. He hit the lip and just went deep into the flats and just muscled his way through the landing. Really intense. So it's going to be interesting to see what the score is. I mean, he needs an 8.44, but if we look at that air earlier in the heat, it got a good score, so let's see what they come with.
Well, great entertainment here as surfers just wrestling with the scorecard. Let's have a look at this.
Like you said, it was such a nice looking left. Could have gone for the barrel. Just hucks it out straight into the flats. Like really held that air for so long into that southerly breeze. Just watch here. Nearly lost the front foot as well. That was like exceptionally done to land that aerial. Really, really big air.
Wow, that was so Jadson Andre, but with 25% more weight. Wesley Dantes. And good stuff there. We love it. And what, he's going to go back to it again. This is now back to live action. He's found a section of the bank to work with. He'll go to the air again. And there's just an easiness to big Wesley Dantes. He's just loving being back in Ballito. And as I say,
there's definitely some reggae playing in those headsets.
Yeah, I love it. Well, to see where that massive lofty air goes, might need to break his campaign into 2 waves here, and he's going to have to do it quickly because the clock's moving along now, a little over 1 minute to go. You see the rip in the foreground and the bottom of shot just feeding back over the sandbar. Still fairly windless, if anything, just that light soft variable wind puffing out of the south for now, right to left across screen. And we hit the 1 minute mark, still waiting for that number from the panel.
I almost feel like nature wanted Wesley to get that air, because as he took off, you just saw like a slightly stronger tuff of cross-shore come up, and just all the elements came together for him. Still waiting on the score though, and we're way into the last minute of the heat.
Wow, it's been, look how close first, second and third are on the scorecard as well. 13.97 for the third place, 14.27 for the lead. And this is going to be a very interesting moment here. One judge was blown away by it for an 8.7. So that will go just over the requirement. It's a big requirement, an 8.44. And the rest of the panel still chewing on their pencils.
Sure, it's a tough call, but you know, the more we watched that aerial in the replays, the more I was impressed. Like, it really was an intense maneuver, really big aerial. You know, maybe because of his size, it took away in the initial instant. But when you start analyzing it on the replays, it was a really big air and did so well to land it. So I feel like it could come close almost. Let's take another look at it. Comes flying down the line, just goes bam, right out into the flats. and got a little carve, just put the exclamation mark on there. But for me, that's one of the biggest airs we've seen this event.
Wow,
for
and
sure.
So much to discuss in it. The panel are like a bunch of students. It's the last question at exam time. They're chewing on their pencils. They are just pondering on this. They know that there's just a minute left in the exam. They've got to put the right answer down. And it's going to lock it at 8.7. Oh, my word, an 8.8 from one of the panel. A left-hander against the grain. The big shape of Wesley Dantes. That was beef flying through the air. 8.7 and a 5.83. That heat went through a whole bunch of stories, but this one is going to be in the highlight reel. That was crazy stuff. Big Wesley Dantes from Brazil will be just jazzing on that, because he went from 4th to 1st. Taj Lindblad will remain in that 2nd place. And even then, it was a 14-7, just split by the higher 8.5 for Taj Lindblad for the cutoff.
Yeah, no, amazing heat and really some big excitement from the big guy. The judges were pretty steady on the 8.7s, just 2 of them sort of a bit off, so he gets the main score, and that's what we came here to see, is some excitement.
Tons of credit to Levi Slauson, who finishes in 3rd with the 8-point ride. Jorgen Kuzenay doing a great job, a great set of scores for him, although finishing in 4th. Let's have another look at that. That was just crazy from Wesley Dantes. And as I say, against the grain as well, we saw Cole Hauschman fetching into the 8s on a left-hander for a big gouging turn. And, well, we'll just sit back and just stay calm for a break. It's the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Ballito Pro just takes a moment to breathe and reflect. Last heat of the round of 32 for the men caught absolute fire. Massive scores all over and a huge moment for Wesley Dantes. Biggest roar we've had this week from the crowd on the beach, and some pleasurable noises and groans going down in the studio as well. JJ Starling, Bigfoot Emsley. Whew, that was mad.
Wow, that was crazy. In the competitors area, I swear the whole competitors area lifted with him as he went into the air and landed perfectly. And here it is.
Oh, wow. That was sick. He actually got so much projection out of that there. You can see there's that energy that we were talking about. The beach definitely was right there with him. Watch the board completely disengage from his feet there as well. So that wind actually working in his favor to keep the board up next to his feet. So impressive buzzer beater.
BP 26, flight BP 26.
Yeah, it's boarding. It's gone, actually.
Yes.
You've missed it.
Touchdown. That was insane. That was really spectacular. That the drift in the air, the rotation, the landing, everything. Oh, Wesley on fire.
That's what it's going to take to keep rolling here now. We'll switch over to our women's round of 16 surfer on surfer formats. 35 on the clock, just 2 women in the water. They are the Basque, Arisopilana, Ariana Ochoa, taking on Eve Wong from Hawaii. These two obviously been outstanding in the rounds. Big numbers from them, good reads on the ocean. They'll need that. Here's the backhand attack from Ari.
Yeah, Ariana Ochoa, she had that big 9-point ride yesterday. It was single maneuvers like that. She put 2 of those on a really solid set wave, and you can see she's definitely drawing a lot of confidence from that here. So Ariana is definitely keeping that momentum going.
Not wasting any time and posting a number on the board. Judges will reward a 6.33. Really healthy start to the heat, Greg.
Yeah, it's almost like she wanted to get this heat going and keep that momentum rolling off that 9-point ride yesterday. She's, after not seeing her last year and chatting to her around the competition and that, she's got this sort of calm confidence about her. She really looks like she wants to be here and take to the competition. And wow, she really has shown up this year. And I've been so impressed with her surfing. Of course, out of Bilbao, surfs her local break is Sopolana. I know you've surfed a bit around there. Paul, I've done a bit of surfing, a really cool little city and a little town, beach town. But yeah, Ariane with a solid start, 6.33, that's a great number. So time for Eve to answer back here.
Pretty interesting in Eve's heat yesterday. There was a couple of girls in that heat who had big scores and then got caught on the inside and couldn't quite get back out. There was a lot of victory at sea in Eve's heat, and Eve being one of those who spent a lot of time paddling back out. So it seemed to me that she got slightly left behind in competition yesterday, just with that bigger swell and unfortunately being caught on the inside. So maybe a little bit of redemption for Eve today. She did get through that heat, and I'm not saying it was lucky in any sense. It was just there was a lot of waves in her heat yesterday. So I really want to see her now, with the ocean being slightly calmer than what we saw, take control. And we spoke about it a lot yesterday, Greg, of if you're tipping toe towards the sections, you're going to get hurt and you're going to get pretty smashed. So hoping that this slight decrease in swell sees Eve just really take control of the conditions.
Yeah, it's exactly that. It's the surfers in this event, both men and women, that really want it, are getting it. Basically, it's there for our surfers, but it's heavy water. As we see when I talk about heavy water, that wash goes down through Willard Beach from right of our screen to the left. We do have a bathing area on that side, so we have our lifeguards that patrol this area. There's a lot of safety as we see a lifeguard just going through the break. It is shallow there, and there's pretty much one-way traffic on that sandbar. It pushes you in quite quickly. That's why we often see from that zone our surfers getting washed across there and battle to get out. The current pushes you back in, and you've sometimes got to do the run around.
What about the switch in the format? So instead of 4 in the water, a crowded lineup, there's a lot more room to breathe and make decisions. How's that going to affect things, JJ? Like these surfers, they would have surfed in this round before on the CS, but it's different. They wouldn't have had loads of experience as well.
Yeah, it is. These women-on-women heats are proving to be really hard, no matter what level that you're on. There definitely is a certain formula to competing in these 2 woman or 2-man heats. And Eve, she's had a lot of experience on the Challenger Series with that. Over last year's season, she had a really exciting run last year, a couple of those really solid results, actually paying to how well she can surf these 2-man heats. Ariana, I haven't really seen her in this type of format, so this is new for me. We're going to take a look at this again. This 6.33, just to open up with this sort of score, is going to apply some pressure pretty early on. A 6.33 is absolutely a keeper. We've seen that in competition multiple times. But yeah, the wave selection, but also backing yourself on maybe some of those mid-sized ones that we've seen Ariane do already on that 6.33. That is going to come into play with, okay, there's got to be a healthy balance between knowing that if you need to get the job done, you can, and also making sure that you're on the best 2 waves that come through.
And in terms of a strategy, Greg, coming into this, it really is a chance to compare yourself with the other surfer. So rather than the 4, you've just got one opponent. Is that something these surfers will bring into their strategy, is kind of really making their strengths shine and maybe showing a few things that their opponent can't do?
I think so, and also it's that focusing on just one person, not 4 people. Also, premeditating a little bit what they might do, their strategies. A lot of surfers stick to the same routine, same rhythm, same heat strategies. So you've got less to focus on. You're not focusing on 3 surfers. You've just got one surfer to focus on. And you can go, okay, well, I know this person might fight me for the inside at the start, or they want to get those 2 waves under the belt. But I think in these conditions, you've got to be riding waves. That's key, and that's what Ariane's doing.
Ochoa into it again. Good bottom turn. Big crack there. Very nicely done. A slightly smaller wave, but it was really punchy. And she delayed that bottom turn just enough to accelerate and smack into the lip. That looked really good. A 1-turner. I think she would have enjoyed that.
Oh, absolutely. You can see how much confidence she has out there. And it definitely would pay to have surfed at such big size yesterday, that now that we have conditions that are close to half the size of what we saw of Ariane's 9 yesterday, feel a lot more playful, and you can see those wind-ups have a lot more intent on her bottom turns. This is totally what you were talking about, Greg, just being on waves and staying busy. Those single maneuvers have paid off throughout the event so far. So I love Ariane's approach already so early in this heat, just getting the foundations really nice and strong and then building in the next 24 minutes.
Yeah, get that scoreboard moving. And, you know, during one of my breaks earlier, I did go onto the grassy knoll there and have a little sit. I like that little
that sounds
spot.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's lovely there. I had a ice frappuccino, whatever they call it.
Yeah, your cappuccino.
Oh, I
ones
love that.
You
I love it. In the hot sun, the hot winter sun that beats down on you with that ice friezo, they call it. Oh, it's lovely. Anyway, Dane Henry took off on a wave and he flew down the line. I mean, he's got so much speed and drive. Did a turn and he just went full blast into the air. And I went, no, he's going to make it, and he fell. And then about a minute later, he took off on another wave, and the same thing, flying down the line. And I went, okay, well, he fell on the last one. He's definitely making this one. And he stuck it because he knew that, you know, on a percentage basis in his training, that he's going to make them 9 times or 8 times out of 10. So if he didn't make this one, he's probably going to make the next one, right?
Yeah.
And same thing, yeah, if you keep that scoreboard moving, keep riding waves, you've done the training, you know you've got the big hammers, get that scoreboard working for you.
We've also seen how easy it is to fall out of rhythm with the ocean here, specifically at Willard Beach, because lumps of water are constantly moving up and down the beach. And how often do we see one heat look completely different to the one that's before it, or completely different to the one that's after it? So you do have to stay really adaptive with this lineup, and that's why the point that Greg is making of staying busy and catching a lot of waves has been paying off for a lot of surfers today. Like you mentioned, it paid off for Dane. He stayed really busy, gave himself opportunities, and there may not be a competitor in this draw that has as much confidence as Dane Henry. I mean, he really is soaring right now.
In terms of the self-improvement strategy, Grego, being the best version of yourself, is the ice frappuccino crucial to that? Was that part of the plan, or did that something just spontaneous that came to you? You thought a bit of caffeine, bit of sugar?
It was definitely part of it, and then
Okay.
and then just going back to my room and looking in the mirror and going, you can do better.
All right, here goes Eve Wong. Nice looking rail carve from her, high on the face. There's another. Sort of drops that back knee and slices out of that turn, gives it a bit more there as well. So squeezing the juice, good rhythm. Doesn't quite have the impact in terms of attacking the lip, but it's nice, smooth surf, and it's controlled. And it'll just feel nice to get involved. We've seen her paddle a couple of times, not really get anywhere. She didn't lose priority because it was when Ari was on the inside, but she's been just a touch scattered. That's going to be a settler for her.
Yeah, definitely. Just to have completed your first ride as well, no matter what time it is in the heat, is definitely going to give you confidence. Okay, I've got a ride under my belt. Sweet. Let's push a little bit harder on that next one because I've already got a completed wave. So Eve waited a while for of this one, but I love the shape of this wave. Had that really nice carve, slightly hung up at the end of it there, but she managed to regroup really well through this inside section here, just showcasing that beautiful carve down that she has, and it is a really strong asset to her surfing. Slightly smaller wave, but like I mentioned, those mid-size ones do hold good scores. You can get into the 5 range on some of those mid-size waves by surfing it up. So Eve, she was surfing well, but the issue is when your competitor is doing big backside in the lip hangers, a carve may not compare to that.
Talk of the town, the talk of the beach at the moment is the Brazilian Wesley Dantas. Let's go and hear from him. He's with Emma.
Definitely the talk of the beach. Wesley, you went from 4th to 1st, and I know that you attempted that aerial 3 times, but then you got it.
Yeah, you look in the left. Yeah, left is good waves. I need 8 points. God, and good on one wave, the big air. You look in the wave is the pad. You look on the big air. You finish. Oh, surprise! Thank you WSL. Thank you my friends. Thank you my brother. Thank you my girlfriend. Thank you my sponsors. I have a good day today. It's hot. Yes, next round.
Amazing. It was an incredible air. The whole beach was screaming. Do you want to, I know you just thanked your sponsors and family, but would you like to give them a thank you in Portuguese?
Queria agradecer minha família, a todos que estavam torcendo por mim. Uma bateria difícil. Não vou mentir, estava um pouco perdido no começo da bateria. Fiquei perdido porque estava difícil de achar as ondas boas direito, então quando o vento começou a mudar foi onde Deus me mandou ali a cartada final. E é isso, eu tenho que agradecer a Deus, muito a Deus, a WSL, a todos envolvidos para mim estar aqui no Challenge. Agradecer também aos meus patrocinadores, a HHR, a Oakley, a Silver Surf, a Banana Ox. É isso, mais uma bateria difícil, com o coração na mão apertado. O Brasil perdeu na Copa, mas vamos ganhar a certeza aí na WSL, mais um título pra gente, vamos ter o X aí do surf. Valeu família, obrigado a todos, obrigado ao L7, ao Scooby, ao Caio na mata da Oakley, obrigado à minha esposa, a Laís, ao meu irmão Igor, minha família toda, minha mãe, meu pai, e a todos que estão na torcida por mim, todos meus amigos também, e um abraço para a equipe FF.
I wish I could understand Portuguese to hear all that you said, but I can't wait to see you doing more aerials, and good luck for the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emma. Valeu, Wesley. What a performance of that guy. What a showman. Such a tough situation to pull out that manoeuvre. I need a massive score. I needed a big 8 and got one. And that's what we love here. High stakes. All right, let's remind ourselves where we are in the heat at the moment. 18.5 on the clock. The early work from the Spaniard, Ochoa. It's pretty decent. 6.33, 5.33. The reply from Eve Wang. Always going to have a bit of a ceiling on it. Those carving turns. 4.33 was her number. So something to work with. She's going to have to kick on from here, look for a different kind of wave, JJ.
Yeah, that was that point I was making just before we went to that interview is if your competitor is belting it like Ariane is, she's putting her board at 12 o'clock in a more critical part of the wave, doing a higher risk maneuver, carves aren't going to compare with that. Even just her one turn did score higher than Eve's 3. So Eve has those really dramatic turns. She can blast the fins out the back and have the 3 of us on the edge of our seat. I remember in her first round, I didn't expect her to land the turn she did on her 7-point ride. So she definitely has it. That was just, like you mentioned, a settler for Eve. She got the completed ride. But now I do feel that it's time that we see her really open up and drive harder. And yeah, that definitely comes with a slightly bigger wave.
I agree. She needs the bigger waves to match 2 backhand turns vertical in the lip on a bigger wave is almost quite tough on the forehand at times. You've got to have something extra. You've got to have the size that matches it, and you've got to get critical in the lip. You can't be too carvy on the face, and you've almost got to throw a little bit of variety as well. It seems like it's kind of the flavor of the last couple of years, the big backhand vertical hit. It's such a critical maneuver, and it's hard not to give it a score. So two big turns like that's always going to put you in the 6s or 7s, aren't they? So yeah, on your forehand, mix it up. Don't be too on the open face. Get critical. get a bit of variety.
Another factor in play at the moment, Ariane with first priority as well. So she'll be having a look at waves and thinking anything to help her improve on that 5-3-3. She'll be showing interest in that. I think Eve will also look for something, maybe a big close-out turn on the end could be good for her on the forehand.
Yeah.
That was a solid set.
Solid set. Watch when this wave breaks. It's just a note I'm taking here. Watch the wind off the back of this wave. It's sort of offshore, going from right kind of to left, which actually indicates that we've almost got a side offshore wind, a southwesterly wind. It's predicted to go northeast, which bumps this ocean up very quickly. If we've got a little localized coastal low that's keeping a southwester here, we'll have good conditions for a bit longer here before that easterly wind dominates later this afternoon.
Ochoa uses priority here. Maybe a good sell from Eve. This wave doesn't look like much. If that's what it was genius. I think Eve maybe was just wanting to go the wave, but forced the block from Ariane. So good from the Hawaiians' point of view right now with that priority. Can't see much being added to the scoreboard for Ariane with that. Oh, you'll just see patient there. You don't see that often. Surfer on the paddle back out just stops completely, lets the explosion happen. Let's get another look here at Ochoa.
Yeah, foamy looking face. So this was actually a really good sell from Eve. There wasn't too much on offer through that inside track. She also is trying to drop a 5-3-3. So pretty good news is that she can get into the fives for one turn, which is a major compliment to how hard she is hitting the lip. It just needs to come on a wave that is a little bit cleaner.
All right, midway point. Well, beyond that in the heat here, just 15 to go now. Is our Spaniard Ariane Ochoa in the lead from our Hawaiian Eve Wong. More live action from the round of 16 for the women from the Ballito Pro right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the action here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2026 Stop One on the Challenger Series. I tell you what, South Africa has been delivering so far. We've had pumping surf throughout, and it continues today as well. Big numbers going down from our panel, and loads of entertainment. Big crowd on the beach. They're loving this. They can feel the energy soaking up the rays this morning. Temperatures are ticking up as well. It's getting warmer into the weekend. Waves are set to continue as well. Loads of cool festivities around this event, but the main draw is Challenger Series action, and as what we're seeing now, it's getting to that point, round of 16. If you can get out of this one, JJ, this is starting to look like a result, and you can almost feel those higher stakes, a bit of that tension here.
Yeah, especially for the women, with only 6 being qualified into that championship tour. You'd have to say that the quarterfinals is essentially the benchmark consistently to get yourself into that top 6 contention. So a ninth isn't a bad result. It's not at all. You definitely take a ninth for the first event of the season. You'll take a lot of confidence from that as well. But you probably will have to combo that up with at least a third and more consistent quarterfinals. And if we think back to when it was 5 women that qualified for the championship tour, and remember you watched and women were winning events that season and still not qualifying. And that ended up being, you almost consistently had to have semi-finals that year. But now that we have a slightly bigger group of women that can qualify, yeah, quarters onwards is definitely the benchmark.
Wang with a ton of speed, uses her priority. Nice opening turn, really creative. That was a big hit with an absolute ton of spray and does well to negotiate. Would have loved to get that finish there. It was just a smaller section. It's kind of a tricky one. I think she did well to identify to go for that. She'd be a little disappointed with herself for not getting the finish, but I enjoyed that combo out the back. Some good, crisp, sharp rail surfing, Greg.
Looked really good. She wanted to get that finish. She would have been matching Ariana there with that opening wave, in my opinion. I still think it's her best wave. I think the judges are going to really like that second maneuver. It was critical. It was crisp, as you mentioned. Even this first turn, carves it, gets the surfboard facing all the way back, and that turn, vertical up into the pocket. So those 2 turns alone, you'd have to say it's on the rail. There's change of direction from the board. There's power. There's verticalness in the critical part of the wave. There's lots of spray. So, yeah, you got to say that's her best wave, and I think it's going to put her back in the heat.
Let's see what the judges make of that. Just on that last turn, how does it work with judging? You get points taken off for not making that? Would she have been better just to kick out? How does that break down, JJ?
It is an interesting topic, that, because there was such a strong start to that wave, and she obviously went for that last turn and didn't make it. It doesn't essentially take points off, but it does hinder what the score could have been. With a completion, that definitely would have gone higher than the score that she's going to get. But it's a funny one, because sometimes someone could do the craziest maneuver you've ever seen, and it's massive, and then potentially fall on that next turn and still come in as an excellent score. So it really does depend on how critical the start of the wave was. But essentially, no, it shouldn't take points off the score.
But what it can do as well is just rattle your confidence a little bit.
Yes.
You just saw a little slap of the water from her there. She'll be a bit frustrated. That's a turn she'd be backing herself to do.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see it almost felt like she was thinking going into that last section, which is so easy to do. I find myself doing it a lot as well, where you're like, if I make this is going to be good. Like, I've got to land this turn. I've got to land this turn. And as soon as you start thinking like that, 9 times out of 10, you don't, because it's just you're overthinking rather than feeling and flowing with what's going on beneath your feet with the board and the ocean. So Eve definitely frustrated. She would know, like I mentioned, it shouldn't necessarily take points off, but it does hinder what it could have been. So that's probably why Eve was frustrated.
And it's back to, I think it was day 1, I mentioned heat management, competition management. This is a point I'm talking about. Heat management at this time, even though she's a little bit back in the heat, she could have got a score that could have been the best number, in my opinion, of the heat if she had made that last maneuver. She now gets a 5.47, so it's still the second best number of the heat, but it comes down to that management. You know, you're this far in the competition because you're surfing well and you're on form. It's very important you take it as far as you can, because you know, as you mentioned, you get a semi-final year, so then you only really need a 9th in the next event to average it out. But you get a 9th here, the next event you're going to need a semi-final to average it out. So get the work done while you're on form.
Yeah, she's getting blown up here as well, isn't she? She's having real trouble. You just saw her look around there and even consider maybe coming back to the inside. So that set, there was maybe 5 or 6 waves that just unloaded. Some of the bigger ones that we've seen on that shallow sandbar just kind of closed out the bay while she was on the inside. All of that water, and she will eventually. So it took about a minute or so trying to paddle out, and now she's got to come around. So not only chasing the score, she's against the clock here. This is going to be really tough.
I feel the competitors are, the runaround's not a bad option, but it's quite tiring running and then still getting back in the rip, and hopefully you time it well. I think they're not using the wide, very wide rip almost down towards Sunrise. There's quite a heavy rip, and if you get into that channel, it sucks you out quickly, and then there's a counter rip out the back that can bring you back to the zone fairly quickly. And I don't think that's being utilized enough. You can get a gap down there.
All right, Ariana Choa, good-looking wave here from her. Off the bottom again, really nice hook, and it just goes
to vert. The bottom drops out. She'll poke the nose. A mistake from her. Just didn't quite have it in the legs to control that. And if she had, that could have been very, very tough for Wong, who might have been facing not only a long run around and paddle back, but maybe some more scoreboard pressure. As it is, it's incomplete. It looks like Ariane will just be able to poke through here and get back and get that priority, which could also be crucial.
Yeah, this essentially could have been a seal the deal moment, but she is in such a good position. That bottom turn was so beautiful. You can see she airdropped out of it, and then that nose just grabbing there and it fortunately forcing her down to the sandbank. But she is going to get back out the back. She's going to retain priority. Eve does really have the harder task here, where she's got that run around. She has to then punch out the back, which we know the rip and bathers, yes, it is really strong, but when those sets roll through, no one is beating it. We saw Winter Vincent stuck in there for such a long time earlier today. And then when he did get back out the back, he had unfortunately, the dark cloud of last priority and everyone else around him whilst needing a score. So this is a really hard task for Eve to get herself out of. However, with these woman-on-woman heats, this is really when you can go into that salesman strategy of, okay, I need to sell them on this wave, and then I'm going to just blow up and back my surfing on the next one. So it's going to be a mountain to climb, but very impressive if she can get it done.
Yeah, more of a walk around than a run around for Eve Wong at the moment. She doesn't seem to be overly hurried. There's only 5.5 left.
That last wave of Ariane was so crisp off the top. She fell on that maneuver, got a little bit slammed, but straight on her board and paddling and kicking. She actually looks like she's loving these waves. Like she's not only competing, it looks like she's really enjoying these heavier conditions. She's like wants to be on another wave. She's riding lots of waves. But even this, how good would this have felt off the top and sadly going down? But she wasn't that worried about that heavy wipeout. Straight back on the board. She's going through these big sets. We saw her with the 9-point ride yesterday. It's like she's feeling so at home out there.
Yeah, major shades of Nadia Aristabe and what she's been doing this year. You can see she's drawing a lot of inspiration from her. So big single hits that are scoring. So Ariane is definitely reaping the rewards of taking a little bit of time off and coming back, knowing what's at stake and wanting to push for that top level, which I'm a massive fan of.
You should be wondering, where's Eve Wong? She's been in the lineup for a long time on her own now. She's having a little look around. She just about squeaked under that last set. You saw her duck dive just as the lip was landing. All right, Eve's in that rip now. But she's got a bit of work to do. Look at that clock, just over 4. She needs to go around these rocks into the lineup and try and find herself a 6.2 or better. And as soon as she does come around from bathers there, Ariane Ochoa is going to be looking to cover. She doesn't need to ride any more waves. At the moment, she's going to the quarterfinals, so she can hang on to that priority and use it to block. And time will run away quick here, Greg.
Yeah, that would be, a good strategy. I think that would be the right move right now. Just wait for Eve to get in the lineup before you go on a wave, just to seal the deal for yourself. But I do feel like Ariane wants more. Like she wants the scoreline to be higher. She wants to ride more waves. So it's going to be a little bit of discipline from her.
Let's see how she goes here. 3.5 on the clock. Still looking around, wondering where Eve Wong is. She'll see her shortly, but as you guys have mentioned, that run around, it's not guaranteed that you're just going to pop out the back. You still have to deal with these closeout sets on that sandbar at bathers there, and this is not looking good at all for Eve Wong. She's going to struggle to get back in the lineup here. Just from the very beginning of this heat, things didn't quite go her way. You look to build momentum in all sorts of ways. You can do it with the scoreboard, but also just with the ocean, you can find flow and rhythm, and sometimes you can feel it's a little bit against you. Feels a little bit like that for Eve, but meanwhile, there's another good-looking wave, and then a bottom turn to almost punch through for Ariane Ochoa. We've got a little tangled. She'll stay in the lineup. She'll get priority again.
Yeah, Eve looking frustrated and maybe a little bit lost down at bathers. There is a current down there as well. And you can see she'd moved away from the current next to the rocks, and she's down on that sandbank. And we haven't really seen anyone take that strategy of paddling further down the beach to try and get in the rip. She's constantly looking back at Dougie for advice, but what she needs to be doing is just putting her head down and really trying to punch out the back. She's a long way from the green water there, and it is just a major testament to how hard it is, or not how hard, how much power this wave has. It really does pack a punch, and Eve, unfortunately, just, really feeling the grunt of it right now.
Challenger by name, challenging by nature. A thick, powerful swell. Everyone will be very used to that coming from Hawaii, but this Indian Ocean is packing a punch in all sorts of different ways, and even just accessing the lineup after getting on the wrong side of that sandbar on the inside. And, you look back at moments, particularly after losses, and maybe review things, and you might think, if I'd have just kicked out, if this had just happened to me. But sometimes it is just those tiny moments, particularly at this level, where the ocean just doesn't cooperate with you. And when that happens, Greg, maybe that's a little easier to deal with. I mean, there's not a lot she could have done particularly different out here. It's just not really been one of those heats where she's found the flow.
No, she looks a little bit depleted. It's, she's sort of left the frying pan over here and gone into the pressure cooker on that side for the paddle out. It just hasn't got easier. And those bathers, they're not there for a reason. The lifeguards have put them there because the water flow is inward towards the beach. It's the safest sort of spot for the bathers to sort of swim. So there is a current right next to the rocks where she started, but it's also it's a bit tricky. You got to time it there. But where she is right now, the only other current that she can use is if she comes to the right of the screen next to the other rocks. There is a secondary current there, but right now she's stuck in the middle of the two.
Yeah, this shot's really illustrates that. There's so much sand, not just on that particular part of the beach, but on this whole beach this year. And that's the reason why we're seeing such heavy waves, broken boards. Meanwhile, here's Ariane Ochoa again, just enjoying herself. Nice hit off the top, just opens up a little bit with that one and holds the turn. And there's that smile that she tends to do at the end of every single wave she rides. She just had a look down the line, was able to just straighten out and just enjoy the moment. She's been surfing on her own for 10, 12 minutes.
Yeah, Eve did decide to do the runaround with about 8 minutes to go. That's when we saw her swing her board back towards the beach. And it is going to be one of those ones where you can sit and it'd be so easy to wonder if I had just stuck with it and then maybe punch back out. But where she was in that part of the beach, we've seen it probably be the heaviest part. There's been serious closeouts down there, really shallow sandbanks too. So Eve, she had an incredible moment in that heat of that 547, but unfortunately it really just was victory at sea.
Nice moment for Ariane Ochoa here. And she'll have fired up that Euro squad, travelling with her boyfriend as well. Saw them on the promenade yesterday afternoon, just enjoying the view. She's really big picturing her season this year. It started with a cracker in South Africa through to quarterfinals. We'll lose Eve Wong from the draw. More live action, a great looking heat coming up next. A special guest coming in the studio too. Stay tuned.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Looking back on La Union in the Philippines, start of the year, and a great moment for Dane Henry. Won the World Junior title over there. Tough competition. And even when things got smaller, was able to go from strength to strength. Never really
look back, enjoying himself throughout a comprehensive performance. And a great moment for the Australians. We got the world champ in the booth. Dane, welcome, mate.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Stoked to be here.
How's your South Africa going so far? It seems to be going pretty well.
Yeah, it's going pretty good right now. I feel like I've been here for the whole entire year. I've been here for about 2.5 weeks now. Did a little stint in J-Bay with the crew, and yeah, really keen to get here in the nice warm weather, and yeah, it's been so epic.
Been a little bit of a tough one for the Aussies so far. You're doing all right to hold the Aussie end up?
Yeah, it's this wave's so tricky. It's a really rhythmic wave, and you got to get in that nice rhythm. And a couple of the lads are bowed out today in some tricky conditions, but really glad to keep it going and keep the flag flying.
What are you making of the Challenger Series, the Changers? What do you make of competition? You enjoy it?
Yeah, well, it's called the Challenger Series for a reason. It's bloody challenging. It's really tricky to know who is in your next heat, and all the heats have been super tough so far. Like my last one was an absolute stonker, and it's been epic so far. So yeah.
Set up this second heat of the round of 16 for the women. Sierra Kerr, who's been absolutely blazing, representing Australia, taking on Sanoa Dempfle Olin of Canada. So these two with more room in the lineup. And just from what we saw in that last one, JJ, and it's often a case when we do flip over to surfer on surfer front, we'll see one surfer flourish and the other one struggle to kind of replicate the rhythm. I wonder how you avoid going about doing that. I guess that strong start that everyone's looking for is key to doing that.
Yeah, definitely. That strong start would pay off. It's definitely easier said than done, though, because Dane, you spoke about it, like finding your own rhythm out there. It is so easy to get caught up in where that rhythm is and being frustrated and not being able to get into it. But Dane's probably the better one to ask here. I actually haven't even been in the ocean since we've been here. It's just been full, all systems go with work. So finding the rhythm out there is tricky, but you're managing to do it pretty convincingly, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like I said, a really tricky wave to get into a rhythm, and it kind of almost chooses you. And having that strong start, the last couple of heats I've had have been, I've got a score straight on the board, just like Sanoa's got her 6.33 now. That's really comfortable out there. You're really stoked on opening up with a mid-range score, and you can kind of build your rhythm off that, and she'll be looking for another one of those scores to put the pressure on Sierra.
What about some of the challenges of this wave? I mean, we've been talking about how much heavier it's packing, quite a lot of a punch, partly due to the swell, and a lot of people saying there's a lot of sand as well. But how challenging is this wave at the size we've had it the last few days?
Yeah, it's actually really similar to the east coast of Oz. Over the back of my place at Fingal gets like this, when there's a bit of size, and the sand's so compact and really hard. So it's really tricky. But here's Sierra up and going. Oh, huge layback carve there into a nice snap. She'll be looking to finish this one off a pretty big score, I reckon.
Yeah, Sierra's been a standout. She, talking about that rhythm, she has found it. Like, she really, in every single one of her heats, has been on good waves, got a good paddle back out, and then been on more good waves, where unfortunately we saw Eve on that last one take a good wave and then not get back out, which we've seen time and time again be a really big struggle with just like that can hinder the rhythm and the consistency of you being on those good waves. But Sierra has definitely looked comfortable and confident in these conditions, which definitely can be daunting with some of those end sections, Dane.
Yeah, absolutely. Sierra's just been shining. She hasn't really been surfing too much in the free surfs. Obviously, she's coming back from a bit of a year kind of on and off, and it's incredible to see what she's doing. It's really inspiring for everyone that's kind of coming back from an injury and tough times, and she's really, like I said, really shining and showing us, she's kind of the next one coming up, and her variety has just been absolutely incredible. We all know she can go to the air, but you don't really see her turns too much, and she's really showed us that she can, put it on rail and give us the variety that the judges have been loving.
And what about those free surfs, mate? How hard is it? There's a lot of frothers out there. I mean, there's lots of waves here, but they're not. The waves are kind of short in terms of the lineup where the rocks are and everything. It's not loads of elbow room out there. Is it hard to get waves?
Oh, mate,
even for you?
I've been really struggling. I know everyone's been really struggling.
I doubt it.
I definitely have been struggling. It's really tricky. At the start of the comp was like a nightmare. Like, everyone is out there, and you've only got really 45 minutes max to get a wave because we've been starting so early. But this morning was actually really nice. It was a bit higher. No one really went out, and I kind of got a couple underneath the crowd. But yeah, it's just been the kind of day opener for everyone to get out there and try and get at least one wave.
All
All right, solid wave out the back. Sierra Kerr showing interest, and she'll go here, get a high line pump. She's got loads of speed and a juicy section and goes up into the lip, kind of caught between hitting it. And she'll go down. You see that board, tombstoning. Let's go down here for someone that found great flow with the ocean. Ariane Ochoa is with Emma.
Ariana, besides an incredibly good heat, one of my favorite things about you in South Africa is you always have a South African lady standing on the beach screaming louder than I think some of your own country support.
Yeah, I mean, I feel South Africa is really special for me. I have a special connection with the country, with the people. Yeah, it's because of the people that I always feel this country was really special for me. Actually, I came 2 weeks before to enjoy the country. Yeah, never disappoints. So it's amazing to have this support here that feels like home.
Amazing. And I don't know, maybe you can tell us a little bit about it in detail, but there is a bit of a different approach to a woman-on-woman heat, you know, coming out of the 4-woman heat.
Yeah, actually, with 4 women heat, you need to share more. You need to take in count like what position are you to make the right decisions. But yes, after with woman to woman, you have more control. But all of them, they are super difficult.
Nice. And I know we spoke about the South African local support, but do you want to just give us some love back home to all your family at home watching it?
Yes, es que ricasco, Danoi, gracias a todo el mundo, los que habéis estado apoyando, increíble, estoy muy contenta, oso pozik nago eta aurrera jarraitzeko gogoekin, con ganas de seguir adelante y un abrazo muy fuerte, besarka handi bat Danoi.
Well, we love having you back in South Africa, and good luck for the next round. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Ariane through to quarters, absolutely stoked. And about 25 minutes and 40 seconds to go in our second heat of that round of 16. And a decent start from both of our surfers, but this wave here from Sierra Kerr. Let's get another look at this, Dane.
Yeah, Sierra's just really opened up on that first turn, giving us that variety on that layback, and gets 2 clicks. It's probably not as clean as she wanted to on the second one, but really, you know, brought it home on the third one and got up and over that tricky section. And yeah, the judges well rewarded for that wave. 817. It's about as good of a start to a heat as you can get, really.
No real surprise to see her go excellent there, JG.
No, not at all. She's just keeping on trend with what she set for us so far. And Sierra, you got it so right, Dane. She just has so much variety, and that's why I personally really love seeing her back in the jersey, and more importantly, smiling back in the jersey too. You can see she's put in a lot of time to get her health back to a better place, and she seems to be really enjoying herself, feeling confident. And yeah, 817, that first carve was probably one of the best carves we've seen in the entirety of the women's draw so far. So pretty cool to see that she's keeping this excellent train rolling. And Sanoa actually got a really good start too, 633. Now she's a wild card because sometimes she has these heats and she's dropping 8s and 9s herself, and she's got such a power with her backhand. She can click it like we saw Ariane do in that last heat. And then other times she has heats where she can't put together 4s and 5s. So you can definitely see she's been trying to work on consistency in the off season, and to already be in the round of 16, that hard work is paying off.
Yeah, she's going to need to use this priority now. Just get herself continued involvement. 633 is pretty decent, but should be well aware of that excellent number, and also just the general scores that her opponent's been throwing throughout the event here. Dana, just thinking about your season so far, mate. What are we, July, past midway point in the E. Started off really well, that World Junior title. Gets you into the Challenger Series. Well, you actually got in through the QS in Australia, am I right? So you didn't even need that wild card that comes to. In terms of goals for you, mate, obviously we're here for the Challenger Series, but it's somewhere where surfers on the come up would rather not hang around too long. What's the master plan for you in terms of getting onto the CT?
Yeah, it's our plan. Me and Duffy, my coach's plan for the year, has just been, you know, do my surfing, and if I can get the waves and do the surfing I want to do, it'll all work out. And you know, having that the taste of bells at the start of the year was huge for me. I felt really comfortable and confident in that, you know, locker room with all the big boys. And yeah, it's just big. It was a really good confidence booster to, you know, get through a heat and yeah, give Griff a good run for his money. That was a really awesome one for me. But yeah, I just want to, you know, go through the motions and just make the most of this time. It's my first year on the Challenger, and you know, it's one that I'll try and get out of the way as soon as I can. But if that doesn't happen, it's just focus on my surfing and the rest will play out.
Australia's a pretty turf mad nation. A lot of expectancy on someone like you as well. A public and a media kind of really want that next star to come and shine. Is that a lot of pressure? Do you feel any of that? Does it fuel your fire? How does that play out?
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure, but I've kind of seen how someone like Sierra has dealt with that, and there was a year of her being off last year, and she's one of the young girls from Oz, and everyone just expects her to perform so well at all times, and to see her bounce back and do what she's doing right now has really inspired me to keep a cool head and kind of block out all the noise. I feel like that's a massive thing that I'm learning, and be a bit selfish sometimes and put myself first. But yeah, it's been an epic journey, and I'm so grateful for everything that I've got so far.
Let's have a look at this wave, JJ, from Sierra.
Yeah, a little late to that second turn, but I love the fact that she's staying really busy. That's something that we spoke about earlier. Finding rhythm, sometimes you also have to generate your own rhythm with this wave. But just to go back on that topic really quickly, to be fair, I really do believe when Australia scouts their next athlete that they see qualifying for that championship tour, they do tend to get it right. I mean, all the surfers that are there, they were all scouted and a part of that high performance program that we have back home in Surfing Australia, and Dane has been that name for quite some time. There's definitely a really good junior crop coming through as well, but that last person that probably got the same amount of hype that Dane is getting was Molly, and they got that pretty well accurate considering she's our reigning world champ. So I would take that as more of a compliment than pressure, Dane, because the country definitely believes in you, and I think that's a real privilege considering how talented our nation is at surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's obviously an honour and a privilege. I've been able to represent Australia at the ISA level the last 2 years in the Opens and the juniors, and we've got 2 team golds while I've been there, and it just really shows you how much everyone gets around each other at that stage. The challenge is a little different. Everyone's kind of in their own little squad. I've got my squad with Dorf, and it's and the CT is even different to that. You're very individual, but here we go. Here's Sierra up on another really nice wave. Cracks that lip. And yeah, like you said before, she's just looking for that rhythm. She's finding it. I kind of had the same thing in my heat. I wanted to generate my own rhythm and just keep swinging, and that's when we see people like Sierra perform, and she's got that innovative approach, and I think we're going to see something special in this heat.
Just on those 2 team golds, who was it that won the individual golds on both those events? Just remind me really quickly.
Me.
Yeah. Don't shy away. You're a world junior and would you call it a surfing games champion?
Gold medalist,
Gold
yeah.
medalist,
Gold medalist.
Yeah. Pretty cool, Dane.
Yes, very cool. Obviously, it's an absolute honour to represent my country. I've grown up in Australia, and my dad's from New Zealand, and to also have the opportunity to receive a haka after my win from the New Zealand team was absolutely incredible for me as well, and really showed the support I was getting. And yeah, I've been really enjoying hanging out with a lot of people from different countries. This morning I set myself a challenge to say good morning to everyone in their respective languages, which was really fun.
Come on, let's hear it. What do we got?
I think I threw around a couple of bom dias and a couple of buenos dias, but I think I'm still working on everything else, but I've got the good mornings down. But yeah, it's been epic to have all these incredible opportunities to make new mates on the road, and it's been sick to see the camaraderie with everyone on the Challenger. And everyone's really pushing each other this year, I feel like.
Yeah, there's quite a lot made of the sort of national teams as well, and some of those squads, and you see everyone cheering and making noise, but obviously it is an individual sport. It's an interesting point you made, the kind of higher up you go, it does become more about your own entourage, and maybe you're just really working with your trainer and your coach and not looking too much at your countrymen. But are you watching other results? I mean, like Winter Vincent, for example, in that last heat, another one who's very much one of those names that everyone's expecting to step up. He just missed out. Are you watching much of the other Aussies heats? You're just kind of running your own race?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. Obviously, I've grown up surfing with all these guys like Winter and Lennox, and we've all had a million heats together, and we've each beaten each other a million times throughout, from the under 12s till now, and it's really sick to see the lads, especially Harley as well on tour. We're both the exact same age. We're the youngest guys on the Aussie Aussie Tour, and yeah, it's really sick to see that, and also have like the guys like Huey Vaughan who are doing their own path, and really he's really inspiring me to do stuff. He's really pushing me to do stuff in competition that he's doing in his VO parts, and it's incredible the kind of rivalry we all have, and I think it really pushes us, and I can see that in the younger ages as well. I keep up with all the Grom comps and the kids like Loki Cullen and Zach Johnson and Luca Martin. Just it's incredible the type of surfing they're doing at the junior level. So yeah, it's really epic, and I think Oz have got a really solid crop of young crew coming up.
Well, so far in this one, an excellent number from Sierra Kerr is the best of the action. She's in the lead, still waiting for a second wave for our Canadian surfer to get involved in this heat. Time for a quick break. More live action, breaking it all down with Dane Henry in the studio right after the break.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It is too good to be true. I don't even have to say it. You can literally see the beach is packed. It is school holidays, the sun is shining. There's O'Neill team riders currently signing autographs, which is an amazing addition. And yeah, this event is super special to this whole KwaZulu-Natal region. It creates so many job opportunities for locals. We have people coming from inland, coming to learn about surfing. Some of them haven't even watched surfing. And yeah, I'm trying to hold back my froth because I could fall down this bank, but get down to the beach. And if you're not at the beach or in this area, tune in. Back to you guys.
Love it. Thanks, Emma. Let's get updated with the scoreboard here. Time's ticked away. We haven't really moved on, actually, in terms of numbers. A blistering start from Sierra Kerr, and unable to find much to back that up. She's had a couple of swings, but nothing significant to add to her total. Meanwhile, our Canadian surfer, Sanoa Dempsey Olin, she's still in this. 6.33 was her opening ride. She doesn't really have a second number either. She's in second priority, but that 4.35, not a big requirement. The ocean just gone a little quiet here. Let's see how these two deal with this mentally. They both need to catch waves and ride them to apply a bit of pressure to their opponent. But we could see a bit of a swing if Sanoa's able to get something. From Sierra's point of view, we mentioned how she's feeling better, looking a lot better as well, enjoying herself. She'll be pretty calm at the moment. She'll be backing herself. She's confident because of the form she's in.
Yeah, absolutely. She's in incredible form. I know the other day when she got her first heat win, it was a really emotional one for Josh, and also I know it would have been a really emotional one for Nikki at home. And they're such an incredible family, really family-based values, and I know to see Sierra succeed and the scores that she's getting has been absolutely incredible. Like I said before, inspiring almost. And I know there's a lot of crew that have, getting injured around this time, and it's been pretty full on for a lot of guys. And Sierra's really just showing you that the bounce back can really happen, and she's in incredible form.
13 minutes to go here. Still waiting for that second score to come through. And obviously, well, here we go. We've got a paddle here. There goes Sanoa on the backhand now. Important wave for her and a big opportunity. First turn's really nice. Oh, a vertical stab. If she could have hung on there, that would have gone right up the scale. She'll put down that second turn. And she'll be a little bit annoyed with herself there. That was really dynamic surfing. Something that we've known her to produce in moments when she needs a score. And that was the wave to get her right back in this. She would have been definitely going to the lead. May still do, just for the first turn. JJ, what do we think?
Yeah, so much power on that first turn. It's such a shame that wave hit a bump as she was coming back down, and that unfortunately forced her really hard onto her toe edge rail there, and that just pushed her down towards the sandbank. 4-3-5. We've definitely seen scores go into 4s for one turn, but don't know if that one had enough in it to go to that range. But she's definitely hitting the sections pretty hard, so you'd have to think a couple more swings, and that's a pretty easy 4-3-5 for Sanoa.
Yeah, she needed to start catching waves, didn't she? And she can just pop out in the lineup and try and snaffle something else right now. Comes in as a 3, a little bit under, but she needs to keep asking the question here, because all the while that Sierra Kerr waits, could apply a little more pressure. We've seen surfers go out with some big numbers in the 4 surfer heats. What'll be crucial as well is not getting blown up on the inside. If she can just punch through, that'll be useful for her. We'll just watch that from above. Speaking of World Juniors, we've got our current champ in the water at the moment. Sierra Kerr's in the lineup. She won the title back in 2023. No one really surprised, given the amount of attention and focus on her. And this would be a great moment. Obviously, that's a goal, Dane. Getting that World Junior title. Not a life-changing moment for you, but did you feel different when you came back to Australia with that trophy?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a life-changing moment for myself, and I know how much that meant to, you see Josh and Nikki there. I know how much it means for the families and all that work you put in through the juniors. There's so much, time and effort that parents put in and money also, and it's a really cool way to top your pro junior career off in.
It's pretty, if I could go back in time and just put a camera on your mum at the World Juniors, oh my goodness, she was just so nervous the whole time. To be fair, I can't believe that was this year. That feels like it was a really long time ago, but it's such a decorated list of humans on that World Juniors trophy, and yours is right there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's been a lifelong dream of mine. I missed out a few years getting in the team, and I always was like, that 2 spots off, and that always really stung, and it was my first year there last year, and I actually had the worst prep I've ever had for a comp over there. It was in Philippines. I was went over real early. My whole family was in Canada with my sister, and I was solo over there. My body wasn't feeling great. My boards weren't feeling great, and then Duffy got over there, my coach, and the day that we started, I was up all night, sick as a dog, and it was the biggest day of the whole event on the first day, and I had to go out and it was so full on. It was in the sweats out there, but to get through that and to come away with the win under such a stacked field, it was just the emotions were definitely high, and I've got some incredible photos that I keep on my screen that rotate through Duffy with the trophy and all my mates, and it was Skinner, my good mate Lucas Skinner's 18th then as well. It was an incredible weekend.
There goes Sierra Kerr again from deep this time, swinging in a load of speed. Hooks one, high in the pocket. Nice cupped out section for Sierra here. Throws the layback, and a combo will feel great. She's had a few swings to try and complete a wave, and this is going to be a really nice feeling for her.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was a nice little backup wave. Obviously, you can just see she really wants to rip in. Her style, so she's got that crouch down style, and you can never tell what she's going to do. And I feel like that's an absolute superpower on the challenges this year. And she rolled into this thing. It looked really nice. Had a little bump here, but she managed to push through, and then to come around this section and to get a nice layback, push a bit more there, and she did really well for a tricky wave, but I think she'll be pretty happy with that backup score.
8.5 on the clock here. This would be a really useful number. That 2.5 would just been starting to itch a little bit for her, hanging on to it for so long in your total. That'll be gone for sure. Let's see just how far this goes up the scale and what the requirement is for Sanoa, who will have about 8 minutes to try and chip away here. Definitely not out of this. Just again on that World Juniors win. How long does that kind of that moment, you're reveling in the glory, everyone's stoked for you. At what point do you start to kind of flick that switch over and start thinking about the next event? Do you let yourself enjoy it for a while? I guess that's kind of important too, right?
Yeah, it was a weird one for me because the last year at the ISA Opens and this comp at the World Juniors, I kind of just came in and felt like I needed to go out for another heat. I was in a really solid mindset, and that was definitely a weird one to get my mindset sorted. But once I got home after a week in Bali, I was very, very happy to see Dad and my siblings, and it was incredible. But here's Sanoa opening up with a really nice turn and cracks it. That backwash just getting her again. Obviously, we've got the tide coming in, and that could, be a bit of a factor with the backwash on that end section, and it's a really gnarly section to land. But she's keeping on swinging. I feel like we're gonna see her stomp on soon.
Similar kind of section, similar kind of turn, JJ. Again, she looked like she had it.
It's so hard to watch because she's so talented, and if she makes this section, it probably is going to be the score. That first turn was so convincing, and then to go even more vertical on that second one, you can see she's actually hitting it in a pretty good spot. She's not essentially late. It's just that oncoming section is so hard, and she's driving with everything into it too. So yeah, you'd have to think after 2 incompletes, maybe that next one could be the one that she does stick it. She unfortunately did just cop a couple sets on the head, and she's going to paddle back out the back to in priority Sierra Kerr. So potentially a little bit of distance down the beach couldn't hurt for Sanoa now, just letting her drift her down the beach and try and find one of those ones where you can do one big closeout hit, which we've seen single maneuvers go into sevens this event so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more tricky down the beach. You can see on that shot all the sand just rushing out, and it's a really hard section to suss out. And but we've seen big moments go down with the one big turn, and if you can time that section right, you can send a lot of spray and make it look really dramatic too. And the judges have been absolutely loving that. We saw Wesley on that last heat, do that big air and really dramatic. And Sanoa's style, I feel like she can put it up there, send a lot of spray, and if she can come down and control that backwash, we could see a big score go down with one turn.
Yeah, she's definitely got the surf, and you can just see how quick and sharp her turns look on the backhand. She needs to keep catching waves. It took kind of 4 full starts, really, from Sierra Kerr to find that 517 that she was able to get. So able to have a few more runs at this. If Sanoa can lock into some waves and connects, she's going to get really rewarded from the panel because she's going so vert in a really crisp pocket. Let's just see if she can find herself waves in order to do that. You'd think with just 2 servers in the lineup, if there are opportunities coming through, she's going to be able to go under the priority of Sierra. Let's see exactly where she positions herself. 5 minutes. What about the strategy here, JJ, from Sierra Kerr? Obviously, she's going to be very well-versed. We talk about her surfing, and almost as a free surfer, we consider her, but she's going to know a lot about competition, given who's in her corner. What's she going to look to try and do here?
Oh, this is an interesting one because closing out heats is always hard. There definitely has to be an art form to it. It's you can watch the guys on that top level, even on the championship tour, this new format. You're seeing the guys who have multiple reps absolutely dominating, and that's why we've got a lot of those veterans sitting in that top 10 and some of those new faces struggling because closing out at 2-man or 2-woman heats or even just trying to get into them has proven to be tricky for everyone on every level. So Sierra, in this case, she's done everything she's needed to do. She's got an 817. She's gone excellent. She just found her backup score. So this is where you almost have to learn to take away your desire of surfing more waves, unless an absolute bomb came through. But she essentially needs to take the attacking mode that she's been in and put it into defend at this point, which is definitely a lot easier said than done, but she's doing it really well right now, paddling up the beach, chasing Sanoa there. So if a wave comes through, you take it, but if one doesn't, you just know that a 7 out there is a particular looking wave. So she'll definitely just be making sure that next best wave, she's on it, and hopefully there is only one and Sanoa doesn't find that 7 she's chasing.
In terms of inspiration for you, Dane, Josh Kerr, amazing in the air. I mean, we've heard people make comparisons. I've heard you called like Mick Fanning plus airs, but someone like Josh Kerr, what he was able to do in the air, maybe didn't quite get the credit overall as a surfer just because who else is around on tour at the moment. But who were you looking to when you were on the cup? Well, you still are, but who do you look to for inspiration?
Yeah, it's obviously Kersey's been a huge inspiration for me. I worked a lot with him when I was a Grom. Well, here we go. Here's the second Kerr. Sierra up and riding. Oh, huge turn there. We'll see where that goes. But yeah, in the air, it's had the Dane Reynolds and Kersey. Obviously, I've done a lot of limitless camps we used to do with Kersey and the crew at HPC. But the huge one for me, I was actually talking about this earlier, was John. I was 13 years old when he was in his prime, and everyone on the coast wanted a Hurley wetsuit and wanted a Paizel, and he was a massive inspiration for me. And View from a Blue Moon is still my favorite. View from a Blue Moon and Lost Atlas is still my favorite. They're my two favorite surf movies ever. There's so much innovation in that, and John. I think he's hot take here. I think he's the best person to ever step on a surfboard for talent-wise, or across the board. And he was a massive inspiration for me. Just the variation he had in his airs, and then doing them in comps. That's always been my goal to push comp surfing, aerial surfing to the limit. And he was him, and with all the Brazilians, they're definitely the ones that have definitely started that trend and have inspired me to do what I've done in the Rashi.
Yeah, we missed him on tour this year, aren't we?
Oh my goodness!
Do we think is he going to come back? What do we?
I wouldn't if I was him.
I hope so. He's living the best life ever, though. He's on a boat sailing around the world, surfing, pumping uncrowded waves. But for surf fans, for everyone, I hope for our sakes that he comes back, because what he does on a surfboard is crazy, and it's so entertaining. So yeah, I definitely hope John comes back. Selfishly, I think I'd freak out if I had to post an interview John.
Yeah, that would be pretty epic, but it is still nice to see his surfing every single week on his YouTube. It's pretty epic.
A minute left to go in this. Priority is with Sanoa. The score for Sierra Kerr doesn't get an improvement from her. 4.23, not in her top two. Lines coming through, and it will be probably just the one wave now for Sanoa. She needs to try and activate 7.02. She needs to find something. Pretty much what she's been catching, actually, a similar kind of way, but she just needs to stick those turns on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bump here. She's having a look. This is probably a last opportunity. Oh, that one didn't just come in, but they pop up out of nowhere out there, and there's 30 seconds to go. It's going to be a bit of an ask. I don't think there's anything coming, unfortunately for her, but she's had an incredible run, and she should be proud of herself for the way she surfed. And who knows what would have happened if she got those last turns. But well, here we go. Like I said, we've got one coming. 10 seconds.
This is going to be a last opportunity here for Sanoa. She's kicking the legs, she's scratching, she's desperately trying to get on. She won't quite be able to. Very tough to come to the inside here in this size of waves. It is really out the back, and it is Sierra Kerr who's been able to just show her class out here. A blistering start with the excellent ride, 817. Very merited as well for the sort of artful, creative surfing she's been doing. Just had a little bit extra. Well fought from Sanoa, unable to quite get there. So Sierra Kerr's season will continue to be enjoyable in Ballito. We'll look forward to seeing her in quarterfinals. Dane, we're looking forward to seeing you surf again. How are you feeling about the rest of the event, rest of your time here in SA?
Yeah, feeling really good. I'm definitely pretty cooked right now. I got a lot of floggings in that last heat, but I've got to go reset. Maybe have a little surf the Savo, and just get reset for a good day of surfing tomorrow.
All right, thanks, mate. Looking forward to seeing you surf again. Thanks for coming in. It's been cool. And let's have a look here, mate. What's going on? Tell us about the 943.
There we go. There's my wave from the other day. It was a nice wave. Stoked to get a punt and a turn. Little dry arrow claim for MND awareness. That was a little shout out to everyone back home, all the footy players that have been doing it. It's a really special one for me, and I'm really glad I could bust it out at that moment. Yeah,
it was a pretty cool story. I was like, where did you get this from? I've never heard of it, but it is just to bring awareness to a football player back home. So it has a lot more meaning than what I thought it did, Dane. Pretty cool.
There you go. Yeah, cheers.
Anyone watching back home you want to give a shout out to? Any of the support crew?
Yeah, I think Dad's tuning in. Hey, Dad. Hopefully see you in Huntington. That's a pressure to come over. All my siblings, my nan and pop, anyone that's watching, appreciate the support. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Love it. Well, it's been epic having the World Junior Champ in the booth. The action is going to continue out in the water as well. More stacked heats in this round of 16 for the women. We're going to get another very special guest come in and join Giggs and Kai as well to talk you through the action. We'll be right back.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It is the Challenger Series, the access to the Championship Tour. It is the first stop as we greet you. Kai's favourite time of day, it's lunchtime. But alongside myself, King Saliers, and welcome to the booth, Luke Ginaldo. Luke, of course, we heard Dane Henry saying he might pop up and meet his dad over at the next Challenger Series stop over in your hometown, Huntington Beach. Been a great experience for you in Ballito so far.
Yeah, I love it here, man. Everyone's so nice, and this place is just absolutely amazing. It's beautiful.
Good. Stoked that it's your first visit to South Africa as well?
Actually, no. I came here when I was 16, and I went to J-Bay with Lucas Austin and Dimitri Poulos.
Oh, great. But your first one in Ballito, so welcome.
First one.
And, of course, surf fans around the world plugging into a big day 4 of action here at the Ballito Pro of 2026, proudly presented by O'Neill. Look at these conditions on screen as we move into the round of 16, heat number 3. We're narrowing it down. Next stop is the quarterfinals as we narrow the field. And two surfers that don't need a lot of introduction. Laura Robb and, well, the evergreen Sally Fitzgibbons. Kai is back in Ballito in 2026.
Yeah, it's been a happy stomping ground for Sally over the years too. She's had some really good results here. Let's take a look at this paddle, though. This is Rob looking to get her scores on the go.
Well, live action as we get the scorecards moving forward for both of our surfers. As we mentioned, into the two-man format, the surfer on surfer, as we replicate the highest level of the sport at the Championship Tour. That's what this Challenger Series is about. And, of course, we start with the big field, 48 women. On the women's side of the draw, it was 80 on the men's side. And, Luke, you were part of that opening round of 80, am I right? And that feels like an age ago. It was only 4 days back.
Yeah, you start with a really huge group of people. Here's Sally on this one. Sick turn right there. She's going to try to get another one here, button it up. Boom. That's going to be a really good score. Might hold on to that one to the end of the heat.
And, of course, Sally Fitzgibbons, as we know, just blazed her way to the Championship Tour level. Can you believe it, Kai? 16 years back, she came to the high level. Of course, her first year at the CT level back in 2010. and straight away to a runner-up to a world title, and just such an accolade of results since then.
Well, certainly it doesn't look like she's going to stop, hey?
I was 5 years old that year.
Well, let's look at this one. Sal takes off. Nice big wrap and then just dropping into the froth here, but did well to come around the section, get the closeout maneuver. It's kind of nice because we had that sort of fluff of southwesterly coming across earlier, and it looks like it's dropped right off. Waves are getting a bit glassy again. Laura took off on this one. Bit of a soft carve to start things off. She was looking for the lip line here, but that wave just doubled up and got a bit messy and not giving her much opportunity. And then Sal, let's look at this one again. Wow, nice big hack off the top. Comes around the section, and another one. Quite like that she put the rail into that closeout turn, looking good. Let's talk about front side, back side here, Ballito. Obviously, you on the backhand out here, but the way Giggs and I have been speaking about it, it's quite a tight bowl, and kind of, for me, suits the backhand attack.
Yeah, it definitely runs pretty quickly, and backside you can get pretty upside down. Like, it's a lot easier than when you're going frontside. But yeah, I think both backside and frontside has its advantages.
Well, lots of talking points here in Ballito in 2026. Of course, in the booth with us, Luke Ginaldo. And Luke, you say we call it home for you, Huntington Beach. You're going to hang around a little bit after this Challenger Series. You fell out of the draw today, or you're going to sort of hop at home quite quickly and get back into the home routine?
No, I'm gonna stay until the event winds down. My flight's on the 18th. I think I'm a rookie, so it's a really good learning experience for me to stay even after the event is still going and I'm not in it. Here goes Laura. Big, nice carve. Wow, she's got a really good rail on her, and then really good finish. That's awesome.
Well, it's becoming a fair exchange here. Sally Fitzgibbons quickly to the scorecard with a 5.83. She opened with the 3.83. And that is going to be Laura Rop's reply, the young Brazilian who's getting her own momentum here. And of course, Kai, not the first time we've seen Laura here in Ballito.
Yeah, she's been coming out here since her junior days, competing in the Pro Juniors. So she's got some experience on the bank. That was a huge step up from her first wave as well. Really well served. Kind of similar to that 5.83 of Sally's. So going to be looking at that sort of kind of score range. It looks like we're in for a tight heat. I mean, Luke, you're sitting with two dinosaurs of the sport here. Of course, back when we were Groms, there was one option as a pro surfer, and that was to go out and tour and get things done. You, of course, are out there in the social media space as well. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I think that in this day and age, it's really rare that you're just able to go and rip super hard and make a good living. I mean, you can see there's people on tour that really don't make that much money, and it's unfortunate, but I think that I am able to do content and make money and support my surf career, and I'm really, really grateful about that.
Well, let's have a look at Sally as she just keeps her scorecard moving forward, trying to better the 3.83. Of course, in the studio with us, Luke Ginaldo, who really is approaching this. Let's talk your long-term goals as well. You've got two hosts throwing questions at you here. But where do you see this all going for you over the next few seasons?
I don't know. I mean, my goal is to become the best surfer in the world. And I think most people's goals on the Challengers is that as well, is to make the tour and be dominant and be number one. So that's my goal, and then that's how I see it going, hopefully.
Well, talking of young surfers with goals, Sierra Kerr is always an interesting talking point. She's on her way to the quarterfinals. Let's go down and hear from her.
Sierra, great heat win. There were only two surfers out there, making things a little bit easier in terms of wave choice. How did that heat pan out for you?
Yeah, for sure. I saw my first one and knew it had that good taper to it. And then after that, I was really just trying to get like a score and kept getting smoked. So I wish I made some of the turns earlier in the heat. It would have felt a lot more of a safe heat for me, but got it done in the end.
Looking at the conditions, the tide seems to be a factor out there now. Where the surfers were paddling out this morning is not as heavy, but you still got smoked on that inside section.
Yeah, I got smoked. I think I had to bail like 5 waves in a row, and I've actually haven't been feeling that good today, like with my illness and everything. So, yeah, it was pretty gnarly, but glad I didn't like free surf or anything this morning. I just laid in bed and got it done now, so we're all good.
Now, Sierra, this is your best result ever in Ballito going into the ladies' quarterfinals. How do you switch your mindset going into the sharper end of the draw now?
I just kind of keep the same mindset, just trying to have fun and go have a free surf out there. There's good waves, so try and showcase my surfing as much as possible.
Well, great stuff. We'll see you. You're into the ladies' quarterfinals. We can't wait to watch you in that. All the best for that round. Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Sierra Kirst on the go where we expect her to on the Challenger Series. She's into the quarterfinals. We'll start asking questions of who is advancing to start the challenge. Let's have a look at this. This is Laura Ropp, who uses the priority. Lovely hard turn there. Just a single maneuver, but prior to that, Kaya 7.5 had come into the scoreline for our young Brazilian surfer.
Yeah, Laura, we all liked that wave, and clearly the judges did too. A 7.5. One judge almost went all the way to the 8, so she's got the game plan now. Took off on this one. This is the 7.5, so big old Schwalb to start things off, and then just came up and went for the lip. So the judges rewarding that, deeming it a slightly better than the 5.83 on Sally with 2-turn combo as well. This one comes in at a 5 just for the singular move, so she's kind of found the recipe for success out there.
Well, the young Brazilian, just 20 years of age, is keeping Sally Fitzgibbons honest here in the round of 16 Heat 3 encounter. Of course, finishing last year's Challenger Series ranked around the 13th mark, so that is outside the qualification. We look at the top 6 to top 7 women on this Challenger Series. But Kai, a third this time last year in the lineup. She'll be wanting to continue that momentum here in 2026.
Yeah, and both these ladies have had good results in Ballito before, so it's an interesting matchup. Also, one of the first few heats we've had like 2 naturals in the water. You know, we've had such a blend of goofy and natural, so it's going to be interesting to see how they go, sort of what the game plans are, and how they're going to attack this heat. Sally, not a bad start, 3.83 and a 5.83. She's looking good, but Laura, after those first 2 waves, didn't really get much for her. Luke, now 7.5 and a 5. She's kind of turning the screws a bit.
Yeah, I think that Laura's doing some really good surfing right now, and I think that if Sally wants to win this thing, she should get on some bigger waves and just hammer those sections, because I think she's pretty good at that. So I think she'd be able to take out the heat doing that. And then if I was Laura, I'd want to just sit with Sally and take away opportunity and maybe even also get on bigger waves, you know. But
well, it's maybe the prettiest the lineup has looked over the last 4 days. We've had solid overhead surf. We've seen a lot of our athletes getting gassed in the lineup. Obviously, even a challenge at sometimes to get back into the lineup after rides. Luke, you were amongst some of the heavier water over the last few days. It's got some Hawaiian power out there.
Dude, yeah, it's sneaky powerful out there for sure. But that's also what I love about it. It's like I really think this wave suits my surfing, because you're able to like go up into sections that are scary, and maybe other competitors are not. Maybe they're
shy
not,
away from.
Maybe they're not going to do it. I don't know, but I think that if the waves are more powerful, then you're able to push. You have something to push against, you know. Because if it's just soft, then you're not able to show your power. So power for power.
Well, fortune favors the brave, and we'll see how our surfers. We've still got quite a few days of competition ahead as well, Kai. Round of 16 on the women's, and then of course on the men's as we start narrowing the field here. We've still got a couple of big days ahead of us, and there's still some reasonable size waves in the lineup here.
Yeah, the swell's still pumping, and that, like I call it a weird low pressure, because really I struggle to sort of think of when last I saw it happen. It's sitting like a couple of 100 kilometers out to sea in the Indian Ocean, and it's literally taking that southwest swell coming up on the normal track up the east coast of South Africa. It then drifts out to sea, and it's almost slingshotting it back in on a easterly trajectory, which is, for this time of year especially, is just bizarre.
Yeah, in this region, the KwaZulu-Natal region, just this eastern-facing part of the South African continent, is just lapping it all up. These swells driving onto these sandbars here, and of course just making for the opportunity for world-class surfing, and many of the best here. And of course, Luke, you say you want to be amongst it, and certainly your first run at the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, it was everything I could have imagined it would be, you know, a challenge, difficult, rewarding as well. I mean, you always hope that you can go in and get a result and show your surfing, and I think I was able to show some of it. I still got a lot left, but I also got a lot to learn.
Yep. What do you go away with? Equal 17th here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Not high enough. We'll leave it at that. He wants to get higher.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long road, long journey.
Your heat this morning? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. I had an unfortunate leash break situation in my heat where I wasted a lot of time running, but I think the mistake was I made a few. I don't know if there were mistakes. I think more just I made choices, and they were the wrong choices. But that happens sometimes, you know. You make choices in the moment, and your best guess is the best you can do. And
if you could rewind the tape now, what would you change?
Just the choices, like
a thicker leash.
No, I think a different leash, but I would have just chosen to wait for a wave. But hindsight is 20/20. You can't know that there's going to be a better one out the back, you know. So the best thing you can do is make the best choice in the moment. Here goes Sally.
Well, let's see if her choice is the best. She has the priority. She's used it. This wave stretches ahead. She'll attack the lip line. Does she hold on? She'll disappear. You'll see how those waves are just exploding on the sandbar here. You look at the energy and intensity as we hold the shot. And Luke, it's great to have you in the studio, but explain to people how hard you do get rattled on the sandbar here.
I mean, I think, me and a couple other people have taken probably the worst wipeouts of this whole entire event. You just go up and you try to come down with it. But, it's so powerful, man. You really have to be stuck to your board. And if you don't make it, that stuff just, pounds down on you, and you just get drained. And then you have to paddle back out. And, how much better do you feel paddling back out after a make versus a fall? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Great talking points here as we move through the round of 16, Heat 3. We're approaching the halfway mark in the heat itself as we move towards the lunchtime mark here. Beautiful windless conditions all around us. And certainly right now, Laura Ropp keeping Sally Fitzgibbons very honest in the lineup. 7.5 and a 5 for the young Brazilian as she leads. We'll take a quick break and we'll see what Sally can find. Stay with us. Lots to come from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to this beautiful region on the east coast of South Africa. The KwaZulu-Natal plays host to the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Just beautiful lineups underneath us here as we fly over our contest zone, Ballito, and everything that makes it the most desirable beach location for year-round activities. And of course, the beautiful Indian Ocean just lapping onto the coastline here. It is a very good afternoon as we continue the action here. Such beautiful scenes here from the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal. Kai, you call this home? What a place.
What a place indeed, the north coast of KZN. It's absolutely heavenly. Was loving that little aerial shot there of Bog Bay, and just watch this wave quickly of Laura Rops.
Well, we're into live action as we're back from the break. And a two-turn combination for the heat leader right now, trying her best to better a 5-pointer in the lineup. She has Sally Fitzgibbons in an honest situation, searching for a 6.68. That is care of that opener of the 7.5. So Laura Ropp looking to just steer this towards perhaps a quarterfinals or more in 2026. It's a good afternoon as we greet you from Ballito. Kixeliers alongside Kai Linda and special guest Luke Ginaldo from Huntington Beach, California, as we break it all down for you. 13 minutes to go. Does Laura Ropp improve a score here, Kai?
Sure, might be, but Sally had to scratch to get under that set, so still a couple of bigger sets out in the lineup. And let's watch the replay here. Took off a little bit of a bump, got a nice little hack off the top. A little bit late up to the floater. Maybe the 5, but certainly not up at the same level as the 7.5. And Luke, as we looked at that drone shot, we saw Bog Bay 2 Sundays ago. The juniors were on. It was about solid 8 foot out there, like cranking. And I sat down on a bench and I saw a kid in a white wetsuit just going ham on the backhand. That was actually the first time, like in live, I saw you in action. And you must have enjoyed that session because it was absolutely firing.
Yeah, it was so good. I got to surf pretty uncrowded and like perfect conditions. I don't know how good it gets there, but that was pretty good.
Yeah, that wave can get pretty good. There's pretty much about 5 waves in a row here that on their given day can be world class.
And Luke, as I say, you were in here early, getting amongst it. You got to explore a little bit on either side of Ballito as well?
The furthest I went was Battery Beach. I think that's North Durban. Yeah, like I think it's called New Pier and stuff. Yep. Yeah, I went there when it was that one really big day, and I got Battery Beach really fun. So yeah.
Plenty waves in and around the region here, and of course you should try and get to the animal parks as well. They're not far away.
Yeah, maybe I can. I mean.
Anyone want to take Luke Ginaldo?
Yeah, I know.
We'll just put that out there.
I need to go find someone to go with because I don't have a car. But
well,
yeah, maybe some competitors will be going.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Big 5, all those game parks just on your doorstep, Kai. And really world-class game viewing. And it just adds so much to the completeness of the KwaZulu-Natal region.
Don't worry, me and Giggs will make some connections for you.
Well, let's have a look at Sally Fitzgibbons, who is down in that second position. Nice, snappy, twitchy turn, though, throws out a radius of spray. She's got to start working on now a bigger requirement of a 7.31 because we asked the question, did Laura Ropp improve a score? She did by just a decimal or so, a 5.63 now in the top 2. And Laura Ropp, even though she met that lip pretty much as it was cascading and falling halfway down, judges liked what happened in the lip area. The word critical keeps coming through and free fall.
Yeah, and I mean, if we compare the two, we're going to see the replay now in cells. So similar size wave, takes off, works off the bottom, nice big whip off the top, really attacking. And she also got there a little bit late. So kind of feel like 2 similar waves. Maybe give Sel just a little bit more on the opener.
Yeah, her first turn was pretty sick. She was able to blow the tail out really nice. I think that she's going to be bummed on the second turn that the wave kind of let her down, but I think I can still see it. Yeah, look, she better, right? 6.23.
Did better it, but it's just short of requirement. 6.91 will change her fate in this heat as we slip under the 10-minute mark. Of course, you know Sally Fitzgibbons' experience, a vastly different track record at this stage. The young 20-year-old Laura Ropp from Brazil in the lead. We mentioned her 3rd place last year, also a 9th in Ericeira, guys. And that put her at around 13th at the end of the Challenger Series rankings for the end of last year. She's kind of getting that consistency as Laura Ropp at the Challenger Series level. She found quarterfinals in 2024. A 9th in Ballito a few years back as well. So, but if anyone's got experience to navigate the next 9 minutes, it is Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, and I mean, Laura was a ferocious junior competitor. She had a crazy good junior career. So she's got contest experience, but when you're coming up against someone like Sally Fitzgibbons, I mean, she's just been on the block and she knows everything. I mean, Luke, you'll know from some of your heats in the past and even at this event, I mean, you're coming up, you're paddling out, you're sitting next to a guy that, you know, a couple of years ago you were sitting at school going like, wow, like imagine being that guy, and now you're competing against them.
Yeah, it's actually such a crazy feeling. Yeah, I think you just have to have like mental toughness. But I don't know. For me, like I have those moments where I'm like, whoa, like I never could have imagined like surfing against this guy. But I think that moment comes and goes, and then like if you have that killer instinct, you just switch right back on, and you're just like, this person's just a person in a jersey, and I need to beat them, and they're in my way.
Yeah,
that's a good way to think about it.
Absolutely, and that's pretty much Sally Fitzgibbons' track record, her junior career as well, just establishing her so efficiently in the ritual and the drill and the discipline of contest surfing, and really starts harnessing that big match temperament. And then, as we say, we got her onto the championship tour, a runner-up 3 times in a row to a world title. I mean, if it wasn't for surfers like Carissa Moore and the greatest of all time from the Gold Coast, that whole thing would have, you know, maybe Sally's course would have been slightly different.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at the CT, I mean, over the years, we've had a couple of those surfers. I think about Taj Burrows. I mean, one of my all-time favorite surfers. I mean, he deserved a world title. He was good enough, but the timing just wasn't there. He came up against other guys that were able to keep him out, you know. So it's such a tough thing. And I like what you're saying, Luke, you know, like you can't allow yourself to be overawed. It's good to have heroes, and it's good to be like, wow, this is one of my favorite surfers. But I see so many young surfers come along and they've got the talent, but they just don't have the killer instinct. They don't know how to switch off and just concentrate on the job at hand.
Yeah, I think it's just it's a big part of growing mentally. And I mean, I wasn't always like that. I used to get in heats with people my age and be like, this guy's the best, and just be like, oh, well, I'm okay getting second. But you just, I don't know, like eventually you're just like, why not me? Like you look at yourself in the mirror and you're just like, why not? Like I don't know, you see the best in the world and you're like, I don't understand, like I can do this. And then yeah, you just have to like switch that.
It's that mental perspective shift, right?
Yeah, I think you just have to flip that switch and just don't look back. And you know, throughout your life, you're gonna have like 2 sides of your brain. You're gonna have the good part and the bad part. The good part saying you can, the bad part saying you can't. And sometimes one's louder than the other, but you you get to decide like what the truth is and how do you want to live.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got that every lunchtime, you know. What I should eat and what I shouldn't. But
that's
very
good,
valid
that's
point.
Bad.
Yeah, very valid point you make there, Luke. And it is that introspection. It is that mental journey. And I always used to tell the story is there's a park bench and there's a millionaire on one end and a street bum on the other. And what's the difference? It's the look at life, you know. So it is all mental, and certainly, Luke, it sounds like you've gone through a process of your own in the last season or two, and it's going to be fun to see where you take all of this.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm excited too.
Because people can misdeem confidence and clarity of vision and goal for arrogance.
Oh, totally. Yeah, 100%. Like when I say I want to be the best in the world, I am only saying it because that's just like what I want. I'm not saying that I am the best or that like I deserve to be the best.
It's positive affirmation.
Like, if you wanted to be the best too, like that's like you do that. That's awesome. I'm psyched for you. Wow, that was an insane turn. Exactly what she needed to do. Backs it up with a carve. She just needs to finish this, and she is definitely on her way.
Wow.
Well, there's someone that doesn't have negative self-talk at any stage, in any heat, in any situation. Of course, the longevity of Sally Fitzgibbons' career, her incredible string of results will speak to that mental toughness. It'll speak to that positive attitude. And even with that needing a massive score with 30 seconds to go situation where it looks impossible, she'll still rely on her own instincts and skills. And we'll see where this number goes, because that was a great input to the heat.
Yeah, a couple of smaller scores coming in for Laura. She hasn't really found any connection. But look at this thing. Takes off. I can just see her focused on that line and just whips it into the top. A really good turn. It's been quite rare to see the natural footers going that vertical out in this lineup, and that's probably one of the best frontside turns I've seen all event.
Well, it was sparky. She jammed it on the back foot. And let's see if all that self-belief and self-talk lands in the right direction. This clock's whizzed by on this one as well. We slipped way under the 5-minute mark, 3.5 minutes coming. Judges' scorecard open for Sally Fitzgibbons. Reminders, surf fans, it's a 6.91 requirement. If there's any negative sides, perhaps the size of that wave itself. But we'll see where those numbers land. Laura Ropp leads with the 7.5, still a fairly exposed 5.63. Kai, she's rolled the dice a few times trying to improve on that number. She hasn't. And perhaps opportunity open here for Sally Fitzgibbons as we move down to 3 minutes to go.
Well, you know we're expecting a big score because all three of us are now leaning forward, trying to get closer to the screen to see what happens, and that's that anticipation. But you know, if I look at the previous heats, what's been going down in the ladies' side of the competition, that really was a phenomenal turn. And maybe the wave was a little bit smaller, but I mean, I don't think it was that much smaller. And when you talk about critical being rewarded in this event, and it really has been the key word for big scores in this contest, Luke, is critical surfing.
Yeah, I think that's as critical as it gets. And I'm trying to think back to her 6.23. Is it 0.7 higher? I definitely see it going 0.7 higher. So this is going to be an interesting and tough decision for the judges, honestly.
Well, either way, a 5.83 needs to fall out of the scoreline and be replaced. We're starting to border on a number that's close to the 7-point mark. And it's going to be a 6.73. It is decimals short of the 6.91. Slight adjustment, though, to the requirements. Now a 6.41 required. It's a borderline score, and that's what happens. And now what does Sally Fitzgibbons do with 2 minutes to go?
Well, it's a tough one because, I mean, that was a really good turn. Maybe let herself down with the two backup turns, but it was agonizingly close. So she knows what she needs to do. She needs to go out there and get 2 of those turns now, because then she's definitely going to get the score, or go for an even bigger Hail Mary on one of those closeouts. The downside is Laura Ropp is like stuck to her like Velcro right now.
Yeah, I think Sally's going to sell her on this one. Oh, no, and Laura lets her go. So she's just going to need to do something big. Okay, yeah. I mean, if I'm Sally right now, I'm thinking I need a 6.4, and I just got a 6.7, so I know exactly what I need to do to get that score. And there's no question that if I can or can't do it. So,
well, one of the bigger waves of the lineup moving through now as we hit the 1 minute mark. Still a 6.41 required for the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons. Of course, a string of 9ths and 17ths in the Championship Tour jersey this year. And we think of her run through the Challenger Series last year, that finals on the Goldie. And, of course, well, we want to just see where she goes now in the next 45 seconds. Laura Ropp sticking to her like glue.
Wow. Yeah, it's a tough one. So close, you know, and you've got to now wrap your head around the fact that you didn't get the score. And she must have been feeling in some part of her that maybe she was going to get it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, she was definitely hoping for it. But I think the best thing would I think she's just like, no, okay, like I'll deal with that later. And what do I have to do now to win? So.
Unfortunately, the ocean's gone a little bit flat on them here too, but it looks like she might get a little wave. First of all, she's going to have to navigate getting Laura Ropp to either bite on it, and it looks like, she's going to have to block on that one. Will there be another wave behind it?
Well, the clock is counting down. We're waiting in the background. Laura Ropp just has a look over her shoulder, and she has squeezed the clock against Sally Fitzgibbons. And all credit to this young lady on screen, Laura Ropp, a 7.5 in the lineup. Her turns certainly, you could say, have been spicier in the lip than her opponent, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, I think her surfing looks really good, honestly, really mature, and some of the best rail turns I've seen this whole event.
Well, the young surfer from Florianopolis is now thinking about a quarterfinals or more. This time last year, she got all the way to a 3rd place finish and a good fetch of points here on the Challenger Series. And she'll get that opportunity again in 2025. It smiles all round as we have a quarterfinalist in the shape and form of Laura Ropp. An official result, though, she'll get into the quarters over Sally Fitzgibbons. And with that in mind, we'll just allow everything to simmer. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region, hosting the World Surf League's opening Challenger Series event of the year. And the South Africans will be packed down on the shoreline. The beaches are humming. There's a great buzz around it as they'll get behind their countryman Sarah Baum as she takes on Francisco Vaselko. It's a good afternoon from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Kai Linda and special guest Luke Ginaldo, as we get stuck into another set of chats, another great heat as we continue to tee up quarterfinalists here in beautiful Ballito, Kai.
Yeah, it's a fantastic day. That little ruffle of cross shore's gone completely away again. It looked pretty glassy from the drone shot. Saw some good waves in that last heat, and we've been waiting for this one. I can guarantee you that the VIP deck is heaving right now. All the Ballito Salt Rock locals getting behind Sarah Baum. And another nice heat, much like the last one, experienced Sarah Baum, one of the most experienced QS Challenger surfers in the ladies, and one of the new fresh superstars on the scene in Francisco Vaselko.
Well, she'll be doing it on the backhand, much like our special guest Luke Ginaldo has been doing in the lineup. Luke, just enjoying Ballito, the sights and sounds. How are you enjoying the food while we had our discussion about lunch?
Yeah, the food here is really good, and I am staying like 1 minute away from the grocery store, so I've just been going there like every 5 minutes.
And you've got dollars in your wallet, so...
Yeah, and I think the U.S. currency goes pretty good here, so spending a lot of my budget on food.
Well, great that you're enjoying it, and certainly, of course, you've gained a lot of fans, and we'll talk more about that as it's the second Challenger a few weeks away back in your hometown. But right now it's all about Ballito, and let's see who gets the opening roll of the dice here. No priorities at this early stage as well between Baum and Vaselko. And certainly this is actually not an easy heat to pick on paper.
It's a tough one. I mean, Sarah obviously has got hometown advantage. She knows the wave so well. Also got that backhand, and she's really good at putting those big turns up into the lip. She's been getting solid scores throughout, but Francisca, I mean, she is deadly. I've been so impressed with her the last 2 seasons. Really been sort of getting those results. And, of course, she comes now with some CT experience under the belt.
Yeah, absolutely. Francisco Vaselko from Carcavelos, just outside Lisbon, We've had the championship tour visit there in the past. Of course, those beautiful beach breaks in and around beautiful Lisbon. And of course, a little later this year, the Challenger Series visiting that region of Ericeira, just a short drive up the coast from Lisbon itself. And Francisca Veselka knows that region also well. You've been to Portugal before, Luke?
I've never been to Portugal.
Oh, you're gonna be impressed.
If you like food, you're gonna really enjoy it.
If you like,
Yeah.
if you like food and you like waves.
Yeah, it looks beautiful, man. Like, yeah, that whole area looks amazing.
Yeah, it's got good waves too. Let's look at Challenger Series. You know, Huntington, obviously, you're no stranger to that lineup. Can be a bit of a difficult one sometimes. Sometimes it's
totally
really good. Bit of a rock star kind of show around the whole thing as well. Is it hard to sort of keep your focus on that kind of environment?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of cameras, but I think at the end of the day, you just focus on what you can control and do what you got to do. Yeah, I'm excited for Huntington. I think that's going to be my favorite one, but I'm also excited to go to Brazil. That place looks pretty sick. Yeah, I think Brazil is going to be really fun. I'm honestly just excited to do all of them. They all just look so fun. Like, every time I watch a Challenger Series event, like before I was on the Challengers, I was like, I just want to be there. I just want to be there competing, be there with the crowd, and just like, I don't know. I just really just felt like I wanted to compete there.
So you're a surfer and a fan.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm watching pretty much every WSL contest I can if I have time.
Well, there's the full schedule, of course, in Ballito. And, well, it's going to be Newcastle for you as well in the early part of next year, Luke. But certainly you've been loving everything about Ballito. Slightly slower start here as we see that clock ticking along. No one to their feet just yet, so it's still pretty open season out in the lineup. Starting to see Francisca Veselka moving a little bit northwards here. Just starting to look around. Certainly the sandbar changing now. We are on our way to the mid-tides here, Kai. That low tide just after 10 a.m. local time. We slipped past the 1 p.m. mark. And certainly now at the mid-tide. And perhaps a little bit of a nature change. There's almost things look a little bit more pacified in the lineup here.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so much sand on this bank at the moment. And even yesterday on the full high tide, I was watching guys free surf and just getting absolute crackers. So I don't think it'll affect it too much. We should still see some good surfing.
Well, sets moving through the takeoff zone here. Just seeing if anyone is involved with that. And let's go down and hear some thoughts from Laura Ropp, who's on her way to the quarterfinals in 2026.
Thank you, Giggs. Laura, your best result in the Challenger here in Ballito was last year. You got to semi-finals and then lost to Yolanda Hopkins. You're now into the quarters, so you're one heat away from equaling your best result.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to make it to that heat. It was such a hard heat against Sally. I competed against her once in Ericeira and I lost her, so I was kind of like nervous about that. She's a friend of mine and also such an inspiration. And she ripped, so I was super nervous and hopefully went my way and I did my best out there. Actually, a funny fact, my second score, the 5.6, I think, my friends were telling me, like, why didn't you hit the leap on the last turn? And I was like, that was how I got injured. So 3 days ago, I cut my feet with the fin hitting that session. And when I was in the bottom turn and I saw the leap coming on my way, I was like, oh no, I don't want to get injured again. And I just closed my eyes and hoped for the best. And I don't know how I ended up on my board and with 3 stitches on my feet and made it through the next round. So I'm really proud.
Excellent stuff. Ryan Carnalo has been helping you with a couple pointers out there during that heat. What did he say before the heat to help line up that win for you?
Well, Ryan, first of all, is an excellent surfer, and he's doing great on the men's side. Yesterday, he did a heat against 3 city surfers, so I'm just asking him, like, what would you do out there? And it's working, I think, for both of us, and I'm really happy to make that heat against Sally.
For the folks back home, have you got a message for them? Any family and friends that have tuned in your own language?
Hoje a bateria não foi de madrugada, então acho que deu para assistir aí do Brasil. Tô bem feliz de estar surfando, meu pé tá incomodando um pouquinho, mas nada demais. Então, bora com tudo para a próxima fase. Estamos nas quartas, nessa primeira etapa, então melhorando a cada ano, a cada etapa. E vamos com tudo para a próxima bateria também.
Great stuff, Laura. All the best for the quarterfinals coming up in the ladies. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you, Gigs.
Well, thanks, Mark. And meanwhile, behind you guys in beach interview, Francisca Veselka hammering the lip line, and she'll bring a meaningful number to this heat. We're starting to get it taking some shape now. This really has been a slower start. Priority still with Sarah Baum on the outside, but Francisca Veselka just ripping into that one.
Yeah, that looked like a great turn. Looking forward to the replay. I was just thinking to myself, wow, this heat has really not got started. And then this wave came through. Just watch the bottom turn nice and hard and just whips it up into the lip. And we saw those scores coming in the last heat for those big aggressive turns. So I think she's going to get a solid score. And it's interesting listening to Laura there, like Ryan Carnilo helping her out. I look at some of the other groups. Are you traveling with a coach or any other surfers?
No, I got Luca Messinas and Arena staying with me at my place, but Luca already left because he lost early in the contest, and then Arena didn't come down to watch my last heat. But yeah, I'm pretty much doing it solo dolo this time.
How old are you now?
I'm 21.
Okay, so you still got time, and it's an interesting one because there's two sort of sides to that coin. One is when you travel with people, there's a little bit more support and stuff, but what's quite nice sometimes is when you're doing it solo is that you really get to immerse yourself in the place that you're at because you're on your own, you have to.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think sometimes it can be hard being by yourself, but there's definitely, like you said, there's definitely advantages and disadvantages. Like if you're with other people, you have a high energy, hopefully, and you guys get to support each other. But when you're by yourself, you are able to get another level focus that you would never be able to if someone else was chatting in your other ear, So sometimes the most growth can happen when you're by yourself and you deal with your emotions on your own. And a lot of people have been asking me why I carry around a notepad when it be like for before my heats and after my heats, and that's like mostly why. I just like write down what's on my mind because, if you don't have anyone to talk to, then all you guys yourself,
Yeah, it's a very good point you make. And, when I talk to myself, I tell people I'm not nuts. No, but it's very true what you say there, Luke. And certainly you do get ultra absorbent to the experience around you. You take in every micro detail. But there is another layer to that whole discussion, and it's a whole journey. Because if you there's an old African saying: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Yeah, I love that. That's absolutely 100% true. Yeah.
Well, the other thing that's true is the 633, Kai. That was a stinging number. Championship tour level type of surfing from Francisca Veselka. She gets a reasonably strong number in the context of the heat.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see someone, she really is young still. Let's talk about that. She qualified for the CT at such a young age. But her surfing is just crazy.
How old is she?
I think she's about...
She's 23 now.
23 now, but she was getting some solid results really early. And I love her approach to surfing. She's got a really, really strong front side as well. And we'll see how she goes in the rest of this heat. But right now it's Sarah, local surfer. She knows the conditions. She's chosen not to go for any waves. And, already 15 minutes down in the heat, you kind of start feeling that pressure come down on you a little bit.
I think you can, but a good surfer, she knows what she's doing, right? Yeah, so she's going to be not even worried about that, honestly. These heats are so long. 35 minutes is an absolute luxury. So now she's just surfing a normal 20-minute heat, and she probably knows that she can do it even in 10 minutes. So I reckon she's fine.
Well, we like the coaching hat that Luke is wearing right now as he coaches himself through the experience of the first Challenger Series of his career. Of course, great to make all of these talking points. We look to Sarah Baum, the South African, in the lineup. Of course, a few seasons back, she went all the way to the quarterfinals here in the Challenger Series, and then had the wildcard invite for a quarterfinals at J-Bay amongst the world's best. And this is a big right-hander. She waited an age for this. She'll give the little finger click, but behind her, there's more business to be done. And it is Vaselko back at it as well, backing that 6-3-3 up here. This wave maybe just twisting a little bit. It's going to join a section down the beach. She keeps the board turning. And a great exchange there as we slip under and towards the 19-minute mark. But certainly Sarah Baum, meaty section. It brings us back to that discussion. And Ryan Canalo was just performing massive turns out of the lip. Winter Vincent as well. And single turns, a discussion. This man is one of them. Luke,
Yeah, jeez,
big single turns in the lip. We're back to that topic.
Yeah, I always like the big single turn. I mean, if you can get 2 of them, even better. But yeah, I think I'll always prefer like a very insane like a turn that just like excels the sport of surfing, where you're just like, whoa, I've never seen that before. Over like 5 turns you've already seen.
It's like one statement
to
process.
Yeah, I mean, it's more fun to watch for me. It might not always score higher, because if you put together a wave, it certainly can be harder, you know. But let's watch this replay. Let's see who's going to get the nod.
Well, Sarah wanted the first wave, comes hard off the bottom and just whips it up at the top. Nice little airdrop out. It's going to be a decent score. I don't know. It's going to be tight between the 6-3-3 from Francisco. Then she got this one. Beautiful front side wrap, comes off the bottom into the carve. So good working sort of wave. She really wanted to find a little lip line there, but unfortunately it kind of faded out on her. But it'll be a good backup to the 6-3-3.
Well, that exchange, Sarah Baum's wave was energy folding in on her the whole time. Francisco's was energy bending away. And let's have a look at a quick second wave now. Up in the top corner, another section to approach. These are hard to hold on to.
Oh, she did well.
She's going to sell it.
She's selling.
Let's hope the judges are buying. I think she's got a really sick bottom turn. I like that. She like holds it forever, kind of like Matt Wilkinson deal. I think it's really helpful for out here. Like sometimes just having that time to like sit at the bottom and know exactly where you want to hit. Like watch right here. She's going to push on the back heel and then woof right there. That's some good stuff right there.
Well, let's hang the question mark in discussion. Is this a make?
No, I don't think so.
The judges have been pretty strict on those, I must say. But yeah, Sarah, definitely one of her strengths is that backhand. She really does hold her rail so well. And I got to say, she's recently jumped on the Timmy Pattersons, and they seem to be just going really good for her.
And well, of course, as the judges will simmer on that exchange, 2 scores due for Sarah Baum. We're loving the chat. We trust that you all are as well. We'll sit back and take a quick break as we approach the halfway mark of the heat. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Ballito Pro of 2026, proudly presented by O'Neill. 2 weeks of surf carnival atmosphere here in and around the Connersat. It is fun as we join the O'Neill team signings as well. Of course, Sophie McCulloch, Luke Thompson, and many others just stoking out the Groms. And of course, all adding to the vibes in and around the contest site here. So many cool things to talk about in 2026. And certainly surf fans from all around the region making the trip down here to Ballito as the competition really starts to heat up and we move towards establishing quarterfinalists. But what a vibe in and around. Of course, we've all been enjoying these 2 weeks. Along with me, Kai Linda has been on the Skate Jam call, and in the booth, special guest Luke Ginaldo, as we just check out the entire footprint here. So many cool things, and of course the fan zone at the back there as well. Kai, everybody enjoying the soccer coverage as well as we think of World Cup soccer unfolding in the United States, and it just all really adds to just a carnival atmosphere here.
Yeah, I saw a couple of sad sack-looking little French guys this morning, but we'll see how England and Argentina go tonight. But it's been wonderful. I mean, to have like the World Cup football going on. There's also great rugby happening at the moment with the Springboks at home every Saturday. And, you know, South Africans love sport. We're a very sport-hungry country. We love supporting. And same goes for surfing. You know, a lot of these people on the beach are not surfers. They're not from the background, but they're certainly enjoying themselves down at the event. And why wouldn't you when you're seeing surfing like that? Wow, Vaselko just absolutely hammered that first section and then got the second turn, Luke. That was a pretty good wave.
Yeah, I love the way she surfs. Here goes Sarah, though. Wow, that was a sick turn. This is going to be a good battle. I think it's going to really light up towards the end of this.
Well, a good battle it is, as both surfers have logged 6-point rides in their scoreline. Sarah Baum fetched a 6.6 for that massive backhand turn. She's quickly backed it up. Francisca Vaselka straight into it with a 6.33 in the scoreline. And judges' scorecard still open for Sarah Baum as we continue here with the round of 16 Heat 4. This is the round before the quarterfinals. Let's have a look at what happened as Sarah Baum uses that backhand with efficiency.
Yeah, nice drive off the first one and then just whips it up. 2 turns under the belt and got the third. So haven't seen too many 3-turn combos today, so we're going to see where the judges come with that. But one thing's for sure is she's looking very comfortable out there.
Well, she is certainly keeping the South African hopes alive. The beach is buzzing. It's all happening in and around the Connersat. Mark Fru's down there amongst it. What have you got for us, Mark?
Gigs, I'm down here at the Corona Bar on the beach overlooking the action in this heat, and I've got a very nervous Chris Baum with me, Sarah's dad. Chris, that last wave with the 3 turns was an incredible wave.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. It was a nice drawn out bottom turn. 2 turns. I think it was probably the best one she's had. So yeah, we're pretty stoked. Good crowd behind her, and we're all getting amped here. Pretty cool.
She's currently in the lead in this heat, and we'll wait to see what that score of Francesca comes in. How was she feeling going into this heat, Sarah?
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty chilled the whole contest. She's been, well relaxed. I think it really is nice to be at home. She's chilled. Her boards are really working for her as well. So yeah, I know she's in a good headspace for sure.
The score has just come in. We've actually got Luke Thompson's mom here as well. What did that score come in at, Dean? I think it's in a 7 range, which will then consolidate the lead. All the best for the rest of the heat, Chris.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you, Gigs.
Thanks, Mark. The South African support is thick and fast, and of course, parental investment 101 there with Chris Baum, a great surfer himself that calls this region home these days. And of course, you mentioned the new pier, Luke. I'll give you a little history. I try to emulate the Huntington Surf and Sport type of feel. About 25 years ago at the new pier, we used to have a surf shop there, and everybody used to come down and surf, and a young 5-year-old Geordie Smith would get left after school there and would do the nursery stuff. But amongst all of it was Sarah Baum and Chris Baum. They made the regular trip into Durban along with the Basnets and of course, many other surfing families. And they called that home for quite a few regions. And it served as a foundation for so much of the current state of surfing.
Yeah, no. I mean, Sarah might be nice and calm, but Baumi looks a bit stressed out. I think if he smoked, he'd have like a 5-pack sticking out his lips right there.
Of course, fellow commentator Greg Emsley, who's works on the event with us, he had both of his siblings involved in the Pro Juniors and the QS 2000 level. And he would see him just walk up and down, and he gets this puffy red look on his face. He gets more nervous for his kids' heats than for his very own.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing. I mean, I think sometimes the parents do stress out way harder than the kids do. But, here we are. This heat's really starting to light up.
Well, here's a chance for Chris Baum to stress as Veselka goes behind the curtain and just ejects off there. Felt if she'd just got a bit sturdier, there could have been some time behind the curtain there. Let's talk to the conditions, though, as well. It's on the pump again here. A couple of waves running through the lineup. And does Sarah Baum get to convert another score? Because it's still windless, as you said, as we move to around almost 1:30 local time here in South Africa. It's one of those peachy days on the KwaZulu coastline.
Well, everyone keeps asking me for my opinion because I live up here now. And my opinion is this. You cannot forecast the North Coast. It's almost impossible. You've got so many variances with the subtropical climate. You've got like the high interior, all sorts of things going on out in the ocean. I mean, the currents just change temperature by like a marginal degree and it totally changes everything. They'll tell you it's going to rain, it's a sunny day. They'll tell you it's a sunny day, it pours with rain. So let's just celebrate that it's on. They're good waves, the weather's beautiful, and we're watching the best surfers in the world.
There we are with 8 minutes to go. Been lots of fun with all the different topics and the calls. And of course, at this stage, a 7.27 required for Francisca Veselka, the young Portuguese talent. Let's see where she goes with that. Of course, this time last year on the Challenger Series, she got that opening win at Newcastle. She got to quarterfinals here last year, losing to Laura Ropp. And let's see how she finds her way through the 5 stops of the Challenger Series. And that's exactly what you're doing this year, Luke Ganaldo.
Yeah, 100%. Wow. Francesca looks like she's getting punished right now. It is not an easy paddle out. Like, some mornings I go to like surf in the morning and you're just getting like smoked by 2-foot waves and you're like, what is happening, bro? You're like, I'm being bullied right now.
It's quite humbling.
Dude, it's so humbling. And you like get really hot too. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm so hot, bro. But
this is something we can bond over because I often have that feeling here in Ballito.
Dude, it's crazy.
Well, especially if surfers like Francisca are used to the slightly colder waters. You see how she's just ditched her board there. Love this wide shot showing the energy that is marching into the lineup here at Willard Beach, Ballito. But certainly, I think you can board short a heat for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. Put on some board shorts, get all loose out there. That might be the call.
Well, and for this time next year, when you pack to come back, thinking about equipment, you spoke about decisions that you made during the course of this this thing. We'll ask that question in a minute because we want to pull the tapes back and think about the Challenger Series of 2025. Let's go back and have a look at Francisca Veselka as she just charged her way through the opening Challenger Series stop in Newcastle. Beautiful right-handers on display. Remember, crazy heats against names like Taya Zabrowski, and just really, she had, what was the mantra? The bull. She was doing the bull claims.
Well, listen, this was probably the best Newcastle I've seen in forever for an event. The waves were absolutely firing. I mean, it looked like a point break. It was crazy and just stayed like this for 2-3 days. They scored epic waves, and yeah, she was on fire. I guess putting that Ericera training to good use.
Yeah, absolutely. Francisca Veselka in the Challenger Series and back here in Ballito this year to take that momentum to the year end. And of course, we will finish this year over in Newcastle. Last year's Challenger Series with the opener and the bookend closure of the Challenger Series, including pipe last time round. But this year we'll finish in Newcastle in early 2027. Looking forward to seeing. And of course, everybody thinks about the first Challenger Series. Everybody wants to get out of the gates and get big numbers, and that is perhaps what is coming Sarah Baum's way. Is she on her way to the quarterfinals or not? As we look to the heat and its details, we've slipped underneath 5 minutes to go, guys. Francisco Veselko in that trailing second place position, looking for a 7-2-7. And all credit right now to Sarah Baum, who has a 6, 6, and a 7 in her scoreline. Look at the size of this wave. Rapid razor turn from Francisco Veselka into the top corner.
Sick.
That is what's going to turn the scorecard. She feels it. And remind us, a 7-2-7. Chaps, we'll hang the discussion on where the judges go with this one.
Well, first of all, let's look back to the wave just before that. Baumi took off. It was a nice big wave. She hooked the first magical turn and then decided to pull out instead of going for the closeout. Then Veselko takes off, gets the carve. Now watch this turn. Bang! Straight up into the lip and gets the closer as well. So that's going to put some pressure on the scoreline now. And you've got to say, like, if Sarah maybe was not in the lead, would she have gone for the turn on that other wave? I think maybe a slight error not going for it.
That was not an easy wave to surf, by the way, too, for Francesca. Like, that thing went, like, it was, like, going towards her, then it was going away from her, and then there was whitewash. I was, like, really impressed by her surfing, honestly. What do you guys think?
Well, the free fall out of the lip in the second turn is always going to just get a little bit of a highlight because it leans to the word critical, which the judges have kept in their discussions when they meet in the morning. Let's have another look at it, Kai.
Yeah, like the first carve, held the line, came straight up. And the big thing there is that she really attacked the lip and got the third turn as well. So it's going to be a good score. I think the judges are going to like that.
And strong control on the rail through quite a warbly set of sections.
Yeah, she showed a lot of control. I like the claim at the end, too. It was like, it was a unique claim. It was pretty sick. I might have to.
Well, I'm looking at the scores come in.
That's a healthy score right there.
Wow.
7-8-3. Yo.
Big match temperament on display. In a great mental state. That's been a discussion here for us, is the state of thought and its outcomes. And Francisco Veselko is going to find the 7-8-3. She'll go over the requirements and she'll switch the lead in her favor. Priority, though, still with Sarah Baum as we look to her requirements, 7.17. Sarah Baum has got to find her best wave of the heat now as we move towards the 2-minute mark.
Just a quick flash of the Pooh Man there in the background.
Yeah, you can't know what was going in Francesca's head, but like, let's think about this for a sec. She went on that wave, went for the barrel, fell, and then got smoked for like 7 whole minutes, was probably hot and tired. There was definitely a million, like, I would have to guess, there was a million thoughts of her going, just give up, like, there's no way, you can't do this. I don't know what she was thinking. Like, I would assume she was like, no, I can. And she just fought through that and was able to get that wave, and that was awesome. That's just, I mean, she's going to be really happy with that. I can't wait to hear what she says on the glass.
Well, the self-talk all positive from Francisco Veselka. Does she get to the glass or not? Now the self-talk and positive affirmation. Breathing, of course, the art of breathing under these tense moments will also just center the athlete's focus as they think about the requirements of a 7-1-7 for Sarah Baum. I'll tell you who's doing a lot of breathing right now is Dad Chris back in the VIP zone. And notice here that Sarah Baum's moving way over to the south end of the break as well. There you can see as the tide starts to fill in, there's perhaps some right-handers just hugging off the rock structures there. But either way, we are now counting seconds because we've moved into the last minute. Clock says 40 seconds, and the South African fans are invested in Sarah Baum, who has the priority. 30 seconds left, gentlemen.
Sure, this is going to be like a breaker. I think Sarah's going to look back on this heat and go, why did I pull out that wave? There was a section there. I mean, we weren't in that situation. It's easy to say it from the couch, but for me, should have gone for the second turn. Looks like she's going to get a shot here, though. This could be a wave.
Well, approaching This is the clock squeezing her to this decision. She's going to scramble over the edge, and it's going to have a wobble in it. And the situation answers itself. Francisco Vaselco, the Portuguese surfer, has turned the heat in the last few minutes, and all credit to her, especially the weight of that score, the 783. That was a great heat to just watch how she turned it at the end.
Yeah, fantastic. And Luke, just say thank you for being in the booth with us, my man. It's refreshing to hear a young guy like yourself talk like you do, and just keep surfing like you do too, man. You really blew our minds this event.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so much to talk about here. Of course, great having Luke Ginaldo. And there's the official result, folks. 783 plus the 633. And wow, just a real blockbuster heat all the way to the finish. South Africans will lose Sarah Baum out of it. And of course, we'll continue the action. Great to have you, Luke Ginaldo, on board. Good luck for the US Open of Surfing, the second stop. And such a fun heat to call, guys.
Yeah, really stoked, and it's been fun, and waves are firing. What else can you say?
Yeah, it's a good time. Thanks, guys.
Stay with us. The Ballito Pro will continue after the break.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
We are really starting to roll deep into the competition here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Round of 16, heat number 5. We are on women heats right now, and we have seen some incredible combos go down from some of our women. Some major upsets as well, one of them being the last standing South African surfer, unfortunately bowing out of the draw, which leaves me with a really sad Greg Emsley for this stint in the booth.
Very sad. And Sarah Baum was my pick, rightfully so. She was looking great. But sadly, I think opportunities were lost in that heat. I think that wave that she kicked off on, her last wave, her first maneuver was massive. I think if she just did one more turn, the crowd was behind her, that score would have been really eaten up. I think it would have been a massive score.
And Paul, we've seen the Championship Tour surfers go down today, but Kiki Vaselco flying the flag.
Yeah, a really clutch moment for her there as well. And even on that wave, she kind of left it quite late. I thought the first time wasn't super convincing. After that first one, you're like, she's got a bit to do left here. But back to self. She's always confident. She's strong.
Yeah.
She's still alive.
She's still alive in action. And in this heat, Sola Gire in the red, Leilani McGonigal in the blue. Lele, I spoke to her this morning. We got coffee earlier today. She mentioned that yesterday in competition was really hard. She came in, she was out of breath, lightheaded. When you get flogged out there, she said it actually brought tears to her eyes. She came in, she was absolutely exhausted. So happy with a little decrease in swell, and Sol having an interesting heat as well. She said it is like surviving out there yesterday. So do we see both of these women leveling up a little bit more, considering today is a lot more manageable?
What coffee did she have?
She had an oat latte.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I've just finished my second freezer for the day.
Oh,
and
no way.
I had it on my... I had it on my...
This
this is
is
a
big.
replay of Leilani's first wave. But while I was having it a bit of time, I actually was in the bomb sort of camp, Sarah's dad, and just sort of, feeling the vibe. It was quite cool. But the call I wanted to make was that right now is the best conditions we've seen all event.
Really?
Oh, it's coming off the rock. It's kind of in sort of one place. The waves are standing up solid 6 feet. And there's still a couple of actually barreling waves, but there's such steep sections, and it's almost waiting for the surfers, like it's giving it a bit of time. And I think it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic conditions.
Yeah, tide, wind and swell all combining beautifully. I think these two, in terms of their approaches, I think Leilani needs to really focus on the really steep sections. I think pushed out on the face, she's going to struggle. I think Sol can mix it a little bit. That's something she's going to be able to do. I think if Leilani stays in those really critical pockets, it's going to be hard to beat, but there is a bit of a danger maybe in just outrunning it a little bit and ending on the face, and it could well come down to that.
Greg put in his soul on the line saying Sarah Baum was his pick for the event. Unfortunately, she bows out. Paul, I'd love to know your pick for the women's event.
Yeah, I mean, we're still not quite at the end of the round, so I think, generally, I think he made his pick at the end of a round. Did you?
I did.
Yeah.
No, you're not getting out of this, Paul.
There's a couple of surfers. I'm going to go with Ariane Ochoa just because the Euros.
Yep, love.
Obviously. But I really like Ellie as well from Australia. I think she's CT class. Before the event, I kind of picked her out before even just kind of watching her serve over here in South Africa. I think she's looking sort of super solid and very... kind of got that quiet confidence, that ominous confidence that you see in a surfer before they have a really good year. I'm sort of seeing that from Ellie.
Yeah, Ellie's going to be coming up in that next heat against Bella Kenworthy. Both of these women, you'd have to say, pretty evenly matched as far as both heat strategy and talent goes in this one, Greg.
Yeah, this is... I can't wait to see who's going to bring it to the table in this heat. But both of them are really pumped up. As you mentioned, Leilani looking good. She's on the backhand. Sol's just been super pumped. Sol's had some great heats as well. Through the QS 2000, she looked exceptionally good and had a couple of sort of clutch wins as well under pressure. So I'm looking forward to see the first real exchange in this heat.
Looks like Sol Aguirre is going to roll the dice on this one. Using up that first priority. This is her first wave of this heat here. Gets that first nice carve. You can see has to deal with some foam, but manages it really nicely for Sol. So feet on the board. Wow, she's feeling out these new conditions competing in today. And I like the spice that we saw from her, Paul.
It looked a little bit shaky for me. I'm going to say that ball was chattering around a bit. I'm not super convinced. I just maybe think she could have just looked a little bit more on edge on that one. I don't know. Let's have another look.
Yeah,
Greg.
so it takes off. I like how compressed she gets on the bottom turn. So that first turn was good. I kind of feel she was driving that board, okay, there a little bit shaky, but she's hitting that deep water with a bit of froth on the wave. It's always going to be like coming off the N2 highway at 120 k's an hour and you hit the dirt track and your board sort of wobbles a little bit. So I'm not going to look into that too much, but I like that opening turn.
Yeah, 383 for Sol Aguirre. Like we mentioned earlier, Kika Veselko had a really solid heat, getting up into that 14-point combination. She's on the glass with Emma.
Thank you, Jessie. Kika, what a heat. It feels good to have a heat win, but I know that after you pulled into that wave, you were needing a score, and you pretty much got sets on the head for like 7 minutes.
Yeah, that was a really hard one. That was a slow start. With Sarah, we were fighting for priority, kind of behind the rock. We missed a couple. But yeah, it's super fun out there, but at the same time, just so hard. That one that I pulled in, it looked like it was going to be a classic wave and kind of stretched out, and it was super fast. and I knew I needed a big score, and I knew I had no turn potential, so I just pulled in, fell at the end, got to practice more barrels. But yeah, I mean, after being 5 minutes with waves on my head, and I knew I didn't have much time, I just had to give everything I had in those last minutes. Paddle really hard, and then yeah, just ended up getting that 7. I couldn't hear what it was, 7 something. Stoked that I believed until the end and fought through. I'm super tired right now. I need some water, but it was worth the battle. And yeah, Sarah even told me, like, let's go for more heats like this. We love these type of heats that one gets a good score than the other one, and it's always fighting back, and that's what pushes us to be better. So I love heats like this, and yeah, hopefully I'll get some battles.
Nice. It was definitely a great battle to watch from the beach. You both were surfing incredibly. It's good feeling that your fitness and your mental attitude paid off. You've obviously come to Ballito for the last 4 to 5 years, and we know we've had Ballito in many different conditions, but this year definitely feels like one of the better years. What boards have you decided to ride?
Yeah, this has for sure been the best Ballito so far. I remember there was a year through a couple heats that were really good barrels, but that was only for a couple minutes. And then, yeah, so usually I ride 5.7, but this year I decided to put my 5.8 in the water. It's a little bit of a step up. I know it kind of looks a bit long, but it secures me through turns. And there's a lot of water moving out there, and it's just super steep. So this board, even if it's big or not, it just helps me make my turns. And even in the last 7, I got like 2 turns where maybe with a shorter board I would only get 1 turn. So yeah, that's what I decided. This 5.8's been magic. Rode it at Margaret River, and it feels great.
Well, it looks great, and your surfing is magic. And good luck for the next round. Thanks for chatting to us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Emma. Kika mentioning that she wanted to get some more barrel time, or she needs some more barrel practice. She's definitely going to get a chance to do that at that next stop on the championship tour, potentially the next 2 being Tahiti and Fiji. Tahiti's a tricky wave, Greg, and Kika, how do you see those rookies kind of throwing their hat in the ring at Chopu this year?
Oh, the only way if you're a rookie is get there and practice. Get used to that wave, get used to the scariness of it. I don't think there's anyone that isn't scared of it. People openly tell you how frightening that wave is. It bends at you, it's heavy, it just feels like the wave's actually going to close out. And the water's so clean that the coral reef is staring at you on every takeoff. So you've got to get used to that. And the more time in the water out there, the more you become accustomed to it. So that's definitely, that's why the veterans have such an advantage there, because they're comfortable out there. The only way you can match that is time in the water.
Another barrel that we added to the Championship Tour season this year is over in the Philippines. Siargao Cloud9, a really fun-looking right-hander. So Kika, she's trying to get herself in a position where she's in that top 12 on the women's side of the draw. She gets to compete in that reduced field. But coming here is the backup plan, just defending your spot on the Championship Tour. We spoke about it earlier. For the women, a quarterfinal is absolutely a keeper result. Going deeper on your first event, getting to the semis, that's a really great start to the season, Paul.
Yeah, definitely, and just really important confidence as well. I mean, it could well be the case. Someone like Kika struggled a little bit on the CT, just with the sort of quality of the surfers all around it. You come back here, start winning heats, just get that habit of winning and that confidence. And whether or not you end up needing these results, you might not need to requalify through the CS, but just get into that habit of winning, of having interviews, connecting with your boards, might actually help her make heats on that championship tour. So kind of win-win. It's a really good option to come back here.
And you also speak about Ellie Harrison. You see her being CT caliber, having that class about her. Is there any other women on this Challenger Series and potentially in the water right now that you see also having that CT potential?
I mean, Sarah Kobe, probably the obvious one. Definitely, she's got the attributes you'd think she would really shine on that tour in better waves as well.
Solgire pushes the tail into a big layback here. Unfortunately, she's not going to get that completion. Now, Leilani having a quick in and out here as well. So nothing drastic going on here, Greg.
No, it's I do feel I could be responsible for this, saying that it's the best conditions that I've seen. I feel a little bit bad about that, but there's still 21 minutes. But look at those conditions. When the sets come, it is so dreamy out there. There's such light. It's like a light sort of cross offshore wind. It's really clean, and if you see what I'm talking about, how much closer they are to the rocks, that's where you kind of want to be sitting at surfers. You want it almost like a point break, one takeoff zone, and that's where the lineup is. That's like your dreamy looking surfers at Willard's Beach for me.
You can see a couple of athletes in the Red Bull athlete area. Luke Gennaro, who was just in the booth for quite some time. You can see Sarah Baum in the background there, who unfortunately we did just lose out of the draw, but what an incredible run of heat she had. She's looking so fired up. We've mentioned it time and time again. She is one of those few surfers who has 2 hometown advantages, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, she looks sort of happy there. She's having a giggle with Kicker. Are you all right with that, Greg? Do you not think she should be a little bit more rattled with that?
Well,
she's just lost out of a really winnable heat at home. This is a huge opportunity for her. She's not here to make up the numbers. She's a great surfer. Do you think maybe she should be taking that a little bit more circumspect?
Yeah, I guess it's just how you feel. You know, Sarah's pretty chilled, actually. She's actually very approachable after a heat, and you can break things down. She knows what she's done wrong, and she's accepted it, and that's just her nature, and she's fine with it. So, you know, everyone's different, and from a coaching perspective, if I do like a survey and a questionnaire with my athletes, the first thing I ask them, truthfully, how are you after a heat? Can we do a debrief, or do you not want to see me for an hour or 2 hours and then a
couple of weeks?
Then a couple of weeks, and let's have a chat. But you've got to be truthful with that, because it's important when it comes down to breaking it down a heat with a coach and athlete.
I'm sure she'd definitely be feeling it. Sol is getting rolled by these sets right now. Leilani did get to scrape under that first one. I'm sure she'd definitely be bummed, but there was definitely a moment personally when I was competing when I lost a heat and I didn't care. And that's when I was kind of like, I should probably hang it up now. Like, it's probably the time, because if you don't care, then you're probably not doing it for the right reasons.
Yeah, and also if you can identify where it went wrong, and maybe you've stuck to your game plan and it didn't work, so you could be happy with that. And the other side of it is there's not too much time to mope here. Next event, Huntington Beach, kicking off very quickly after this.
Yeah, there's a quick turnaround between these first 2 stops on the Challenger Series. And then obviously we saw the change in order. We go to Brazil after the US Open, and then back to Ericeira, where that has a really similar aspect to Ballito, where competitors who do the time there tend to do really well. Now that both of these ladies, they're back out in the lineup, those sets have rolled through, we're really hoping that they're going to take a hold on this, because both of them, I mean, no one really running away, but both of them, unfortunately, probably going to have to surf a pretty short heat here, Paul.
Yeah, I think you've got to keep in your head, I think, and they'll definitely know this, the amount of time they spent over here in the water, is you will have moments in this heat. There will be that moment. They just got to seize it and wait for it to come. But yeah, as you were mentioning, the schedule here, mix things around a little bit with Brazil and Portugal swapping up. But just thinking of the surfers that are losing out at this stage and starting to think about that next event, heading towards Huntington. Very different animal from this one here, isn't it? Completely different sort of venue, not only in the type of wave, because we really focus on that, but just the environment itself, the sort of free surfing that you're able to do up and down. I think maybe saps a bit more out of you over there, out of the water, with everything that's going on. I mean, it's a huge sort of festival, it's the kind of event of the summer in that part of Southern California. So yeah, it's going to take something different to win over there.
Yeah, then São Sebastião, I was talking to Josh Kerr about that yesterday, and he said he's competed in that part of Brazil a couple of times, Greg, and he actually prefers that wave. He says it's really fun, one of the better beach breaks in Brazil.
Yeah, Maris, yes, I've surfed there a little bit. It's a very punchy beach break. Actually got similar to what we have here, where it also gets a bit broken up and you get some nice heavy sections. And I'm just thinking, you know, you get into rhythms with these tours, like the wave rhythms, and often all these breaks can actually get quite small, and but they can actually get quite big as well. So has Ballito set the tone for the Challenger Series this year? Are we going to see a 26 season with big, solid beach break, heavy conditions?
The other thing to note as well is just the sort of rhythm of where they come. But the US Open follows this really closely. There's a short time between this and that, then a bit of a gap, and it's a similar pattern as well, actually. Brazil will wrap up, and then Ericeira will start like almost immediately. So rhythm between the 2 pairs of events, crucial.
Okay, here we go. Sol finally taking a wave in this heat. Her best turn of this matchup so far. Leilani, you can see she was a bit wide for that wave, potentially one that she wanted to go. Just a single maneuver here, Greg, but it is going to be one of those ones where you hope it starts to put her in good momentum for the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, single maneuver, a good maneuver. I think there's better waves than this out there, but under priority and to put pressure on Leilani, I think that's going to be a good turn in the context of this heat, and really put her on the rail actually on that maneuver through lots of spray. And I think it's going to be better than her 3.83. I think it's going to go above the 4 range for sure.
Ellie Harrison, she's coming up in that next heat, like we mentioned earlier. She's got Bella Kenworthy. She's working with Wade Carmichael, this event, who we had in the booth earlier today. And Wade said his coaching strategy is essentially just making his athletes feel as convinced and confident in themselves as possible. And I quite like that, Paul.
Yeah, calm, sort of soothing voice as well, isn't he? Doesn't seem like the sort of person to get very rattled by anything at all. And I think that's part of it as well, just kind of dialing down the noise for your surfers. 15
minutes to go. Seoul's wave still yet to trickle on through. We may as well take a break at this moment, wait for that score to lock in. We will be right back after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Wow, what a coastline. The KwaZulu-Natal region, we love coming back every single year, but just breathtaking. I mean, crystal blue waters that are really warm. We've got a perfect bluebird day, really fun waves, crowds are coming down to the beach, and it is one of those parts of the world where you just instantly feel happy. And Greg, you get to come here a fair bit, and this week in particular, it is just jam-packed with action.
It's magnificent. Look at that tents on the beach. You got your beach umbrellas, families. It's really a fantastic holiday destination. It's, yeah, as you mentioned, the warm waters, the Indian Ocean, the Dolphin Coast, the golden sun-kissed beaches, and of course the best of it all, the Ballito Pro. Some of the world's best surfers here taking part. And we are in the round of 16 of women, and it's been a solid round so far, and still a couple of really big heats to come our way.
Yeah, there's also an exceptional boardwalk along this part of the coast, which I take a lot of joy in smashing both Greg and Paul in a running race every single day.
Has that happened? that hasn't happened.
Multiple times it has happened.
What absolute nonsense.
Oh, love it, love it. You can actually tune in this afternoon. Run Club will be happening, and I will post me finishing first.
I'm going to be doing 3.5 minutes a K this afternoon.
Just flying.
In your car?
Yeah.
you driving for Run Club, are you? All right.
Okay, back to the surfing. All right, this heat, 5-5, that last one for Seoul, but relatively quiet, Paul.
Yeah, it's not a lot to get overly excited about so far in this. We're still waiting for those moments. Actually, a bit of quality there, the 5-5. It's decent. And I think after maybe a little bit of being out of position as well, they both came inside a bit when it was smaller at the start. Then they were massively caught inside. I mean, caught quite a long way inside, actually. The waves broke quite away further outside from them. I think that was pretty good just to tidy it up and put something proper on the board. So well done to Sol for that. But otherwise, maybe a couple of missed opportunities here. They're not necessarily reading this as well as they might, but that's all part of making that transition from the full surfer heats where there's always someone in the lineup. It's quite easy. You can just kind of tag onto the end, float in the priority order and be like in the queue, so to speak. Out here, going to need to use those lineup markers a bit more.
Yeah, when you look at what's happening here with 10.5 minutes to go, Leilani has a 2.33 and a 0.4. So essentially you think, yeah, she probably hopefully will choose a good wave on that next one, get a good score, but then Sol could potentially better again. So when you look at the scheme of things, Leilani probably needing 2 waves in 10 minutes, Greg.
She does, otherwise one really good wave, but I'm looking at this ocean and I'm thinking about where they're at. As we do see a paddle, I'll get back to that point. Big paddle actually using that priority, going left.
Yeah, one of the first lefts we've seen on the ladies competition. It's a singular jam so far for Leilani. It's going to put her up next to the rock, so maybe back into a better position here, Greg?
Yeah, I was going to say that they've moved a little bit wider than the last heat. And, heading down to 10 minutes to go. It wasn't a convincing turn there. I don't think it's going to be, a big score, but it might just keep her in the heat. But with 10 minutes to go in this one, under 10 minutes, you would think, even if you're a bit nervous and there's heavy waves, if you can just believe in yourself and go for the biggest hammers on these waves, you could put yourself in a really good position on the ratings just getting through this round.
Your thoughts, Paul?
I think it's just a good idea to get moving. Don't worry too much about the score on this wave. It's not going to be massively significant, but just get in motion, do something. You can't afford to just sit there and pickle and let the kind of time tick away. So a good call from Lele. Just to get moving, pop out in a different part of the lineup. Maybe you're slightly further inside. Maybe you don't even make it quite all the way back and something pops up and you make something happen. But just sort of fire yourself up a little bit. It's such a strange sport, surfing, that the pace is dictated by something completely out of your control and the waves come through. So you have to just kind of sit there and watch. But she needs to fire herself up here.
Yeah, you can see Leilani did try and roll the dice a little bit earlier. Just got a quick in and out there. So we'll wait for this last number to lock in, see just how far it puts her back in this heat. Sol, on the other hand, the job you would assume is quite simple, but it's actually quite a complicated scenario because Leilani could easily fight her way back into this heat with 2 waves, and Sol is by far not safe with a 3.83 in her lineup here, Greg.
Yeah, Sol's got a huge opportunity to put pressure on Leilani, but she also needs to find a wave, which to be honest, there haven't been that many in this heat. It has been a slow heat, but you've just got to watch that horizon, watch the bumps, move to where those bumps are coming in. And even if you're out of position for the first wave of a set, if you paddle hard enough, sometimes the second wave is following it, and you can often get that opportunity. So I do feel there's been a lot of sitting in this heat. I think there could have been more movement up and down this beach looking for those opportunities. We've also got the pushing tide, which means things have changed quite quickly with that tide rushing in here.
All right, Leilani trying to make some more action unfold here in this heat. She's stuck behind at the start, so she's going to have to get out of that wave and hopefully get herself back out the back relatively quickly. She's trying, Paul. She's taken waves, trying to get herself some open wall, but just tricky wave selection.
Yeah, good call. Keep moving. I'm totally backing it 100%. I think she's doing the right thing here. Didn't quite work out for her there. I mean, she wasn't far away from being able to crack that bottom turn and get up there in the corner and hit it. But just keep doing that. I think that's a really good idea. I think, explore this lineup. Make something. Greg, you're shaking your head.
No, I'm not.
Is that at me?
You've got to be quicker on these waves. You've got to be paddling in super hard on those big sections, and it's pretty simple. You got to even if it's one connection with the lip or right under the lip critically, that's the judges are not scoring you unless you do that. So that's the job at hand. And even Sol got that one turn, but she put it on the rail and she connected it nicely for a 5-5, kind of almost forced, but the score was there because she did the maneuver that the judges are looking for. And I think the key is positioning yourself on the takeoff, getting ahead of it, head of the section, so you can fit that one major maneuver in. I believe there's more than enough waves out there to find those at least 2 5-5s.
You can see almost a moment of desperation from Leilani as well, just really fighting to get back into this one. She's got more waves in this last 5 minutes than she had the entirety of the first, 20 minutes of this heat, Paul.
Yeah, it's 4 quick ones from her. I think now you're going to get down towards that 5-minute mark. That's the moment to just take stock and really focus in on the requirement, because prior to that, you look at that requirement and think, well, that can change really easily. But, ticking away, down towards those final 5 minutes, I think, look at that and think, what do I actually need to do here? How am I going to make this happen? What does this score look like? 6-1-6 is what she's looking for at the moment. So it doesn't need to be anything crazy. It would have to be the best that we've seen so far in this. There you can see how she's got busier. So, the approach is right. We just haven't quite seen her deliver in terms of the performance surfing, but we know she's capable of that. It doesn't seem like the priority is significant at the moment, because Sol's not really interested at all. So she's got plenty of elbow room as well. So there's plenty going for her, but that score is going to feel like tougher and tougher to get as time ticks away.
Yeah, 6-1-6, like you mentioned, that is the number that Leilani is looking for. Her single turn left came in at a 3-1-7, so that's her best so far in this heat, and that is why that requirement did start to filter on down. She's starting to paddle up towards Sol, so trying to get on that main peak. And Greg, in these man-on-man or woman-on-woman heats, the idea of sitting with your competitor who has first priority, is it as much of a risk in a 2-man heat as it would be in a 4?
Yeah, I think with the person-on-person or woman-on-woman heat, you kind of need to be with your competitor most of the time, because it's all about wave selection. Whoever gets the best waves is obviously going to have the upper hand, and you don't have to worry. You're only worrying about one other person, so it's either you getting the best waves or they are. You can't be down the beach where the second best peak is, because that means the surfer on the best peak is going to beat you. So it's a very simple concept. And looking at the scoreline and where we are at this heat, I think Sol's gone from a position of putting a better backup score in to now a position of protecting her lead. So she's going to hold that priority, I think, and just keep Leilani off the next good wave.
Yeah, it feels like maybe the ocean's finally starting to line up a little bit. We're starting to get a little bit more energy, some juice rolling on through. Sol's not interested in this one, but Leilani is going to go here with 3.5 minutes. Needs a 6-1-6. Goes down on an attempt for just a single maneuver. Now, this is a really tricky situation because, like I mentioned, there's some energy rolling through. We know this paddle out can be quite difficult with a lot of back-to-back sets here, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, she is making quite hard work of this, really, isn't she? Look at the scores she's been getting for the last 5 waves, but even before that, the last 8, really. She's really struggling to connect here. Just out of rhythm, that way, always a bit of a closeout. The trouble is on that white water, that thing will break really quickly down the line as well when it hits that shallow section, and unable to identify that. They look like there were more waves behind it as well. It's very easy from here to see those waves as well from our vantage point with our cameras. But from her point of view, she's not making great decisions at the moment, and it's in the lineup, but it's also on the wave itself as well.
But at least you went for it on that one. Like, that is what you've got to hit the lip and try. And pity some of those other waves, she didn't have those opportunities for those one maneuvers. At least she knew, I'm chasing a score. I've got to connect with the lip here and try and do something massive. And just a bit late on that maneuver.
Looks like some more energy here. Let's see how it pans out for us. Trying to apply a bit of pressure as well, isn't she? Going up the inside.
Yeah, trying to force Sol's hand a little bit more, which I actually quite like. I love the fact that she's going to try and sell her on a moment that if it comes through here. It is crunch time though. 2 minutes to go. 6-1-6 is the requirement. She's done really well to get back out the back, considering how much juice was rolling through after her fall there. Sol is going to paddle her up towards the rocks, and I love the fact that they're going to what has been a really dominant peak, Greg.
Yeah, they're actually moving to where the surfers in the previous heat sat. They sat a lot closer to the rock, and you saw Francisca and Sarah. I mean, Francisca got a 14-point heat total. Sarah got a 13-point plus heat total. So they picked up a lot of better waves there. Is this an opportunity, a little gap?
Here we go. Leilani, like we mentioned, looking for a 6-1-6. She's going to carve. She's going to hope this one stands up through this next track. There's a second turn for Lele. Gets the completion. So 3 turns. It's a small to mid-size wave. There wasn't really any of those major impactful ones, but like you said on that last one, Greg, she's going for it, and that's exactly what she did on that last wave.
Yeah, it was bit of a smaller wave, and with the pushing tide, it hit that deep water, so it softened up a lot. And the judges' scale is set, and they're looking for the big maneuvers on the big waves. And even if the scale does change, it's not going to be in this heat. It's with the tide coming in, and you need to get those big outside clicks.
I'm going to give some credit to Sol Aguirre right there for showing no interest whatsoever in that wave. I don't know whether she was just a little bit too wide, but let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Didn't fancy it at all. She knew there was no energy in that wave. And sometimes it's what it's like at this level. It's not about taking waves and surfing them. It's about what you don't take and what you let your opponent do. That kind of stuff. A cool approach in a tough heat that it's not quite been what either of them would have imagined before they paddled out. And I think Sol's done really well to kind of keep her head together and make smart decisions, most of which has been don't do anything for most of the back half of this heat. Well done.
Yeah, I'm impressed by Sol and just her staunchness to be able to not take those waves and know that there probably wasn't 616, like you mentioned, Greg, with that incoming tide. It did start to fatten out. So score in for Leilani, it's not enough. It's a 3.27 for that last wave. We're going to take a look at it again. 3 turns, but yeah, just with that tide, Paul, making it tricky to really push this wave up.
As soon as she gets to the bottom on that opening section of the wave, you can just kind of feel this doesn't carry the sort of energy to bring the score. It's much slower, the pace of the wave. And, I mean, it's going to take something really, truly incredible to get that kind of number there. So, yeah, great read from Sol. And that, that moment that came through, it was really the 5-5, wasn't it? That was the sort of significant part of that heat. And well done to her. 1 turn. Sometimes you don't have to do loads to get through. She'll take a lot of confidence from this.
Yeah, she's definitely going to try and regroup and push a little bit harder in that quarterfinals. It's considering with how big and healthy that heat total was from Francisca Veselko. We have Ellie Harrison and Bella Kenworthy. They're going to battle it out in the round of 16, heat number 6. Don't go anywhere. We're going to cover that right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
We are really starting to roll through these round of 16 heats here. We're currently in heat number 6, and this does tend to be the round that makes or breaks championship tour hopes. We love to see all these women give their best performances to get to those quarterfinals and beyond. Currently in the water, it is Ellie Harrison in the red and Bella Kenworthy in the blue. So we have a CT surfer out in the water here, but like we've mentioned, this is her redemption here. She's had a bit of a struggle on the championship tour so far this season, Paul.
Yeah, really struggled with consistency, hasn't she? I mean, we've seen what she can do when she's on. I think she prefers a bit of juice as well. She's better in the bigger conditions. She surfs with that flair. I mean, bigger conditions is what we're looking at.
Wow, right on the rocks there. Bella Kenworthy just going over the falls, unfortunately, on that first one. You can see Ellie Harrison now starting to move a little bit wider. The girl's sitting really deep there, Greg.
Yeah, I love this. I'm so amped for this heat. We've got Bella, of course, from the USA. We've got Ellie from Australia. It's a real US-Australia battle. We love to see this. And both of them love the bigger surf. They love the strong, powerful rail game. And you saw that on the screen there, that little bit of hustle and bustle at the start of the heat. We saw Bella just going over the falls. But that's what we got. They're both going to go for it. They want those waves, and they both want this win, which I can almost guarantee we're going to see a solid heat on our hands.
Yeah, I really hope so. Both of these ladies with so much potential. And like I mentioned just before, this round really does make or break CT hopes, because there is a major difference between having a 9th in your lineup and having a 5th or 5th or beyond. And one of these ladies will be sent packing to the US Open. But for someone like Ellie Harrison, Paul, she's come so close a couple of years now. She's a really good friend of mine. I grew up competing against her. You've seen so many surfers graduate onto that CT. What is that final edge that she needs to break out of this struggle that she's had to get into that top 6 picture?
I think one of the key things is not so much necessarily just to do with your surfing, but it's like the learnings you make year on year on the Challenger Series, because, you know, people talk about how much of a struggle it is, the venues that you go to, the cost of it, and all this sort of stuff, and you hear a lot about how much of a job of work it is. But also, if you can take learnings each year and improve and come back stronger, I think that's what we're seeing from her. At the same time, she's get to have a few wild cards. I think she had 3 at Bells, and she's kind of shown us what she's able to do there. Now, that's really close to where she's from as well. But I just think each year, if you can get better and better and bring something positive rather than it being, okay, I failed to achieve what I was trying to do, which is qualify. It's like, well, you know, this is the result that I got. I improved in this way, and I'm heading in the right direction. I think that's what we're seeing from her. It's definitely what it feels like.
Ellie Harrison, she's going to have her first roll of the dice here in this heat. Into the lip, but goes down. So even playing field now, no completed rides for both of those first waves.
But even just what we saw right then from those two, you've instantly seen the quality step up, right? We've seen two surfers fall off, essentially. But compared to nervy, tentative surfing that we saw in that last heat, didn't we? We saw some positioning that was a little bit amiss, and we saw some pretty safe stuff on subpar waves. They're attacking, and that's what you're going to need to do if you want to be a quarter finalist or beyond here. I mean, Bella's a previous champ here 2 years ago. I love this. Bring it on.
Absolutely, both up on the rock. You know, those fingers of rock are shallow. The sand bubbles up. It's that's where the heavy part of the wave is. That's the biggest A-frame part of the wave. So they're both on that zone. That's where they've identified these scores. And we saw Ellie before the heat on screen, just warming up and getting ready. And we were talking about her preparation. And you know what I saw from her is that Roger Federer type face. No emotion, just ready. She wasn't stressed. She was just ready. And that's look, to me, that was a notable sign that she's so focused for this.
Yeah, Ellie definitely not afraid to shy away from a big heat, and that's what this is. Bella Kenworthy, she has CT experience. Wow. 2 really nice turns, and there's that level you're talking about, Paul. Just really quick transition between those two.
Yeah, just extra confidence as well, a bit more flair as well, just a bit more on everything. It's so good to see. I mean, that's just a glimpse of it. It's going to be an okay number for it. It's going to be nothing crazy, but just showing that these two both want to go out there, not necessarily dominate the conditions, but they want to express themselves on the wave rather than thinking, ooh, I hope I don't fall on this takeoff. I hope I make this turn. They're not nursing it, and that's what's entertaining for us as fans to watch.
You know what? These two surfers are actually both really similar. I'll get back to this in a second. Replay here, Greg.
Yeah, sets that turn up, eyes this money turn, pushes the tail, so has to rush through the first turn, but because she saw that lovely section down the line and well read, it was a quick wave, and Bella really setting up that first turn. I love that little tail kick. There we go, 5 points. So solid, nice round number to get this heat going. First decent one of the score on the scorecard. I think about 2 years ago with that win, a little bit of misfortune. She did travel with her family. And let's get back to this after this live action.
Ellie Harrison's turn to answer back. She's going to hack on that first section. Goes big on the second, but unfortunately goes down. But I love just how fiercely both of these women are in attack mode.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes we speculate on how much you respond to who you're up against. Do surfers really look at who they're surfing against? They tend to say, I don't really, not paying too much attention. I'm focusing on my own game. Yeah, right, as if. I love the way they're really both stepping up. And this first turn is so sick. I absolutely love this. Look at the confidence and kind of swag just to be able to do like a speed kind of check turn, but hit it hard. And then she goes to belt this really hard. Unfortunately, she didn't get it done, but I think we all want to see surfers taking risks and falling rather than playing safe, getting in the 3s and the 4s and just being ultra conservative and not really being particularly exciting. I just thought that was great dynamic surfing, and she is going to connect and she is going to get a really good score. You can guarantee that.
Yeah, that board looks incredible under her feet as well. So she's going to lock in at 3-3-3. It's going to keep her in second, but we still have a whole heat on our hands. Sol Aguirre played a really smart heat in that last one. She took a win over Leilani McGonigal, and she's with Emma.
Thank you, Jessie. So, a heat win is a heat win. I know that the conditions changed quite a bit there, and I was quite impressed with your approach at the end there. Leilani needed a score. She was catching tons of waves, and you were like cool, calm, collected, waiting at the back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely it was hard to stick with priority at the last 8 minutes. I think we both did like a couple of mistakes when we had priority, when in like really bad waves, but I'm really happy that 5 came, that set up the whole heat and gave me, confidence to like keep waiting for a better one. And yeah, I'm glad it turned out my way. Yeah.
You're such a good surfer, and it's so good for us to see you get those moments. I know you're staying with some local South Africans. You've chatted about it before, but you also haven't been feeling the best health-wise.
Yeah, I didn't feel quite well with my stomach. I don't know what's happening, but yeah, definitely proud of myself to be able to give my best energy, even if I don't, for the heat. It's really hard conditions. It slowed down a little bit in my heat, but there were a few sets. I got a big set on the head, and I almost died, but I'm here, I'm alive, and I'm really just happy and enjoying the moment.
Can't have you dying. It's your birthday in just a few days. Hopefully you're into finals day on that day too. Great way to celebrate. But thanks for chatting to us. We hope you rest up, feel better, and we'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Emma and Sol. Pretty interesting to know that she's not feeling her best, but still doing some nice solid turns in that last one, Paul.
I reckon that's one of those heats where, there's obviously what you want to do, smash a couple of 9s, okay, and completely dominate. Yeah, but you know what? If you're not going to do that, I reckon there's also something to take from getting out of a really grindy, a really tough one, particularly at this stage we talked about. We're right on the cusp of a good result here. And if you can kind of get through without really doing anything, without even bringing anything close to what your best is, I also think that's something that can really help you kick on as well. If you're feeling, a little bit unwell, you've made another round, you made another day, you got a bit more chance to recover as well and feel like yourself again. And you know what? Sometimes when you get a little bit sick, you feel better when you do get better than if you'd never even been ill. You really feel I'm on this upward trajectory. So exactly. So yeah, good luck to her. Well done, and we'll see what she brings in the quarters. But she will need to step up for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Considering the level that we've already seen in this heat, I completely agree. Like I was mentioning earlier, both of these ladies actually pretty similar. Both come from pretty big families, and you'd have to say there's got to be something about being extra competitive when you have multiple siblings. Bella being one of 5. Ellie is the youngest of 4. She's got 3 older brothers. She's the only girl. So when I mentioned she's not afraid to back down, it would be because she's got 3 older brothers, Greg.
Yeah, well, 3 older brothers. She probably followed them into the surf.
Yeah, she did.
And they were probably getting irritated with her, go back to the beach, and she was probably saying, no, I'm going to follow you, and I'm going to show you guys that I'm also going to be a top surfer. And yeah, that's how basically the younger siblings often end up being the best of the bunch.
Well, which brings me very neatly on to what about the Starling sisters? Were you guys quite competitive?
Oh my gosh, so competitive. We still are, to be fair. True and I, she was actually probably the reason I got into commentating as well. She did start commentating before me, and just like I followed her into surfing, I followed her into commentating. But yeah, extremely competitive. We still are. We genuinely fight over card games. But it's amazing. I love fighting with my sister in a competitive way. But pretty interesting. Ellie's brother is actually really talented. Billy, one of her older brothers, he goes over and charges North Point and really big waves over in WA. And her 2 other brothers as well, really good surfers. Joey travels with her a lot to some contests, so a cool grounding brother there, and she's got her older brother Tom. So both from really talented families. Then you have Bella, on the other hand, who her dad made one of the most iconic surf films ever,
Jason,
being the Leave a Message film.
Yeah, what
How
a
cool.
legend. Yeah, and what a cool guy as well.
Oh my gosh, he's just so lovely, and he's like core surf as well.
The story I was almost telling earlier was
Sorry,
two years ago with the Win. She had a bit of misfortune with her boards not arriving, and she ordered a quiver of boards from the local Channel Islands guys, Jason Rubink and them, and they worked a dream. She won the event. So, of course, this year, arriving in Ballito, what do? You make sure you have a quiver of boards arriving because it's the magic, right? So,
How many times does that happen, though?
Yeah.
You're heartbreak and you're going, no, my boards didn't arrive. And then little do you know, it's a blessing in disguise because you're going to get some magic boards from the local shapers. Let's see what her equipment this year looks like under her feet. It's already bought her a 5. Nice carve to start this one off. Holds it even longer on this second one. This heat really starting to fire up, and Bella Kenworthy just leading the way with the torch here. Let's see if this end section is going to do anything. It's not, but a lot of torque in those opening cars, Paul.
Yeah, she's pushing pretty hard. I mean, the judges will be sort of critical and look exactly where they were placed, weren't they? And we've seen like all of the best scores here. You've got to be pretty tight in the pocket, really. When you get away from that critical section, it will affect your scoreline. I think we might see a bit of that. It's nice to see her having a full swing. She puts quite a bit of body and arm into those turns. Definitely distinct. She tries to fade the takeoff to get tight, but she's maybe just a touch wider than she could be. Greg, am I being harsh?
Not too harsh. She is a bit on the face, and I think if this wave had a proper closeout section to it, then we probably wouldn't have read too much into it. The fact that it tapered off probably made those turns a little bit more on the face than what they kind of really were. But still, I really enjoyed the rail line. I enjoyed the carve. There was power, lots of spray coming off the board. And she has a 5 in the scoreline. If she gets another score close to that, she's really is dominating the heat. And Ellie needs to get moving. I think about that 5 from Bella. Ellie would have been out the back. And we saw Kenworthy set that turn up and then really push that last turn, putting the tail out the back. And then you think about Ellie's wave, where she had a beautiful first turn and then also tried to put the tail out the back. I wonder if she didn't think she had to try and match the same maneuver that Bella did and maybe pushing a bit hard. But you've got to be careful of focusing on your competitors and really stick to your own game plan.
Yeah, I really liked that last over of Bella. I thought that first carve was solid. It had a really nice line on it. The judges going to give it a slight edge on her last wave. So she's got a 6 and a 5. And that's that moment you were talking about, Greg, of she really does have to get a wriggle on now with a single wave requirement of a 767. Let's take a look at it again. Paul, you wanted to see her tighter in the pocket, but I love that arc on that first turn.
Yeah, all I said, I thought the judges might want to see her tighter in the pocket, actually.
Well, no.
Tank Evans running a tight ship, yeah, but anyway. I do see where Paul's coming from, but still the job was done out the back with those 2 maneuvers. And remember, we also looking at that camera angle, which is side on, which makes it look probably a little bit more on the shoulder than what it would look straight on where the judge's view is.
I'm excited to see how this next 17 and a half pans out because it feels like Bella's slightly forcing Ellie's hand to sit and wait with priority now. So let's see what exactly she does, what her next decision is going to be. But we're going to leave you hanging because we are going to go to a quick break and come back to really find out how this heat ends right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
This was the moment in 2024 where we saw Bella Kenworthy become a champion here in Ballito, and this also set up her championship to a qualification year. This was such a massive moment for her in the space of her career.
Yeah, definitely rose to the top here, didn't she? After a really promising young junior career and that whole push of talent from her generation. And this was that moment where it really all gets validated in terms of a major contest result. She was just too good. Smaller conditions, you can see her approach relentless into the lip as well, and able to go all the way for a big win. How cool does that moment feel as well? On the other side of the world, getting a massive win and a sort of career-defining win at that stage. Brilliant moment for Bella.
Yeah, love that Bella Kenworthy highlight reels. You can tell, I just love her skate approach to surfing. It really does have that strong influence on the lines that she draws, where she places her turns, and it actually is a real point of difference for Bella.
It's that back foot right back on the tail kick. It is.
No, it is.
And
I
that
totally
back
agree.
knee bent down, bent forward. And actually, that's the approach we're seeing from all these good young female surfers coming through, is exactly that knees bending in forward, that back foot's up on the kick, and that's what's giving them that sort of innovative type style of surfing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to see just whereabouts this next generation is going. And right on cue, Eden Waller, she is definitely one of those front runners that we are talking about of being a dominant force in this next crop coming through, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. And you can just see she's just oozing confidence as well. That's to do with performances and results she's had. I mean, we've mentioned already on this new QS season, she's had 2 wins, so already an improvement. I think she got 1 last season out, but she just looks like she's really enjoying her heats, and that's kind of easy to do when you get really big numbers and winning your heats. But she looks like she's in the sort of form where she's not really too worried about anything else that's going on around her. You see a lot of the youngsters on the Challenger Series, and they're kind of learning, but a little bit wide-eyed and can be a little bit overawed by some of the bigger names, the CT surfers, venues they don't know so well. But she's just kind of concentrating on, you know what, I see waves out there, I'm going to go and smash 2, probably more than 2, but 2 good scores, and it's definitely a formula that's working.
Yeah, and incredible barrel riders as well. So she's already shown that this event. Let's see Bella Kenworthy. Wow, great looking first turn. This one, we would love a second maneuver here. She's going to get a chance to. Lot of water, but with the completion there. So Bella getting that under priority and essentially executing her best turn of the heat, Paul.
Interested to see why Ellie Harrison didn't want to go that way. Maybe she thought it was a bit straight, but great to see her attacking the lip there, Bella. Pushing really hard. When you got speed as well on that lip, just sort of stands up. Well, she got up there and hit it really well. Came out of the turn with speed. Another look, just driving off the bottom. That's really cool. Loads of spray. If you're Ellie looking around when she would have been, you're like, oh no. And then another completing turn. A little late on the completion, but I thought the first one was great. Greg, do you enjoy that?
Yeah, that first one was well placed. It was a really good maneuver. The wind's come a little bit more south now, so it has turned a touch onshore. We see that tide filling in very quickly. So it's starting to have an effect on this ocean. I think from when we came into studio 2 heats ago, or at the start of the last heat, that was probably almost an hour ago already. There's been quite a big change in ocean conditions. I think surfers will be adjusting through these heats, especially looking at the score lines in the last couple of heats as well, it's definitely dipped a little bit.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one because Ellie Harrison has been sitting with priority for a really long time. In two ways, where if she completes those rides, she probably has a similar scoreline to what Bella has. And then she's not kind of backed into a corner, has to look for that best wave where there is definitely scores to be found on waves that potentially don't look like what she thinks they're going to look like we saw with Bella Kenworthy. So instead of Bella backing Ellie into a corner, Ellie essentially is kind of backing herself into one, Paul.
This next score, when it comes, could sting, actually, because the 5 and the 6, you're like, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I can get that.
Put those two together, it's a couple of 5-5s, you're like, okay, no worries, like I've got time, but an improvement on that, and she may just start to doubt herself a little bit. She's been really staunch, actually. I mean, she's still sitting pretty much in the same spot where they started this heat, really far out and close to the rock. She's seen something out there that she identifies with, but letting your opponent do this is a curious strategy.
It feels like it's going to go in that scoreline, doesn't it? Looking at that first turn, and then that first turn was so well placed that immediately the judges were going, we're in for a good score. As a judge, you're going, how good's that turn? And even though there was a bit of downtime, she gets to the second turn, and as a judge, you go, okay, she's got the second turn and the completion now. I want to give this a decent number. It's bigger than a middle range score, isn't it?
603 is the number for Bella Kenworthy, and Ellie Harrison would have loved to have had that by now in her lineup. It meant that requirement would have come right down to pretty much a 5-point ride. So Ellie potentially chasing 8s when maybe she only needs to be looking for 6s, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. It's timing will have a lot to do as well. When she makes her move now, looking at the clock, 10 minutes to go. Say she gets a decent wave, gets up there in the 6s. She's going to bring that number way down that she needs. She's still going to need a score, but she's going to have time again, maybe even to have to be second priority and then wait. But at some stage, that's going to get a bit tricky for her. She basically hasn't surfed enough.
Yeah, and can I be brutally honest? We've seen this happen a lot with pretty well consistently the Australians today. A lot of them taking that sit and wait strategy, and a lot of the times not paying off. And then you see someone like Dane Henry paddle out and catch a lot of waves, surf himself into rhythm. So hoping Ellie learns from her fellow countrymen's mistakes here.
She's still got 10 minutes.
10 minutes,
Relax, there's time. Imagine she gets a really good wave right now. She'll still have like 8 minutes for another wave.
No, totally think she can do it. Absolutely. But just, I'm making a point that the sit and wait has proven to not work today. Leilani McGonigal in that last one. It's a tricky lineup. You do have to adapt and move with it. So Ellie Harrison has priority, needs an 8-7. We're looking for her to break that down in 2 waves.
Imagine she didn't fall on that first good wave. That would have been the best score of the heat. I think.
She would have a really similar lineup to Bella Kenworthy, even in that first turn.
Well, that was for me the best wave of the heat so far. That first turn was really good. The wave waited for her to really set up the second turn. And it wasn't really the wave. It was more a mistake from her not completing that maneuver.
Yeah, so Ellie, like I mentioned earlier, though, that board looks incredible under her feet. It's very fast. It's very whippy. It was extremely convincing in her last heat. She was a gear above everyone in that heat. So Ellie just looking to channel a little bit of that. Good news is we can see those boys out the back. They're moving. We can see some energy and some waves starting to roll through. Incredible corner. A lineup of people in her corner there. You can see Wade Carmichael, Soph McCulloch, Pete Duncan, India Robinson. So she's got an amazing group of people to bounce off here. 8 minutes, though.
What do you think they're making of it, though? Are they rattled? Are they questioning her strategy? You mentioned the board, that she's got this going really well. She hasn't used it. I mean, if you're in that kind of form, you want to catch waves, right?
I agree. I feel like, especially with what we've seen from Willard Beach, so with this bank in particular, those surfers who have stayed really adaptable to the conditions and have chased waves up and down, particularly when you think of one name that really stands out to me is Vitor Fierro and Ryan Kainalo. They consistently move where the ocean is going and have surfed themselves into really convincing heat wins, Greg.
Yeah, I haven't been in the booth for a couple of my boy Vitor's heats.
I know, it's been a while.
Yeah, I want to commentate one of his heats again. Absolutely love his approach. Ryan's been sharp. Was his heat this morning that we...
Yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah. It's all going into one. And you'd have to be a pretty brave man or woman to bet against Dan Henry as well.
Yeah, he's just got such good form with the ocean.
He's good in the booth, wasn't he?
Oh, he's an incredible commentator.
Because
Incredible.
you never quite know. You know, these surfers, we know they're known for their ability on the water. They're not necessarily talkers. You know, some of them internalise, and as is their right. They come in the studio, and we think, oh, we'll throw them up a couple of easy questions, see how we get on. We might have to, try and keep them interested. And he was just like, no worries at all. It's so easy. It looked like he really enjoyed talking about surfing. It looks like he watches a lot of surfing as well.
I made a comment the other day. To me, he's the perfect 90s schoolboy.
Okay.
Like his haircut,
Yes.
the way he carries his board, his mannerism.
Hang on, how does he carry his board with this 90s schoolboy?
Sometimes with the fins facing
All the time.
out.
Forward and out.
Yeah.
Fins forward and facing
No,
out.
no.
So wax against you.
Wax against you, but fins back. So fins normal direction,
But
out.
wax, yeah.
Okay.
But out.
That's 90s.
Late 80s, early 90s.
All right.
The haircut is very much 90s, and his mannerism is like a perfect, well-behaved, well-mannered schoolboy. But, yeah, don't you think?
I
I
agree.
love this kind of chat. This is right. This is right up my strasse. So, would you have him in one of those Aussie caps that has the little flap on the back of the neck as well to keep the sun off the back of the neck?
No.
Well,
What do you call them?
interestingly enough, he's actually been in
I don't.
like a mullet hat or something.
And maybe in the shorts, the school uniform, but with the shorts.
But listen to this. He apparently has played a bit of rugby. His brother's a very good rugby
Yep.
player. So he's a good scrum half, I believe, at school level and that. So he's actually been part of team events and that and teams. So often that has a different aspect from an individual sport on your mannerism, and that's I think for youngsters being involved with teams and coaches and that, it's quite a good thing to just have that learning.
Oh, hello.
Finally pulling the trigger here. Ellie Harrison looking for an 8.07, but just a moment to get herself back in the heat here. Has been a standout, but blows the fins out the back on the second turn. And we've got hands in the air from Paul Evans. That was heartbreak for Ellie Harrison.
I mean, she just looks so composed dropping into that wave after all of that time sitting there. Even how she got to her feet, you're thinking, we're on here. Look at the energy of this wave. Look at the section that she's got setting up for her. And after that time, that is going to really, really hurt because that was a major missed opportunity.
She's like almost thinking too big, isn't she?
Yeah, it's hard because you just know, even on a personal level, like I know how talented Ellie is and I know how hard she's been working for this. So Ellie, that first carve, it was on his way. And there's that poise you were talking about, Paul.
Yeah, I don't really know. But a couple of things happened with the wave there as well. It was really committed, that set-up turn. I mean, with hindsight, maybe just a little too committed. She put herself with quite a bit to do to come back. She had all that speed, and then the wave got steep, and then suddenly went a bit soft. But yeah, that's going to be tough to take now.
Jess, worst case scenario, she loses the heat.
Yeah.
And on the 27th of July, she starts again in Huntington.
And this is Ellie's third or fourth year on the Challenger Series now, and she's had results. She's had scattered results, but at pretty well every single location. So this potentially could be the year that Ellie does put it together. She has everything she needs. Paul, I agree with you. I see Ellie having CT class. She's obviously shown that on the championship tour as well. She's competed and got quarterfinal results over at Bell's, taking down Tyler Wright, Joanne DeFay. So Ellie, she's going to have another swing here, starting to get a little bit busier. Can see a bit of airtime under her board on that first section. She carves. Let's hope for a big end, but that one, unfortunately, is going to run off on her there. So 3 minutes. There is still time, but it is probably starting to creep towards a one-wave target here, Greg.
It is now time for her to attack that 8.7, which is an extremely tall ask in these conditions. Now, this one almost looked like it was going to work for her. Got that first carve, but just rushed into that last section, and it's trying to force her scores under priority. Just hasn't worked in this competition.
Bella Kenworthy, though, I'm stoked for her here because she has had a really hard year on the championship tour. Didn't make her first heat until El Salvador this year, but you can see competing with confidence and real style and poise in her surfing, Paul.
Yeah, well, it's something we sort of touched on at the start of this one, wasn't it? That there's sort of more at stake than just Challenger Series points here as well. And, confidence is probably probably the most precious attribute you can have as an elite sports person. And how do you get confidence? Kind of that sort of virtuous cycle or vicious cycle. You know, if your results aren't there and the performances aren't there, your confidence is going to plummet and you're going to find it really difficult. So it'll be really meaningful for her to get past a really tough opponent as well, and we'll see what she can do. She's already gone for a win here, so she knows what that feels like in South Africa. We know she's got the poise to come back really deep in an event and keep performing and pressing the judges again and again. And to get past Ellie, that's going to be big for her as well. Just sort of gutted. I mean, you see Ellie on that wave, she looks so much better surfing than sitting in the lineup, and I'm just going to have to look at that strategy and maybe revisit and look at the waves, look at the 5, then the 6, and the 6-0-3 and think, well, how were you not involved in any of those waves? Because they were quality waves.
Yeah, I am gutted as well, because you do probably, everyone has like personal favourites that they want to see really succeed. And Ellie, just with her surfing, she's definitely one of those people. So 60 seconds, I mean, if Bella can hold on to this for the next minute here, where she has priority and the lead, so you'd like to think she will. This is actually everything going to plan. She's come back to the Challenger Series. She wants to get a result. We know a quarterfinals is definitely a keeper, but I'm not worried for Ellie Harrison's season. I really do believe that she's got what it takes, especially at somewhere like Huntington, where the long-range forecast is actually looking quite solid. And we know that she's looking pretty comfortable and confident in big conditions. So could help Ellie.
That's a new word.
I was trying to say two and it merged into one.
Confident.
It's, you haven't heard of it before? It's Australian. No, I'm kidding.
There you go.
15 seconds and a quiet-looking ocean here. So Ellie Harrison, you can see hands on her hips, slightly frustrated there, but Bella Kenworthy just surfing with more confidence than we've seen this entire year. And I really hope she can start to channel this and take it to the championship tour. We probably will see her in the US Open, but final who to goes, Bella Kenworthy is going to win, and we do lose Ellie Harrison out of the draw. But some takeaways here, Paul.
Yeah, well, I think with Bella's style of surfing as well, it does seem like that kind of approach that's going to work better. It's going to really shine the more relaxed and free she's feeling. When you're not getting results, that's where a bit of tension creeps into the body and you don't have the confidence to express yourself. So hopefully she can just start to let go more and more, and she could produce some really quite special surfing here.
Yeah, 2 more heats to round out this round of 16 here. The next one is solid. Eden Waller taking on Brisa Hennessy. We're going to bring in Giggs and Kai for the call.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Well, a look back to the start of the 2025 Challenger Series, more than a year back. And an outstanding run through the draw here as everybody was looking for that season opening win. But there were no questions to the rail and the power and the momentum in the lineup of Francisco Kika Veselka, as she would just get that win and take it to the panel. And of course, just Newcastle showing off for that first stop in a year where we started and finished in the town of Newcastle itself. Of course, an emotional win over Sally Fitzgibbons there. And a great win for the young Portuguese surfer who set herself up for the top level of the sport. And it is, of course, a good afternoon to you now from the first stop of the 2026 calendar. It's a good afternoon, Gig Saliers, alongside Francisca Veselka. Welcome. And, of course, Kai Linda as well. Great to have you here. And it's the first Challenger Series stop of the year. It's game time.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, watching that video, wow, that was sick.
Did you get emotional?
Yeah, I have really good memories from Newcastle, even the last stop in Newcastle when I was going down those stairs and looking back to, you know, that moment when I won my first Challenger. I'm not too of an emotional person, but I got pretty emotional. Yeah, that was a big moment in my career.
And if we think of from there through to the middle of 2026, just more than a year later, so much has happened for you.
Yeah, everything's been going by so quickly, especially on tour. You know, it's always like back-to-back events and so much going on, and it's just been kind of crazy. I can't believe we're like halfway through the year. Like, it just started. We were just at Bell's, and yeah, just taking in every opportunity and making the most of it. But time flies.
And how is that championship tour experience? Everything even more compressed? In some ways.
Yeah, in some ways. But I don't know, it's been just great. I feel like I'm a totally different surfer. I've improved so much. And I know, like, result-wise, it hasn't come for me. But, you know, like, surfing every day, all day with the best surfers in the world, like, it's impossible not to improve, you know? And I'm always pushing the limits, always surfing with the girls, and you always want to be the best in the water, so...
And Kai and I were talking about that, and we'll touch more on that discussion as the heat goes on. Let's have a look at a fresh heat out in the water. It's the round of 16. It is the round before the quarterfinals. Young Eden Waller, the 16-year-old out of California, will go up against the experience of the 26-year-old Brisa Hennessy. As we get competition continuing into the afternoon, it is a beautiful scene here in the KwaZulu-Natal region. Of course, thumping waves moving through the Indian Ocean here for competition. Day 4 starting to move deep into the afternoon as we greet you from beautiful Ballito. And no rides just yet in the lineup. A small throwaway for Brisa Hennessy in the context of it. And just watching the conditions on hand as we move to the fuller tide here, almost at the high tide, an hour to go. And into screen comes young Eden Waller, who'll just liberate that lip. Beautiful single turn there. Saw her yesterday in the lower tide conditions, reveling with some great tube riding. And Kai, you and I were having a chat about that journey from the Challenger Series through to the Championship Tour. We can see it in, obviously, we know Luke Thompson surfing very, very well. We think of his win this time last year in a similar way to you, and how it's tangible how much their level just got stretched and improved.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, just looking at this turn, that was a
crazy.
Big crack off the top. Hey, it's always an interesting dynamic because you've been surfing sort of against the best surfers in the world, the top echelon. It's a whole different format as well. And now you've kind of stepped back to 4 people in a heat, different strategies, but you're also kind of carrying that confidence of knowing that you are on the championship tour.
Yeah, I mean, even coming back, you know, the first day, like seeing all the faces again and being here, I was like, oh, am I really on the Challenger again? But at the same time, I just love competing, you know, and I knew I could keep fighting through the CT and try to requalify through that, or I had this opportunity of coming here and giving everything I had. So I chose to do that. And of course, I'll still give my best in the CT, you know, like, but I knew I had 2 ways to look at this event. And yeah, I'm trying to go all in, and it's on tour where I want to be, and this is an amazing opportunity. You know, it's been a couple rough months, losing a lot, so it's been feeling nice to make a couple heats. And, and that one with Sarah, that was a crazy heat. But that's what we live for, you know, back-to-back scores. And those are the type of heats that fire me up the most. And hopefully my next one will be like that with Laura.
It's an interesting one too, because if you look at the year this year, you get Ballito, straight away Huntington, 2 big challenges, the opportunity for really putting some points on the board. But then on the CT, you've got 2 of probably like the venues that can be the hardest for things to go wrong, because you've got Chopu and Cloudbreak. And I mean, if it's big there, it just takes one little thing to make it a bad event, or on the flip side of that, you can have a crazy good event.
Yeah, the next events will be barrels. You know, like it's my first year. I haven't been to most of the stops on tour. It's going to be my first time at Chopes, Fiji, and, you know, mostly all of the events were new for me. So I know it's also like a learning process. I think these last events, it's nothing to lose and just try to go all in. Of course, I'm a bit scared, you know, of Chopes. When I think of Chopes, even though it could be kind of not those Tawin days, you know, you still look at it with that big scary picture of people going crazy on these huge barrels. But yeah, I'm just excited to push my limits and, you know, get out of my comfort zone. Even last year at Pipeline, I was like maybe up and riding Brisa.
Let's have a look
Wow.
at Brisa Hennessy on our screens as she gets that powerful rail underway here. Lots of time in the championship tour level for her, and it shows in the way she draws those rails, because it's great to have Kika Vishelko in the booth with us, and somebody who knows the tour story as well as Bella Kenworthy. She's down there with Mark Frew.
Thank you, Giggs. Bella, well done on the heat win. It looked like the conditions switched quite a lot in your heat. Obviously, the tide has come in a lot, but the paddle was even much easier than that heat you had yesterday.
Yeah, the paddle out was a lot easier, thankfully. Yesterday was a lot of work. But yeah, it felt like the tide switched a bit in my heat and the conditions changed. Luckily, I was able to adapt, but it was still a lot of fun.
Bella, having been surfing championship tour heats, 2-person heats a lot, how do you make the adaptation from the 4-person heats to 2-person heats?
Yeah, the 4-person heats are kind of like, they're a lot of work for me. They're hard. Having 3 people out there with you is definitely like hard to manage. I did the QS before this just to practice because I haven't surfed a 4-man heat in so long, but happy to be in the 2-man heats now where it's man on man. It feels a lot more like what I'm used to.
And then let's break down the equipment you were riding. Looked really good out there, looking sharp and fast in those conditions. What board are you riding? What sort of dimensions? Your grip, your fins?
Yeah, I'm riding a CI plus minus. I actually got it shaped here. It's kind of a magic board. And then I'm running some CI fins and a CI deck pad. I'm all CI'd out, but yeah, shout out to the CI South Africa guys.
Well done, and we can't wait to see you in your next heat. May you go far into the event. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Of course, think of a few seasons back, Brisa Hennessy getting the win here in Ballito. She is now into the quarterfinals. We start moving into the final 2 heats to establish the last quarterfinalist. It is the round of 16, and how about these rails, Kai?
Well, that frontside hack is just outrageous and goes straight back onto the rail again. A little bit of a taper on this one, so she works the rail. 3-turn combo though, but I think really that first turn, that was the money turn.
Yeah, those rails were on fire.
Well, let's have a look at some numbers that hit in the lip for Eden Waller. Will get a 6.33 and get her scorecard going. And of course, those rails, as we were just crooning on about for Brisa Hennessy, judges just recognizing that power and that drive from the Costa Rican. 7 points, so nice opener, both surfers in this heat. And now with 23 minutes to go, the thoughts of the backup scores with the priority in favor of Eden. And certainly Eden being a great discussing point as well, Kai, the young 16-year-old. Really just already some experience, a few seasons working the qualifying series. Of course, she did the full Challenger last year as well. But you feel that there's more coming at us from Eden Waller in 2026?
Yeah, and I've been impressed this event with her surfing. I mean, it's been challenging. It's been big. It's been powerful. It's it looks like such a easy wave when you're looking at it on camera, but I think Kiko will be able to confirm, like when you're out there, there's a lot of water moving. It's really powerful. It's a really difficult paddle back through the middle of the break as well. So you've got to really be strong to get through these heats.
Yeah, and the beach feels a bit short. Sometimes when those wider ones come, you always feel like you're not in the right spot, or you're too down on the beach, and it's easy to get a bit lost out there. So yeah, it's not an easy lineup for sure. Like in my last heat, I spent a couple minutes, trying to fight through and get out there, because all those sets on the head were really hard to punch through. I kept doing like flips underwater and grabbing my board and making sure the leash wouldn't break or the board wouldn't break. So I was just holding tight into that board. So yeah, Ballito is a really powerful wave, but it also has amazing waves.
Well, it was pretty interesting because we were actually commentating the heat, so we were watching you, and I think we put it at about 6 to 7 minutes almost, and then almost as you got backline, you got that great wave and put in a huge score.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, you just got to have a strong mind and believe that you're going to be capable of turning back.
And are you working hard on your cross training and your fitness as well?
Yeah, I go to the gym, I do some Pilates and also some mental work.
Well, let's have a look back to the previous heat. Francisco, watching yourself on the screen. Lovely rail 783 from the panel.
Yeah.
Well,
nice.
I like that one. 3-turn combo, got the 783, that got you started, and then you were able to just keep your momentum going from there.
Yeah, that was the first time watching the wave after the heat. Yeah, I'm happy the way I turned it around. Like I was saying, it was 5 or 6 minutes just getting sets on the head, knowing I needed like a high 7, and just paddle, got out there, Sari got a wave, then I was like, oh nice, now I'll have first priority, and that wave just came, I had the little star, but I think I fought for it, and yeah, stoked to turn it around and believe until the last second.
Well, you're into the quarterfinals in Ballito, and of course, coming up next, Teresa Bonvilo. You would know her career quite well as well, a little older than you, but certainly from the same region. How do you think Teresa's feeling as she's getting ready?
To be honest, since I've known Teresa for a lot of years, and we've been doing the Challenger for so long, but now that I've been on the CT, and she was coming back from a foot injury, she got some sea urchins and had to do she had to do a couple surgeries, so it's been a long recovery since the ISAs. But I think she's feeling good now. She got through that first heat. She started off all right and then started getting some momentum and some big turns in. So I think she's feeling good, and she's excited to be back on the competing again. It's been a while since she's been out, so I think she's ready.
Well, it's been a while since we've had a wave in the lineup. Let's get Brisa Hennessy back into it under the priority of Ellen Waller. And just to signs here, Kai, that we are moving into that hour that's getting close now to the high tide. You see those rocks are almost pretty fully submerged, just the whole sea floor dipping down by about 4.5, 5 feet now as we are just coming off those new moon tides. And certainly there are still waves in the lineup, but it's the bigger sets now and the rhythm of those that will be where the points lie.
Yeah, the tides come in. We're lucky this year, though. I mean, you've been here before as well. Probably the last 3-4 years, the tide on the high tide, we almost couldn't surf because the sand was really not that good. But now we've got so much sand sitting on the point. I mean, on the low tide today, it was almost going mutant on some of those waves. So it allows us to surf into the high. I don't see us going further than this round, though, I must be honest. I think we'll be done for the day. But as we watch this peak come in, there's still competitive surfing to be had.
Well, let's watch Brisa Hennessy again under the prio of Eden Waller. Just wrapping a turn. You can see how the water has filled in. I think that's a fair call that you make there, Kai. And while judges think of that number, we're going to sit back, allow it a quick break, And we'll continue here with the round of 16 from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. Stay tuned.
There's also some cool prizes to be won there. So you guys can head on over to Ballito.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We're in the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN on the east coast of South Africa. Behind me, you can see the beautiful beaches. In the distance, we've got Sunrise Point, and even further back of that, we've got Salt Rock, where the Tiffany's Reef is located, popular surfing spot. And great to have the beach packed today. It's the July school holidays. It's the middle of the winter school holidays, if you can believe it, in South Africa. This is what winter looks like in KZN. Everyone enjoying themselves, and it's been a fantastic day surfing here again in KwaZulu-Natal. The best run of waves we've had for months here in KZN. Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Of course, the KwaZulu-Natal, just the place to be here. Beautiful Ballito. And yes, hard to believe that it is the Southern Hemisphere winter, and certainly so much in and around the coastline here. Beautiful Ballito. As we come back to the action, this is the round before the quarterfinals. It's the round of 16 in the two-person format, and winners advance into the quarters. So it's a good afternoon. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda and special guest Kika Francesca Vaselko, as we touch on all sorts of topics here, surfers that have dominated and done well at the Challenger Series level, finding their way to the Championship Tour. And just before the break, Francesca, we were talking about how last year's Challenger helped mold you, helped steer you towards this year's Championship Tour. We're talking about, Kai, you mentioned the up-and-coming Tahiti and Fiji stops. And of course, the Challenger Series that you qualified through had that stop at Pipeline. And how was that experience for you?
Yeah, I was super nervous going into that event, but at the same time excited. And, you know, I didn't know what to expect of it. Was it going to be barrels, turns? It was my first, well, I mean, I've spent a couple seasons during winter. I try to go every year for at least a month and a half. So, you know, I've spent time, but it's so hard to get waves out there that it looked like I've never been there before. You know, and having the whole lineup for ourselves, I was like, oh, which wave should I take? I was kind of lost, to be honest. But yeah, like I was telling you guys, it was one of those events that I wasn't sure if it was going to count for my top 5 or top 6, I can't remember because we had 7. And it ended up being a keeper. So looking into Tahiti and Fiji, you know, I'm not going to put any expectations of this or that. I'm just going to go and try to get barreled, and we'll see what happens.
And of course, a new Championship Tour schedule this year sees the season culminate with those extra points at Pipeline as well. Exciting for everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a super important event. And it's an exciting year, you know. We've had so many good spots, and, it's, you know, this year I've heard even from CT surfers that this year was the best year in a while. We've had challenging waves, not going to lie. It's been a pretty all right year on tour, I guess. The waves haven't been the best, but it doesn't matter. I'm on tour and still making the most of it, and we have great events coming up, and I'm sure we'll get pumping waves.
Well, so many fun things to talk about as we discuss both the Challenger Series and the Challenger Series, the Championship Tour as well. And just going to be great to see you in the quarterfinals as soon as perhaps tomorrow as we narrow the field down here. A little under 12 minutes to go here. Brisa Hennessy in the lead in a fairly quiet heat at this stage. But let's have a look at that Championship Tour schedule for the year. Kikas, you were talking about Bells Beach for the start. You would have felt comfortable in those right-handers, of course, over to the heavier waves of Western Australia, Margaret River. A reasonable experience, your first run through the Aussie leg?
Yeah, it was amazing. I couldn't believe going down those Bells stairs. I've been watching this event for so many years on YouTube, on television, and actually being there on those iconic stairs was like, it was crazy.
And of course, CT7 coming up next, Chopu onto Cloudbreak, and then to the performance waves of Trestles, and then back to your home country, Paniche.
Yeah, those are sick events. I'm super excited. Chopes and Cloudbreak, get out of my comfort zone.
And what are you making of the Cloud9 just being added in the Philippines?
I haven't watched that many events there. I know I think Australia has a couple QSs, the Australian region. But yeah, I know like you just drop in straight into a pit and it's front side. So I'm excited because Chopes and Cloudbreak, it's going to be backside. So for sure I feel more comfortable going on my forehead.
Well, we're looking so forward to following you, of course, onto Abu Dhabi and then to Pipeline. Let's have a look at heat leader for now, Brisa Hennessy. Lovely back foot power there, just the single turn. The tide has filled in a lot here in the latter part of the round of 16 this afternoon. Still a healthy 7-point score to hang a discussion on. Of course, Eden Waller's big single turn for the 6.33, and still a very well-balanced heat here as we hit the 10-minute mark, Kai.
Yeah, and Eden Waller waited about 15 minutes there for a wave. Wasn't the keeper at all, and that was a fantastic turn. Just the one turn, so it's not going to be an excellent score, but I think she will definitely look to slightly improve on that 3.5. But Eden, like I said, waiting in priority for ages, took off on a wave, and it was just an absolute throwaway at a 107. So a little bit of an error there, and quite a lot of wasted time. And now the 4.0 drops for Brisa, so she's increased her lead slightly, but kind of looking at 9.5 minutes, you feel like Eden really needs to start just going for waves. She can't afford to sit there anymore.
Yeah, I think with this tide, it's really tricky. Maybe you could be paddling into a wave that looks good and turns out being a bad wave, so you kind of got to get going and create opportunities. But I know Eden knows she has that strong one turn, you know, like she got a 6.33 on one turn, so I think that's what she's been waiting for and looking for. She knows she can throw another 6 or a 7 with a big hammer, so I think she knows what she's doing.
She certainly does, even at the young age of 16. So much has been spoken of young Eden Waller. Of course, a QS 6000 win under the belt over in Barbados, and a couple of other great performances in her region's qualifying series. She finds herself here at the Challenger Series level again. She visited Ballito last year. Nothing special out of the entire calendar's results for Eden, but this year we're expecting bigger things from her. And certainly, Kika, as you say, she knows what she's doing. A 4.68, not a big requirement, hanging on the fact that she already just got a single turn 6.33. I've got a feeling the ocean owes us something as well. I mean, it has been consistency over the last 4 days. One thing we have had is consistent surf in the lineup, and the Indian Ocean now is going to offer us up a nice big wall. If it's not too twisted, she'll attack it, and she does again. Heavier water there. She's going to do it in a very same approach as she has her opening ride of the 6.33, which was quite a few minutes back. We have traveled down the clock of this heat. We're down to 7.5 to go, and Eden Waller will return to the lineup, and perhaps with the lead.
Yeah, that was impressive. She absolutely nailed that turn. And also an interesting point, looking at the Challenger this year, already with a 6,000 under the belt, and that's a counter. So she's already in a good position. Watch this wave, comes off the bottom, bang, straight up into the lip. Nice, strong turn. I might think the first one was a little bit more dynamic.
It's going to be, it's been so long since the first one,
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember it.
No,
But
the first one was for sure better. I
Yeah.
think the judges have probably adjusted the scale a bit because conditions have gone completely different since my heat. Looks like a whole different day.
Yep.
It could be right there or maybe a little under.
And judges have the ability to pull back the tape as well, and they will be at this stage pulling up the previous 633, having a look at it, and then reviewing this last wave. So sometimes we'll hang for a minute or two for the scores. It's because they are doing an entire assessment of it start to finish, and it makes sense. You want to get every single number absolutely spot on. But either way, she's going to wave that 1.07 out, and with that requirement of the 468, the question and the discussion, we feel that could be a borderline score as well, because we do all agree in the booth that it wasn't as stingy and as a bigger wave as the 633 from earlier.
Yeah, I'm just seeing one judge kind of in already. It's probably going to come in that mid to 4 range, or mid 4.5. So maybe a little short. 4.5 comes in, so just a bit short of that requirement. But she knows now kind of exactly where she needs to go.
Yep, 468 the requirement, 4.5 in. So Waller will now switch her focus. A left-hander down the beach. Massive backhand hit. It'll go incomplete. And the clock keeps ticking. We're down to 5.5 to go. She is still in the lineup. She won't get trapped. And she's going to need to approach this. And she's going to have to find something with a big steep face. Obviously, 2 big turns would be lovely. But in the conditions on hand, the tide filling in, she's got to start knocking on the door of something similar to her opener.
Yeah, took off on this and had the nice bottom turn. She was in the right place. She really was. That lip was just bending, and she could have got the tail out. She could have been looking at a huge score, pulling the Wesley Dantas.
that was crazy, that air.
Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. Surf fans, go back and find Wesley Dantas round of 16 heat from the Ballito Pro this year. Does that crazy air. It was a high requirement too. I think he was looking for an 833, went mid-range 8, so found the requirement. Not sure that, on a left. Not a lot of those in the lineup, and certainly when the waves get to this size. Kai, you mentioned the swell has just turned and gone a bit more easterly, so perhaps now opportunities going both directions. Brisa Hennessy's going to use the priority and block out Eden Waller from that. It's going to be a 2-wave set as well. We'll see if there's anything behind it for Eden Waller to work with. But not sure if Brisa Hennessy is going to better her own 4-point ride. So both surfers still with soft scores in their counting too.
Yeah, I mean, she took off there. I was kind of wondering why she went, because it didn't look like a great wave as she paddled into it. But then she certainly gave it a good hack off the top. I mean, there was a bit of lip there, and she blasted the tail.
Did Eden sell her as well?
Could have been a sell from Eden for sure. So, this is really the game plan when you come into these, 2-people heats, is that that priority system becomes a bit more pressurized, I feel, almost than the 4-man heats.
Yeah, I think Brisa also knows that Eden has a progressive game. So she can throw an air, she can do some radical turns, so you never know what she's going to do. So I think she just tried to block her off that section, but this wave looks like a good wave. Let's
have a look. Eden Waller at it. This is the opportunity now. She's looking for a lip line to attack. Nice rasping turn. This one's going to go to the inside where it has been tricky. She's going to survive it. So at the 3-minute mark, Team Waller are happy with that. And so they should be. It's a battle of the slightly lower numbers. A reminder again, a 4.68 requirement. Brisa Hennessy's last ride in at 3.2 doesn't factor into the discussion. We questioned perhaps why did Brisa Hennessy roll the dice on that, but either way she has opened the door for Eden Waller, and we'll wait for that score.
Well, I really liked that first turn, and then thought she had got in a bit late on the second, but she absolutely just powered through the turn and the section. So that was really good surfing from her. Let's take a little look here. It was a nice looking wave. Had to wait a little bit for that first section, but she was nice and patient, came around the corner, good carve, and then just got a little late to the second turn, but it's so well to hold on.
Yeah, great stuff there.
Yeah, that's going to be the score for sure.
Well, Championship Tour experience next to us here in Kika Vashelko is saying yes, it's going to be the number. And you're 100% right. A 5.5 sees the situation change as we slip under the 2-minute mark. New heat leader, American Eden Waller, is now on her way perhaps to the quarterfinals. Where is Brisa Hennessy in all of this? Because she will be right in the way of an approaching set if it does get to us. The clock's moving quickly. And perhaps Eden Waller's going to get back to the takeoff zone as well, Kai.
Yeah, it's going to be tight now. 4.83 is the requirement. I mean, that's not a massive requirement, but, you know, her second scoring ride right now sitting on a 4, but she does have that 7.0, so it's going to be tight. Less than almost a minute now. It's going to be really difficult to find like a high scoring wave.
Seeing the jet ski going up and down in the background, perhaps there are more sets on the way. Eden Waller on the way out is going to turn. Just a little inspection as we hit the 1-minute mark. Where is Brisa Hennessy? She has the priority, and she has a very sober 4.83 to change the heat back into her favor. This one's all the way to the finish line. Does the Indian Ocean serve something up? You can't help but think that we felt like we've just had a set go through, so you could hang a question mark on, and certainly everybody back in Costa Rica and friends and family of Brisa Hennessy are holding their breath for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight 30 seconds for needing a 4.83. That does look like a set, you're right, and this is what the beauty of this drone shot is. So she looks like she's going to get a chance here, Giggs.
Well, we are watching lines approaching here. Hennessy will pull her nose up at that. There is a wedging peak behind it, and the clock is on 10 seconds. Meanwhile, down the beach, Eden Waller back at it, who pinched the lead out a minute or two back, and Hennessy's going to get an opportunity. Strong turn. This one's going to run into some broken water. Remember, we got a similar type of score out of Eden Waller, and this one is not offering an end section. Just that big open rail carve at the beginning. We think of Eden Waller's score of the 5.5. She got the ripping turn and an end section. This one, just the open face carve.
Yeah, this is going to be tight for Brisa, I'm afraid. Nice first turn, but that wave just got a little bit lumpy, bumpy for her, and I can't really see the score coming, and it's not going to. It's going to be Eden Waller that's going through.
Wow, Eden Waller, we're just looking at her. She had a last roll of the dice herself, inconsequential score for her. It was a low range 3 that fetched in nowhere near the 4.68 requirement. And the judges have made this decision as they have locked it in. And we are going to lose a surfer of the stature of Brisa Hennessy here in the round of 16. And that is how the official results pan out. Into the quarterfinals for the first time is young Eden Waller. A 6.33 and a 5.5 sees her into the quarterfinals of the Challenger Series. And of course, it has just been a privilege to chat to somebody who really had outstanding results on the Challenger Series this time last year. Kika Vashelko now in the CT jersey, and a bunch of mixed experiences, but certainly every surf fan will be stoked to watch you as you do both Challenger and Championship Tour for the rest of the season.
Thank you for having me, yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. Trust that everyone's enjoyed Kika's input. Stay with us. More surfing to come as we move deeper into the afternoon here in Ballito.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
What an afternoon, what a day of action here in beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. The World Surf League's first Challenger Series event of 2026. Getting into high gear here. It has been a big day of surfing thus far. And of course the round of 16 heats 8 will now continue as we bring you beautiful sights, scenes and sounds from Ballito in South Africa. It's a good afternoon, Gig Saliers, alongside special guest joining us, Kara Pinkerton from San Clemente, California. Of course, Kai Linda as well. We're not security. We're just chatting with you. And of course, we've had a great time picking apart the heats, and welcome. It's going to be some fun calling some stuff with you.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Let's start quickly with how are you enjoying Ballito in 2026?
Every year I come here, I've always enjoyed it, especially the sunrises, and I think a few years ago I got some of the best barrels just right out in front of my place, and this year has definitely exceeded my expectations.
Wonderful.
Well, it has been a crazy run of waves since you got here.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Every day I'm like, oh, there's waves again. So.
Of course, and as we go through the heat, and we'll call your opinions on a few things, it's just such a journey in the competition singlet, and so many highs and lows on the way as well, and we'll look forward to hearing all your inputs as we get stuck into the final heat of the round of 16 as we tee up the quarterfinalists. Amura Tsuzuki from Japan will take on Teresa Bonvallo, both of them in their mid-20s, both of them with lots of experience. As we get the final heat of the round underway, it is a good afternoon. And how about these beautiful scenes here? And of course, Kira, you're saying just getting barrel. 2026, one of the better editions of the Ballito Pro in the last few seasons.
Yeah, this has been one of the better years I've ever seen it here. And the sand is really good, but it also works you. I got really smoked in my heat yesterday, and just free surfing today, I was struggling to make it back out. So it's a lot of work, but with good reward.
And of course, Challenger Series, no jet ski assist, and I'm sure there would have been times where you would have been thinking, geez, I wish there was some skis in the game, because certainly all of you athletes had to work through some very, very heavy conditions.
Yeah, here's Teresa.
Well, let's have a look at the opening ride for Teresa Bonvallo. We do see a small in and out on the scorecard for Amura Tsuzuki as we get this heat underway. Teresa Bonvallo, of course, from Cascais in Portugal, that beautiful region, and just, of course, going to be a location north of Lisbon in Ericeira for an up-and-coming Challenger Series event later this season. And Teresa, well, she got a wild card as a 13-year-old, more than, I think it was 13 years ago, because she's 26 years of age now. As a 13-year-old, she got a wild card back in a time when there were just crazy names on tour as well. I remember just going back and looking at those draws for her. She was thrown in the mix with names like Sage Eriksson and Malia Manuel, of course, Coco Ho back in there. She would have surfed against our very own Bianca Buitendach as well. So much, and then of course the two giants of the name in Carissa Moore and Steph Gilmore. So Teresa's been in it, in the thick of it from a very young teenage start.
Yeah, I didn't know she was in an event at 13. That's pretty wild. And she's been a really good surfer for a long time. She's definitely someone who is a tough competitor. I think last year in the QS, I had a woman-on-woman heat with her, and she took me out. And we've probably gone back and forth with that. So, yeah, we'll probably have a few more heats together.
I don't have the stats of Bonvelo versus Pinkerton on hand, but we can look into that in the days to come. And of course, just as far as where you find yourself here in Ballito, where you find yourself with the Challenger Series for the season ahead, what are your thoughts there?
This event didn't go as expected, but when does anything go as expected? I'm feeling really confident this year. I'm just doing my best to not let results wither away at my confidence.
Right.
I think I've just let that happen over the years, and I'm working with some amazing people, helping me just feel the support and the love, and I'm just feeling better every event, and hopefully I can get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's a great point that you make there, is not letting those losses tear you down, and everybody gets to experience them as well. So are you doing more mental work as well?
Yeah, I think for years I just thought I was mentally strong, which was not true now looking back at it. I think someone's going now.
Well, let's have a look at Teresa again. Just going to use this very high-tide looking wave here. She just wants that clock to get she wants a couple of scorecards in. It hasn't been any big numbers just yet. So it's still a low exchange out in the lineup. Definitely, Kai, that tide just showing us a little, perhaps this could be a heat where the surfers move a little bit down to the north. For now, they are sticking dead out in front of the judges' tower. But sometimes when the tide is high like this, you can roam around a bit and certainly move a little bit to left of what we see in picture.
Yeah, you could see that set coming through a little bit on that wider peak, and it's been pretty active down there. We've seen quite a lot of heats where people on the paddle back have kind of found really good scores down there. There's a lot of sand though. I think it is probably the worst heat of the day to be in. It's on that like almost full high, but you know, we saw some scores. We saw a 7 in the last heat, so there's still a lot of scoring potential out there. But it's going to be about finding the right waves, and whoever finds those good ones is going to get the scores. And I like what you were talking about there, Kira, because you know, if you look back at surfing as a sport, it really wasn't taken as seriously as some of the other professional sports, especially in previous generations. But it's now there. It's a fully professional sport, and there are head games. If we look at surfing, even more than some sports, you know, you look at the whole priority situations and all of that. So I know we've got an interview waiting for us on the beach, but I'd love to get back into that with you.
Well, let's touch on all of those discussions with Kira Pinkerton here in the booth. But let's go and hear some thoughts from the sprightly young 16-year-old Eden Waller. She's down there with Mark Frew.
Eden, you've won 3 QS events this year. You've come to Ballito on the Challenger Series, and you've just knocked out one of the high-ranked WCT surfers in this event. How does that feel?
Oh, I'm so stoked. Yesterday, when I saw that heat, I was actually really excited because those are the heats you dream about. And yeah, I'm stoked. I haven't made the quarters yet, so that's a huge result for me, and I'm super happy.
I've seen some of your edits of waves that you've ridden in Mexico. We've seen you in the wave pools. I'm interested to hear what board you were riding out there this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm actually on my step driver, a little bit of a bigger board. I was riding a little bit of a smaller board, but the waves got bigger, so I kind of adjusted a little bit, and it's mayhem. They're my go-tos. Matt's the best over there, the whole team over there. I'm super thankful for them, and so, yeah, it's working great.
Tell me how you were feeling in that heat, because you required quite a solid score to get into the lead, and it looked like Brisa almost had that heat locked until the sort of last quarter of the heat. What was going through your head at that point?
Yeah, I felt like I opened up good. And I kind of sat for a while, and she got that 7, but I felt like I just really was able to remain calm, and that helped me a lot, and just trusted that my wave was coming.
Well, congratulations, you're into the quarterfinals in Ballito. Can't wait to see you in your next round. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Great stuff from Eden Waller. She makes her way to the quarterfinal level of the Challenger Series event. You'd be expecting that from the young talent. We'll see where she goes with that. Out in the water, let's have a look at a big grunty wave for Amora Suzuki.
Yeah, she really got stuck into that carve. Hit a bit of a bump, though. Did well to hold on and couldn't finish. She's got such a good style, this young surfer from Japan. I really enjoyed watching her surfing yesterday. Just really surfs the rail really well. And, you know, no big scores really in the heat yet. We are waiting for a score for the Japanese surfer. But it's just a matter of time before one of them finds a big scoring potential wave.
Yeah, these conditions are so tough to surf, and so they're making it look pretty good. It's just really hard to get speed, and there's so much power in the wave, so it just kind of overpowers. She kind of got a reform here, it looks like. Oh.
Well, that was a 3-turn combo, so not doing too badly. That's the score we're waiting on. I think it will be the highest score of the heat. And, you know, we were talking earlier about, you know, head spaces and stuff, and I love that discussion because obviously you came out here, you won the QS, so you had a great contest in pumping surf. Then you were really here for the Challenger. It didn't go according to plan, but those are really the ups and downs of surfing and professional sport. And you were saying that you've been really working hard on sort of kind of the headspace as opposed to just sort of the physical.
Yeah, I think just I've used to let losses just control me pretty much, and just taking every heat as an opportunity and a way to challenge myself and find ways to make it fun rather than it feeling like it's the end of the world. Because I feel like that was what it felt like at one point, especially when it came down to the end of the year and wanting to qualify so bad and just maybe being a few heats out or just letting myself down in ways. So yeah, this year it was really cool to actually do the QS because I was really just testing maybe turns or just mental spaces, and it went my way. So that was a really cool way to practice that, and I wanted to do that in the Challenger. And I think I was just exhausted. Like, I needed a score at the end, and I was proud of myself to give myself the opportunity to get back out and get it, even though it wasn't the score. That's what I'll take away from this event. I was proud of myself anyways.
But I remember watching that heat, and everyone had been pumped and was so gassed. There was such heavy waves breaking on the bank. We'll just follow the live action here. We're loving having Kira Pinkerton in the booth and your thoughts. But let's have a look at a little combination there. That was nice, little cheeky up into the lip for Teresa Bonvalo. Of course, just prior to that, a score coming in for Amora Suzuki, her opponent, a 4 in the scoreline. So really, no real massive numbers coming out. Teresa Bonvalo, for now, bringing her best number to the scoring card. And the judges will just simmer on that. We'll digest it as well.
Yeah, she took off on this one. Had to wait for the section. Bottom turn, nice little wrap up in the pocket. Went for this one and hit the rebound at the exact same time. So, wow, she did really well to hold on to that. And Kira, you know, watching that heat we're talking about, I mean, it was brutal. You guys got some of the biggest sets of the day. The water was moving. And surfing is actually a physical sport. You know, I look at like even basketball, for example. You don't have Mother Nature throwing you like poundings, you know. I would say it's actually probably closer to like rugby or American football in that physicality factor. And not always, obviously, but when you talk about Ballito at 6 to 8 foot, you're physically getting ground down just by nature, and then you've got to sort of consider the fact that you're trying to surf a heat.
Yeah, I think I just had so much adrenaline pumping through me that on my waves, I don't even really remember surfing them. I was just kind of going through the motions. And so if you can find a way to hone in and just use your brain at the same time as getting all this adrenaline pumping through your body. And surfing is such an adrenaline sport. I mean, Teresa, actually, I'm really stoked on how she timed that last wave. That second turn was not easy to approach, so that was really cool to see.
Well, back to the scorecard. A 5.33 in for Teresa Bonvalo, into the lead now as we slip down to the 19-minute mark. But it's a very small requirement right now. Amora Suzuki just needs a 2.84. So for now, this heat will become a battle of the backup scores. And of course, we're just enjoying having you here, Kira Pinkerton. Let's knock on the door of a discussion with your 2018 World Junior title. How did that fit into how you find yourself now when you look back? Tell us about that time.
Yeah, it's so funny because that was so long ago, but it kind of feels like yesterday. My semifinal there, I made a really good comeback, and I was a really confident surfer back then. And then I think it just, all the losses got taken away. So from that point to now, I would love to just get back to that same little 16-year-old who is just thinks she's the best in the world. I would love to just have that mentality because I know it helps people get through heats. And yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see all these kids coming up. I'm a big fan of Eden, and she was the same age as I was in that event. And just her composure is really beautiful, and she's an amazing surfer, has a great style, and I see big things for her coming up.
And another question I just wanted to lay on top of that is, once you'd won that World Junior title, do you think there was an expectation pressure that perhaps you were trying to live up to as well?
I think I put a lot of expectations on myself, along with people saying, like, I mean, I think for years people have said, you belong on tour, you're going to get there, and at some points I kind of just hate hearing that because it's like, I know I surf good, but mentally I just let myself down sometimes. So yeah, hopefully I'll just start building off of what I have and becoming a stronger person.
And Bella Kenworthy's been a great sparring partner for you. We want to hear more about that. We're going to allow this heat just to breathe for a second. It is the afternoon light here in Ballito. Stay with us as we continue and start wrapping up the round of 16 here from South Africa.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. I've got a guest with us here on the Corona deck. It's the KDM Chief Lifeguard Superintendent, Bongani. Been enjoying the action with us, watching heats all day. Bongani, what a fantastic day it's been for surfing here in Ballito.
Good afternoon, Mike. Absolutely. You can say that again. Waves have been firing. The condition, you can't believe we're in the middle of winter. So it's been epic.
And you know, you spend a lot of time, tell me, how far do your beaches extend, north and south? You see waves all the time, every day. It's your job. And I can't believe the conditions we've had the last few days for Ballito.
It's been amazing. I mean, from the beginning of the event, we've seen 5, 8 foot go. I mean, even the predictions, sometimes you wake up, you think, well, it's predicted to be smaller, and then the next thing, there's a surprise. And the banks are really good at the moment, so which actually offers the surfers more running waves. We've seen barrels, we've seen airs. I mean, I'm very, very happy and really stoked to see the level of surfing actually, you know, especially from the women surfing. They're amazing.
Well, if you want to see more of those highlights and see more of what Bongani's talking about, join us for the Corona Zero Post Show, which will be coming up straight after this. It's the last heat of the day, and then we'll be doing a full wrap and showing all the highlights. It's a full package of incredible waves that we'll be showcasing in the Corona Zero Post Show. Bongani, let's watch the rest of the heat. Cheers, man.
Cheers, Mike.
Back to you, Gigs.
Well, thanks, Bongani. Thanks, Mike. I'm a little jealous right now. Down there enjoying a Corona Zero. Wouldn't you love to do that? I think we're going to do that straight after this, Kai.
Yeah, I might have to sneak out for a surf first, though. I've got to earn my beer. In the break, we saw this wave from the young Japanese surfer. Beautiful bottom turn into carve, and then just laying into that oncoming section. Had to fight it out a bit. I'm not 100% sure the judges gave her that one, even the dying cockroach there.
I was going to say, that was a 5, but that makes sense. No, that first turn was a 5 on itself. That was beautiful.
That was amazing. If she'd just, I mean, I wonder how long they give you to recover. I mean, if she'd done the cockroach and then stood up again, it would have taken her 100 yards to bring the completion. But either way, Kira, exactly what you're saying there. Most of the weight of that score going on that first turn. And she's turned the heat over, for want of using the word. Amara Suzuki now out front. Teresa Bonvalo still with that, that itchy, irritating 1.5 in her scoreline. Just the 4.11 required. So we've got a race to the finishing line. This will be a fun one.
Yeah, and Amura, I was just saying earlier, she's got such a good style. She's really smooth. But sometimes I find like that can work almost to your disadvantage. But we'll watch this wave.
Well, back to live here. Afternoon light starting to fall onto Willard Beach here. And certainly Morat Suzuki just trying to better a 4-pointer here by doing that. Not sure that she has done that. It's worth a discussion, though, as she makes her way back out to the lineup. But Teresa Bonvalo will want to just do the right wave selection process here as we move deeper into the end of the heat.
We'll take a look at the replay here. Took off. She was going for the big lip hit, and she got up there, just maybe got a bit of a backwash out, but she'll just get back in the lineup, have a little reset. I mean, you can see that there are still some pretty sizable sets coming through the lineup. A bit more water on the bank, but you're still going to have to do some paddling and work to get back out there. And having a look at this one, this looks like a pretty good-looking wave.
Well, way over in the corner. This one squeezed right up against the rock shelf. And let's see how Teresa Bonvalo goes with it. She does just fine, 2-turn combo. And she'll like the feeling of that. Really high tide conditions here, but that one squeezed into the corner. And certainly we start speculating the 4.11 requirement. Are we going to see a heat lead change here? Just under 11 minutes on the clock. And I think this is going to go, this will be a couple of sort of backwards and forwards, like a little boxing match to the finish line now.
Yeah, Kira, what do you think of that one?
Yeah, their scores are really close. I think this one will probably come pretty close to her score. It was a good first turn. The second turn, she kind of could have hit it a bit harder, but I think she just wanted to make it, and she'll probably, I mean, I don't want to say it, but I think it probably will be just around the score.
Don't worry, we make
we get it wrong
calls
all the time.
and we get it wrong. That's why we're in here, not in the judging booth. But of course, surf fans are like constantly asking these questions. What do they think? Everyone is really invested in following each score blow by blow, and we love it as surf fans. That's what we all are in the end. So we slip under the 10-minute mark, waiting for that number to land. And I do think, Kira, you made a point there, is that she didn't slam into that second section. She kind of just almost did like a float line over it. Yep. And kind of kept it soft, but got the completion. Judges won't miss any of those details. Let's have a look at the details of this one again.
So she took off. Bottom turn into the first turn was really nice, good flow. Came up for this one, and I agree with you, Kira. She really could have put the tail out a bit more, especially on the backhand. We've been seeing all week how the goofies are really just pivoting those big backhand turns. But maybe just thinking, I've only got a 5.33.
Yeah.
I've got to get rid of that one.
I mean, honestly, in her position right now, you don't want to go too big and then fall with not many waves coming through the lineup. So it was maybe a smart call with how close the scores are right now.
Well, have a look. This one is about to land. One judge has gone 4.8, one's gone 5.2. It's going to average out at the 4.93, and it hurdles the requirement of the 4.11. New heat leader again now as the clock keeps ticking. This one is going backwards and forwards. Of course, both surfers with lots of experience. Both of them have had their Challenger Series strong talking points to talk about. There's the requirement, 4.83 now. So just nudging it up a little is Teresa Bonvallo on her opponent. Of course, her opponent, Amora Suzuki, got a couple ninths last year in the Challenger Series. Think back her best, a 5th at the US Open all the way back in 2022 for the young Japanese surfer, a 3rd in Brazil as well. So she knows how to handle the big match temperament, and we'll see how this one unfolds. On the flip side of the discussion, of course, a win is a bragging point for Teresa Bonvallo. She did get a win at the Challenger Series level back in 2022, that same year, and finished just on the qualification bubble on the Challenger Series ladder. So everyone's in with a shout with this one here, gentlemen. 7:45 to go, and of course, lady in Kira Pinkerton, loving having you in the booth here. And no, it's such fun to call this. We love it. And we were touching on your expectations of a 16-year-old version of Kira before the break, and just where you find yourself now in 2026. It's incredibly 8 years later, and you're talking about your mental approach, and certainly, how do you see yourself preparing? It's just up the road from your home for the up-and-coming US Open of surfing.
Yeah, US Open is definitely the dream event for me to win, just right at home. I've been doing that event for a long time when it was a junior, and I got to do my first CT there. We didn't get many waves, but it was just really fun to surf a heat with Steph and Lakey and Sage. It's something I'll never forget. Actually, to touch back, before it was the Challenger, our first 10,000 was actually won by Amuro in Spain, in Pantene, which we're having a 6,000 there this year, which is cool to go back. And I'm guessing with her win there, she'll probably end up going back there too.
Yeah, that's a good talking point. But of course, back to the US Open and that feeling. And then, of course, you think of Brazil, that location. There's a new location for the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah. I have no idea where this wave is in Brazil. But I'm really excited because I heard there's less backwash, and that's like a huge thing for me.
Well, we have it on good authority from Josh Kerr that he went back there in the day, and it's one of Brazil's better beach breaks.
Amazing. That's what I'm hearing too.
And then, of course, Kira Iracera, big right-handers. That's going to play right into your strengths.
It's funny. That event for me was a tough one the first few years, and then I've got a semi, I want to say. Lost to little Tia Zabrowski. I definitely want to get her back.
We love it.
But yeah, I'm really excited for Portugal. It's a beautiful country. And then back to Newcastle. I love Newcastle. So I'm really excited for this year. It's going to be a really good year.
And then I wanted to say it was interesting that you touched on the 6,000, because of course this year we've lost an event on the Challenger, but you are able to take one score from a 6,000, and that kind of opens the door a little bit more, because if we looked at, for example, Eden Vala, she's already got a 6,000, and that's pretty much a counting score for the year.
I didn't even know. We had a 6,000 already?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one that she had in Barbados. You're allowed to count to 6,000 as a replacement for a Challenger Series result. Of course, you'll count 4 Challenger Series results. There are the 5. We know the schedule: Ballito, US Open, Brazil, Portugal, and then Newcastle to wrap it up. But one of them, if you've got better numbers on a QS 6000, you can use those points.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's kind of taking us back to before COVID, when everything was, you could travel to anywhere. I came to South Africa when I was 14 and went to Port Elizabeth. And then I got to surf J-Bay afterwards, which was amazing. So I really liked the way the events were run back then. It gave me an excuse to travel to new places, and especially in the Asia region. I would love to go back to Taiwan, obviously, and just a few other waves, and hopefully they get one in Indo.
Nias.
Yeah, Nias. Oh, I
I'm
want
trying to
go there.
remember who you had in the final for your World Junior win back then.
It was Keala Tamata Banner.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. We were actually staying together too, which was pretty cool. Me, her, and Gabriella Bryan.
Okay.
And yeah, they're both amazing surfers. I wish Keala was here with us right now. She's honestly been a really big role model for me. Her like composure, I think just watching the way she functions made me realize that I could use a bit more composure. So she actually helped me make that change with myself.
Love all these stories that come from traveling and sharing these experiences. Of course, Team Japan trying to will on Suzuki here for a 4.83. She has the priority. The door is open for her. Does the Indian Ocean deliver something into the lineup here? We are very now close to the high tide. Sometimes we can get a little bit of a high tide lull. And let's have a look how these remaining 3 minutes go. Conditions have been kind to us, Kai. Very little wind to talk about, if not just a swirling sea breeze at best. And it's been a fun day of competition.
Another great day of competition. I can't believe we're only on day 4 and we're pretty much through to the quarters already. So we've been blessed this time around in Ballito. 2 full days done, like another couple of solid days in between. And the great news is, I mean, it's not looking too shabby on the forecast either for the rest of the window. The good news, Kira, you'll be able to get some good free surfs in, seeing as you're still here.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow morning. I don't know where I'm going yet, but it's going to be somewhere, and hopefully with some barrels.
Well, I'm sure some of the locals won't mind sharing some of the secrets with you. And if not, I mean, right here in the bays, and of course, there's a number of other surf spots. It's not just the contest site. So there's been some great barrels, been great free surfs going down. And yeah, I'm sure you're going to get a few more before you head for King Sharka Airport.
Yeah, I'm actually going tomorrow afternoon. The time change is a lot to deal with as an athlete. I feel like sleep to me is so important. And going back and forth with, I mean, I just came from the US, so coming here and then going back, I'm thinking just get ahead of it and get back to the time change. But I am going to be sad to leave here because every year I come, I try to extend my trip. So it's going to be sad.
Well, we'd love you to come back.
I'll be back.
Unless you're a championship tour surfer.
Yeah.
And you're doing like really good in the jersey.
Well, hopefully I'll get them to put J-Bay back on. No.
Do what you can, please.
Do what you can, yeah. Well,
I was just going to say, because we're almost at the end of the day and we're going to go to the post show, and well, let's get back to that because this is going to be an important wave.
Just under 90 seconds has slipped by, and here goes Amara Suzuki, and she will just climb the white water here, trying to fetch a number. It's a very sober 4.83, and she's just heading now to the shore. There won't be much in the reform in the mid-break, and well, it's been a really tight affair all the way through. The lead has changed several times, flipping backwards and forwards between both Teresa and Amuro. And now another one just to see. It's going to be an interesting discussion here. It would be a 0.8 or 4.83 requirement. What are we thinking? What are we thinking, Kira? At this stage, we can't think. We're too tired.
She should have just gone for one big turn. She kind of looked like she wanted two. And maybe that's going to make the difference. Here goes Teresa.
Well, Teresa's also found one inside the clock as we move down to just over 20 seconds to go. And should Amora have held on for that, because Teresa Bonvalo is going to bring another ride of her own. So judges' scorecard now open for both surfers. And this one will track all the way through to the inside. And we'll answer the question shortly. Who is going to go through to the quarterfinals here? Great exchange there at the end. Amara Suzuki's not going to get the number. It's going to be a fair amount short, and she will have to settle with a round of 16 exit here. It's an equal 9th place finish as far as results go from the first Challenger Series of the year. And Teresa Bonvalo, no matter the outcome of that score, got a feeling she might even replace a counting ride here. Either way, she's on her way to the quarterfinals.
Well, she does. 5.83 drops in, so she solidified the win. She'll be going to the quarterfinals. Kira, it's been lovely having you in the booth.
Thank
you,
you, guys.
to catch up with you. What are your thoughts moving forward? Quite a mixed bag of surfers in the quarterfinals.
I'm going for Eden. I want to see her win, so that's my go.
Well, nothing wrong with a bit of patriotism.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Team California going for it. And of course, this lady on screen, Teresa Bonvalo, we spoke of her experiences from a 13-year-old age. She was in the wildcard opportunities over in Cascais in Portugal. We think of those events through the years. And we now have established the brackets here for the quarterfinals. Exciting surfing from Ariana Chawa as she takes on Sierra Kerr. Laura Ropp will take on Francisca Vaselko, who we had in the booth. Great thoughts from her. And it is a loaded quarterfinals, as you would expect. And of course, it's been wonderful having you, Kira Pinkerton, in the booth. On behalf of everyone here in Ballito, wishing you the best for the remainder of the Challenger Series events and a safe trip back to the US Open of Surfing.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, you guys.
Stay tuned, everyone. It will be the Corona post-show. We'll bring in Paul, Jess, and Greg for an update and a wrap-up of the day. It's been a big day for here in Ballito. Stay with us. The show continues.
Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Corona Zero post show, and we are looking forward to wrapping up what has been an incredible day of surfing down here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. We have a glorious afternoon on our hands after what we just enjoyed to be a fabulous day. Competition was high. We saw excellent numbers. We saw both the men and the women out there. And there is nothing better to celebrate than with a Corona Zero with two of my great mates. Cheers, guys. Paul, I'm going to need you to lean over just a slight bit more. Yep, cheers, thank you.
Luckily that wasn't awkward. Cheers.
All right.
Oh, wait, are we on? Sorry.
Sorry. Should we get back to the show?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, okay, let's go to Greg. Greg, thoughts on today?
Today is, for me, an important day on the Challenger Series. It was heavy waves, good surfing. Today, for me, epitomizes what we want to see from the Challenger Series. Solid waves, good surfing, and that's what we want the surfers to prove themselves that are going to make it onto the championship tour.
Paul?
Adaptability, who's got it, who hasn't. Making the switch from 4 surfer heats down to 2. We saw some people really struggle in the lineup. I don't know if that is the reason, but it looked like there's a few surfers a little bit lost and others thrived. That's why they're through to quarters for the women.
Quarterfinals for the women. The last woman to do that in that last heat was Teresa Bombolo, and she is down there with the Free Brew.
Thank you, Jesse. Teresa, great heat win. You're into the quarterfinals. It's your best result so far in Ballito over the years in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's true. Finally made that 9th after the 9th, so I'm pretty happy. We go for one more heat, and I'm super excited.
The higher tide made a big difference to the conditions out there. It filled up. The paddle is a little bit easier. What board did you choose to ride in the heat out there?
I've been actually using the same board as all the other days. It's a Monster. It goes really well with all conditions. It's pretty used, so I've been having this one for a year, but it's a really good one. So I always bring this one and my other favorite one. So I'm pretty dialed, and that feels good, obviously. The high tide, definitely it's hard out there. So much more water moving. You can't really tell sometimes if the set is going to be good or no. So it's just like, it's hard. So I just try to make it and make it a smart heat. And I think that in the end paid off.
Did you have a lot of folks tuning in back home to watch your heats? I'll give you an opportunity to have a chat to them in your own language.
Mais heat aqui passado em Ballito. Neste momento é o meu melhor resultado. E pronto, estou a tentar aproveitar dia após dia, sessão após sessão, e tentar estar mais presente. E beijinho a toda a gente que está a assistir em casa. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. You're through to quarterfinals. You. Back to you, Jesse.
Love it, Free Brew. Thank you for the an epic insight to know that Teresa Bombolo is on an oldie but a goodie piece of equipment under her feet, and nothing quite like a favourite board, Paul.
Yeah, it looks good for it too. She, the scores weren't crazy. I mean, let's not go mad on sort of performance-wise, but as a result, that's huge for her. Never done better than this here before, and you want things to feel a little different and click on an extra gear when you come close, as she has. Maybe this is her year.
Let's take a look at some of the highlight heats that we had today. One of them was actually with a fellow Portuguese surfer in the likes of Kika Veselko, who was up against the South African Sarah Baum. Greg, I know this one stung a little bit.
Oh, this was such a good heat, and both surfers getting some great rides. In fact, even Sarah's scoreline would have pretty much won her all the other heats today. So it was an exciting heat. But look at Kika really connecting with that lip. And she had to surf hard in this heat because Sarah Baum had the lead for most of it and put up some big turns as she sets up on this one. Just good rail work and was connecting with the lip on those backhand turns. So much spray through those maneuvers and really had the heat. Maybe a little bit of a misjudgment on one wave where an opportunity slipped, but the 7-8-3 from Kika, how's that first turn wrapping so strong back into the pocket, heavy section there to deal with, and still manages to get the finish. So that was pretty much the wave that sealed the deal for her.
Yeah, she did that in the last 2 minutes as well, so didn't crumble under the pressure. So Kiki Veselko into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, we do lose Bormy out of the draw, but really impressed by her performance all throughout the event so far. Looking forward to seeing her over at the US Open. But we talk about how crucial the round of 16 is and how crucial it is to get to that quarterfinal to make sure that you're staying really healthy and alive in the rankings. And this bracket looks good, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, a massive missed opportunity there for Sarah Baum. I thought that's her heat to lose. I think she'll reflect on that and think this is my chance to go really well at home. But hey, this is who we got left. 8 surfers. We're seeing real quality. That very first quarter, Sierra Kerr, she's been outstanding, as has her opponent, of course. Some good European representation throughout. So that story that we saw last year on the CS already coming to fruition here at Ballito. Quarter number 3, Bella Kenworthy. I thought she surfed a smart heat, a tight heat as well, and she'll be feeling that confidence grow every time she puts a rashi on after a year. You know, so far that's not been amazing for her otherwise.
I really love the look of that quarter 1. Greg, which one's standing out to you?
Quarter 1's pretty solid. I think to be honest, I think they're quite evenly matched looking at this. Yeah, I think Sol Aguirre, Bella Kenworthy is going to be a solid one. I think Sol's looking good and Bella's a defending champion as well.
Yeah, it's cool to see Bella back in such confident form. We got to call her heat today. She was really just feeling like the old Bella, the Bella that we saw who took a win here in 2024, Paul.
Yeah, well, we talked about during the heat as well, and it was the confidence as well, and you know how hard that is to get, and how hard sort of fought it is to win that confidence back. And I think we saw that grow a little bit as well. It was kind of one of those tough ones, but I just think something slightly different about her serving. It's not just down to the waves themselves, but what she's able to do, and then the more rounds she makes, I think the better she's going to surf.
We saw the men in the lineup today as well. We actually got to confirm the men's round of 16. Couple of really big heats, but no bigger one than the men's round of 32, heat number 8, where we saw a clutch performance from Wesley Dantes. But Jorgan Kuzinet, who is usually a pretty solid scout to take down, fell out of competition today, Greg.
Yeah, Jorgan's been surfing so good. Even his warm-ups have been fantastic. And we did see Levi as well losing out. He had an 8-point ride and didn't make it through. So that was just a testament to how competitive this heat is. And then Taj Lindblad with an 8.5. A couple of big hits. Watch this. Just connects with that wave so well for that huge finish. And let's not forget what Wesley Dantes did right in the dying second. Loads up, huge air rotation, no grab, a little whack just to complete it, and that was going to be the score all day. The tower went absolutely mad with this. It was probably the moment of the day.
Paul, just to have clutch moments like that is why we keep coming back to the Challenger Series, because it's so hard. You never know what that final result is going to look like.
I mean, Foot's basically off the board, right? I mean, that was just, yeah, that was crazy that he landed that. You've got to have a thought for Levi Slauson. He missed out last year by 1 spot on the Challenger Series, finishing 11th, and then hit equal scores with his mate Taj Lindblad, loses on the count back. That is absolutely brutal. Poor dude.
Yeah, haven't seen a count back in a while either. We haven't seen anyone really tie there, but Taj Lindblad with the highest score gets the nod. He goes through to that next round, Paul.
Even Jorgan's numbers, 39.7, yeah. Pretty solid. He'd be thinking, I got unlucky here. Would have got through quite a few heats, but I guess that's the level, right?
It is, and like I mentioned, Jorgan is in big, powerful conditions, especially here at Ballito. You do tend to have him as one of those front runners to do well at this event. So major loss for Jorgan, because this was a pet event for him.
Yeah, definitely. He's like his strength is that off balance kind of surfing, those heavy sections, arriving late and kind of recovering when maybe you think he wouldn't do. And yeah, he's going to be gutted.
Let's take a look at what the next couple of days have in store with our friends at Surfline. Now, it has been absolutely pumping all throughout the event so far. Greg, we're seeing good signs still.
Yeah, that storm's still sitting just below Madagascar. It's pushing this southeasterly swell in towards us. I think we saw it dip slightly today from yesterday. I think tomorrow we're going to see it dip a little bit more, but still holding solid, at least 5 feet, I reckon, maybe 4 to 5 feet. We've had the southwesterly wind today, and so we're going to wake up tomorrow with extremely clean offshore conditions. I think it's going to be pristine in the morning.
At 5 to 8 foot faces, then it goes to 4 to 5 through Thursday and Friday, and that's when we can really start to be a little bit more particular, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we've done, we've surfed quite a lot of feats, and we've bought ourselves time, essentially. We can really pick those premium moments. A lot of surfers mentioning the tide today being a bit of a factor, and what we can afford to do is actually just avoid that. Maybe surf that sweet spot, come in after the low in the morning and come up through that pushing tide with favourable winds as well. Still plenty of swell in the water, yes.
Well, the good news is we got through a lot of heats today, so now we have the privilege of really picking and choosing with those tides, like you mentioned. However, we do have top 5 moments to look back on today, and there is a couple of really big ones in there. The first one has to be Dane Henry, who yet again just impresses us so much here, Greg.
Oh, he's just unbelievable. The speed and the drive that he has in his surfing is just next level. And I mentioned it earlier, if he falls on one wave, look out for the next one. He's going to go huge.
Kika in the last 2 minutes, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely clutch, isn't she? And this opportunity was handed to her on a bit of a plate, actually, and she didn't need asking twice. Even that first turn, you're still thinking, this is a big number she needs, and she fires up mid-wave. He gets the win.
One of our CT surfers making it through was Jake Marshall, Greg.
Style for days. Just absolutely beautiful to watch and hammering away on the rail all time. I love it.
One of the standout women for every single day of competition so far is this lady, Sierra Kerr.
Couple of things guaranteed here at Ballito. A beautiful sunrise, pumping waves, and Sierra Kerr dominant. We saw it once again today. She was brilliant out there, opened up with an 8-point ride, excellent surfing from the start of her heat, and we talked about the repertoire that she's got. Dane Henry was up here, he mentioned that too. She's just got some extra moves that her opponents don't have, so given that blank canvas, that running right-hander, she's going to use those maneuvers and she's going to be really tough.
And coming in at number 1, this buzzer beater was crazy, Greg.
Absolutely mental. That was so insane. He just drifted, floated so long in the air. Board actually comes right off, moves onto the nose for the landing. And that would have felt amazing for like a clutch win with, I think it was like a minute and a half to go in the heat.
To do that and have the board completely disconnect from your feet, but then have wind push back under it and then land, that would have been a roller coaster for Wesley.
There were 2 noises, weren't there? There was like the roar up and down the beach, and there was actually the noise that he made himself, because that one really came from deep in the belly, and you could see how much that meant to him. And, he's owned it. Big celebration, but brilliant surfing.
I love it. I can't wait to see what stories unfold tomorrow. We do have a 7 a.m. call for a 7:30 start tomorrow morning, so tune back in then. Until then, cheers to a great day, a good afternoon, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.